I was sort of tempted to go out, but what I made sure that I did is I didn't go for a haircut. So then I didn't want to go out like this. So I managed to fade it for another week.
I tell you what, if Simon Zach watches this, you could be brothers.
Yeah, I was going to do look a bit like Zach. Yeah.
You know what? Absolutely. Hey, we're going to run through what Rich Kelly has done for over the last decade. It's been pretty eventful. And one of the first things we can talk about is that we saw recently you posted on social media about you're in a chess club at school. Now, you're talking to a guy that used to play for Rotherham, by the way, at chess.
Oh, wow.
So now that is a long time ago at school, by the way. Was chess a good base for poker? Is that what we deep thinking?
Absolutely. So in my primary school, in my local village, our head teacher, she was called Mrs. Baxter. She was very, very she was really, really passionate about chess, and it sort of exuded through the whole of the sort of year 6 age groups down to year 3. We were playing and we had a really avid club. And yeah, it just went from there really. Me and my younger sister, we ended up being 2 of the better players, and we ended up representing Lancashire, nice. And we'd even go down to England matches at the Albert Hall, where they play the darts now. We used to play in the Royal Albert Hall, where Ali Pali, where they have the darts finals now every January. And yeah, we sort of got to the stage. I was number 4 board for the number 11, the under 11s in Lancashire, and my sister, I think, was the number 1 board for the under 9s in Lancashire. So we were pretty good. And then obviously we were coming home and we were playing each other and getting better and better. And then it got to a point when we were about 9, 10, 11 where we were too good to play the other children. So in the evenings, this was sort of like, we were at an age as well where we were going to bed at 9 o'clock on a usual night, but instead of that, we sort of we were only playing competitively with other children at weekends. So what we ended up doing was we ended up joining like local men's clubs at like 9 and 10 years old. So you can imagine these were really late nights. We're in these local games. We're going to places like I was from Chorley, so going to places like Leyland, Blackburn, and Burnley, and all over the place, travelling around the northwest. And we were sat in there till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and we were playing against fully grown men who were drinking pints and blowing smoke across the chessboard. So it was it was sort of like the ideal preparation for poker. But at 11 years old, when I went to high school from primary school, it just sort of wasn't cool to play chess anymore. Everyone, you just couldn't be that kid who was in the library every day. So yeah, I had to get back out on the football field, and I stopped playing then. So I've met some people through poker all around the world who've gone on to be really, really good chess players. But I sort of completely left it alone from 11 years old.
How good could you have been, Jerry?
I don't know. I definitely felt like I definitely felt like I had some ceiling, because there's a guy in the local village, to me, who used to really give me a good pasting, and that always brought me back down to earth, sort of thing. So I don't know, but it's leading into the poker thing from chess. It's the skill set is so similar, because in chess you're thinking 3, 4, 5, 6 moves ahead, and it's exactly the same in poker with your pre-flop, your flop, your turn and river. It's the thought pattern is almost exactly the same, thinking moves ahead. So yeah, the skills are massively transferable. But I mean, I'd love to sort of play now, but you can't really win money, and the games are very, very time consuming. So it's I would love to play, but I don't know. Maybe in later life I'll get back into it. I think when I've got a bit more time and there's not so much poker going on all over the place.
Absolutely. Where did you start first playing poker, and how did you learn, or was it just like?
So this was 2005, 2006. I was just in year 11 at high school, and my friend is my best friend, who lived 2 doors down from me and was really close with my family. He'd just gone to a local sixth form college, and this was obviously a year or two after the Moneymaker thing, and you got Greg Raymer and all that. So it was basically the exact point at when professionals started winning the World Series main event every year to when amateurs started winning every year. So they were I was in year 11 at high school. They were going to, well, as loosely say, they were going to college. They were just going sitting in the canteen and playing every day, and then they'd spill home at night, and they'd just all be playing around my friend's house. So like I sort of got introduced to it at 15 years old. Yeah, I've just got thrust straight into it with the older lads, really.
Well, we got in at 15, so you could have been the Kelster 15, but
yeah.
2008, before you started playing live, you got a massive result online. You come 5th in the full tilt 750,000 guarantee for 33,000. That was July 2008. What did it feel like winning that much money at that time?
Wow, yeah, because I've just turned 18, and like it was pretty crazy, because I did have a little foray into online poker before I was 18, but this was this account was my own account and everything, and yeah, I hadn't really even I'd played tournaments, and I knew that I had sort of like a winning style in them at this point, but this night was crazy. I'd hardly even played any $215 buy-in tournaments before, and I bought into this one, and it was mad. I ended up getting a big stack, and it was the first time that I'd ever actually stayed up all night, sort of playing poker. So you had a break every 5 minutes past the hour. Well, actually, it wasn't even a synchronized break. This was pre-synchronized break, so it would have been whenever the tournament started, an hour play, then a 5-minute break. So this one, I just remember going to the wash basin every hour to splash some water on my face, and I wasn't tired because I was pumped full of adrenaline, but just my little routine. I'd been probably the longest I'd ever played a tournament up until that point, or been in a tournament, was maybe 4 or 5 hours play, and this one was we're now 13 hours into this one, and I'm just going to the toilet, flicking some water on my face. Yeah, and it was really, really exciting. And I think I was chip leader 2 tables left, and it was like $180,000 for the winner, I think. And that's just madness, because I think I started the day with $400 in my poker account or something. So that was definitely what got me a massive taste for online tournaments, for sure.
Did that go straight to a bankroll, and let you play bigger tournaments?
Sort of, but then I was very I was very, very naive in my early days. So I just used to I just thought I was the best player ever then, and then I would often go and play like high stakes cash games and things, and like experimented in that way. I managed to withdraw a chunk of it, but like I was very I sort of loved just to jump in at the deep end, and definitely had a different career path to most when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Well, after you'd had that nice score, you started to venture into the live poker. Your first Hendon mob was back in 2008. Can you remember what it was?
So when I just turned 18, I used to go in the closest casino to where I lived in Chorley at the time, which was Bolton Casino, and that was actually back in the day. That used to have some amazing cash games. They'd have like a 2-2 game every evening at the Grosvenor. That was actually where the first ever GUKPT was, wasn't it, Bolton?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the first ever one.
Yeah, and like the games in there used to be crazy. Like I couldn't even dream for games in there that these days. But yeah, I used to have a little go into there. Me and my friend would go down, and we saw it advertised on the internet as like a £3 rebuy tournament. Anyway, so we went down. We went down. Just thinking, okay, well, we're going to go and play this tournament. It seems quite cheap. It's only £3. Anyway, we realised about 5 minutes into the tournament that £3 actually gets you one set of chips, and that lasts about 5 minutes because everybody's just going all in, every hand, rebuy. So yeah, we opted for the freeze out tournaments then, and I was having a little bit of success online at the time. So like, I actually was playing a lot bigger online when I was 18 than I was in the live ones.
We're good.
The 50 pences are in the meter. The 10 bobs are in. We're going afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the live stream from where are we? I forgot. It's been that long.
London, apparently.
We're in the. How do they have internet problems in the Vic? Massive issues with the internet, but we are now live. Absolutely. Afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody is good. Please tell us you're watching it, and wherever you are. I've actually got the GUKPT website open right now, and I'm going to refresh it and start playing it because we don't very often tune into there. Thanks to Rich Kellett for entertaining us, by the way, for the last 2.5 hours. But we're now live. We are on hopefully everywhere we go. We should be live, and if we are, then all being well, we should be there. If it's just checking out the GUKPT website and it's not showing, there it is. The stream is on live. Here we go. Get yourself on. Oh my days! Get that Twitch open.
Yep, we'll see.
Get it open. Get it on.
We're live. We're live on Twitch.
Afternoon, everybody. Welcome to it. Right. Off to cut the air now, but you'll keep the stream on. Good luck. Afternoon, Pixie. The Preston Pixie is on. Are we on?
Yeah, we're
Please
on. YouTube,
tell us it's
Twitch,
on.
YouTube,
oh
Twitch,
my dear! Oh, we've got squares on his heads.
Yeah.
What's all about?
We'll get them sorted.
What is that? Oh, quick, get them off. We'll sort that out very shortly, but. That must be the old face recognition malarkey. I'll get PK to sort that out because I have no idea how to do it. But we are now live from the main event, the 1250, the first event in London. We'll show you exactly what's happening after the dinner. Obviously, we started late, so the break, believe it or not, is going to be in 30 minutes' time.
Yep.
With nothing we can do about it. Unfortunately, it was just one of those things, but we'll run through who we've got.
Yep.
We'll concentrate on the action for half an hour, and then we'll sort out the face recognition. We'll come back to you after the first break. We need one. We've been on air for years. Who we got, Jay?
Feature table in 1, Tony Ringe. In 2, it's meant to be Albert Sapiano, but he's not sat at the moment.
Is Albert in the building?
I haven't seen him in the building tower. In a 3 is Michael Nichols. In 4, Matt Bushell. In 5, Raghav Cow. In 6, Gerald Ringe. In 7, Neil McCulloch. In 8, Robin Fisher. And in 9 is Richard Schneiderman.
Richard Schneiderman. What a great name. Should be a movie star.
Battle of the Brothers on this table. Well, I haven't seen Gerald yet. He must not be here, but he's meant to be in seat 6. Tony in 1.
Tony did say in Blackpool that Gerald will probably be playing London. So good afternoon, everybody. We are on Twitch. We are on YouTube. We are there. Here we go. Sorry for the wait, Gail. How you doing,
She's
Mum?
been messaging me every half hour. Why are you not on? Why are you not on? I'm like, hold up.
We had to wait for him getting out of bed.
Yeah.
That's what it was. But we're here. We are now live. Sorry about the late start to the final festival of 2021, and what a year it's been. We've basically crammed a full GUKPT schedule into 4.5 months. This lad's not been home.
No, I haven't. That's what I've said. I've probably been at home 4 days in the last 4 months.
So good to have you all on board, everybody. Afternoon, Richard Whitmore. Afternoon, Preston Pixie. Guys, how we doing? John Hare, how are you? Oh man, yeah, it's amazing how much you rely on the internet, and when it goes down, it's amazing how it affects everybody. but we are now live from London. Amazing festival. We'll give you the rundown of all what is happening. So welcome everybody. That is still right. I've got to get this face recognition off because I can't keep looking at myself being square around my head. But so we'll come back to that when we get the face recognition off. It does. If I move quick, does it disappear? Full festival of that. We'll show you that when we get the face recognition sorted out on the thing. Afternoon, Pete Robbo. How's the live streaming going? How's the Twitch doing, young man? Just back from Vegas, unreal time was had. Good luck all in London. That's all you can say about Vegas this year. Oh my days, how good was that watch? 4 years ago, Jack Oliver was playing the £30 student event, the National Student Championships in Coventry. £30 main event. He was playing it. He final tabled 3 events in the week. Unfortunately, he was multitasking on some of the finals because they clashed. And now you've just watched him heroics over in Vegas. 6,650 runners, I think it was. And he's just finished third for $3 million.
It's just crazy money.
He's gone from 30 quid buy-ins and final tabling the student championships to the best final you'd ever want to be on as a poker player.
I went on Hendon this morning, seeing they put the results on already on.
Really?
And Jack's now 29th on the all-time England money list, just like that.
Wow.
He's gone from wherever he was, probably thousands, to 29th on the all-time England money list, just like that from one result. Great run from the lad.
Yeah. Span says he saw the interview we did Jack at the Student Championships. It's still on YouTube. You have to send us the link. I've totally forgot it. Totally forgot about the Student Championships here. Now you got to start thinking. Shall we be bringing the Student Championships back? You're talking about Ewan McNicholas, who's won the National Poker League. You know where we'll get full results from the NPL when they're updated by the online team. They'll send the information over this week, the full confirmation. But Ewan McNicholas has won it. He was playing the Student Championships. His very good friend, the pot washer, Chris Maguire, we think he's got a package. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll get that out very soon. We'll get confirmation of the NPL full packages, and obviously next week we're going to be live streaming from here in London for the NPL final. So I know who gets the packages for 2022. So we'll give you all the information. And regarding the NPL, amazing 2021 that has just finished. Spander's already stuck in the link. Cheers, Spand. We'll check that out actually. But yeah, the new NPL starts this week. We'll give you information when we get it regarding the regarding the NPL for 2022 and how it's going to work. As soon as we get the information from the online team, we will give it to you guys. The action tracker obviously will catch up with the cards, and it'll all get sorted out because he's still catching up with the graphics as much as we are. I thought that was Matt Bushley in seat 4.
Yeah, it is. He's got a hat on.
Yeah, he's got the hat.
Winter hat.
Yeah, indeed.
Afternoon, Adam. How do the cash out satellites work? It's pretty simple. You get your starting stack. Once you get to 10x starting stack, you got your seat. That's it. You can have a seat within the first hour, and then you're done. Call the floor over. So I've got to the amount I need. You'll get your seat. The remaining chips. So if there's some chips left over, your 10x starting gets spread out between the table evenly. So it's pretty simple.
Indeed.
10k starting, as soon as you get 100k, you've got yourself a seat. And as Tower says, no waiting around for players to bust. Once you've got one of them big stacks, you just can be at the bar. And Sam, no, Alan's not in the building. I haven't seen Alan in a few months actually on the tour. Hasn't been about. Plenty going on this week. 12 days of live stream coverage.
UKSBC 2018.
Yeah, graphics should be alright in about 10 minutes, guys. Just waiting for everything to catch up. It's early stages, shouldn't be too much happening. I noticed as well, Tal, Jack was wearing on day 6 of the main event the UKSPC Grosvenor hoodie.
That's right, he did.
While he was playing at the table.
He won the hoodie. He won the hoodie. They bagged up 3 lots of chips and.
Would have been great to be there though, just to seeing the boys over there all enjoying themselves on the rail. Some of them not being able to walk, never that much to drink. It's seemed like such a good experience, not just for Jack but for everyone out there watching him and on the rail.
Thanks for that, Spand. Just watched it back. Top lad. Top lad. So the graphics do catch up. I've had the word that in about 10 minutes time all the graphics catch up with the action and the sizing and the betting and all that malarkey, so we'll get that sorted ASAP. I have been told 10 minutes. Here's the details for the cash game stream, who's on it, etc. Not yet. There was talk of a 5-10 Hold'em game and a list being sent out regarding regulars in the Vic, and I've also been told there's a potential chance of a 10-25 PLO 4 card, which would be juicy.
Yeah, I'd love to.
They're just waiting on clarification from 2 potential big players. So if we get information over this weekend, we'll let you know. But at this moment in time, it's either going to be a 5-10 no limit with some big players on it, or a 10-25 PLO that obviously we'd like to do.
I'd love that. I'd love to do
and that hopefully potentially is the game that's going to be on. But any more information we'll get it to you, and if how to get your name on the list if you want to play on the live stream, we'll let you know that as well.
How you doing, Roy? I'd love that to be the case. It's just such a...
Well, they've just announced the dates.
Yeah, it's such a minefield of...
They've announced the dates already for next year. Already out. 31st of May till the 19th of July. Back to normal. Las Vegas and the World Series. So yes, it's something potentially that we can all be looking forward to for next year. We think Jay's going to flick it in at some point. We just don't want him to stop the world like he did last year.
Yeah. Imagine something else coming out, and go book it all again, and then something, another disease or whatever, epidemic. Just
dear.
And like, you're not going, you're not allowed over there.
Exactly. It will definitely be your fault.
Yeah. So guys, we are just tuning in. We have actually only got 15 minutes left of this featured table. Had a few internet problems to start the day. We're all up and running and good now, and should be that way for the remainder of the event. But 15 minutes left of these faces. Will be a new featured table when we return. Witty, not in the last 2 years, to be honest with you. I haven't read anything new over the last couple of years. Been pretty lazy, to be honest with you, when it's come to study more knowledge.
Once again, players in the main event, you have just over 1 minute on the break.
Yeah, nothing from me over the last couple of years that's been released. No suggestions for you there. So we're back with the cards. There we are. We got action, we got cards, so it should all be set for the
Funky
next session.
Finance says the modern poker theory by Michael Ace Vido is like GTO Bible if you're into that. Pretty intense read. Like it. Anybody else got any information regarding the stuff? Yeah, you have to take them back to the library, Rich. They'll be out of date by. I think your overdue date and your fine will be about £60,000. No, that out of date. I've still got my Doyle Brunson Super System signed for though by Mr. Doyle Brunson himself.
Little spot here, early doors from Matt Bushell. Two options here. We've got flat and 4-bet. Looks like he's opting for the latter. After Rich opted to 3-bet the ace-10. Don't mind it. Maybe these early doors can just be flat in this hand on the button this deep. Because of this reason, the times that we are 4-bet, we're just going to have to toss this one into the muck. But I can't see this pot going any further. A nice little pickup it's going to be for Matt, picking up 3.6k, 36 big blinds without having to go to a flop. No action with the ladies.
Oi, oi, we've got cameras, we've got no facial duties or anything, we're on. That is Jay Harwood. That is the schedule of where we're going to be here in London, and the live streaming for the final event of 2021. We're here for 3 weekends on the trot. We can't wait. We're now live, we're not going off again. But as you can see, day 1A, B, day 2, and the final day of the main event, the 1250. Next Friday we've got the cash game. Like I say, it's either going to be a 5-10 or a 10-25 PLO. The NPL playoff, all the players will be informed of getting themselves into the playoff. We'll see them next weekend, and then obviously Sunday, day 2 of the midi. I'm not sure.
Are we doing that till close?
I hope not.
6-7 in the morning
No,
finish last time.
I don't think. We'll have to work out some kind of routine for that. But the last time the midi on the day 2 finished at something like 7:45 a.m.
Me and Tao were here with our Cheerios in the old booth.
So we'll come up with some agenda for next weekend, and then the week after, the final week of 2021, the UK Heads Up Championships, the UK 6 matches that have all been played online, they're coming live. We then got the Haymaker Sit and Go, which was on last night. Another 1,500 runners for that. I cashed in the last one.
Did you?
£5.50. I cashed. I got into the money. I didn't play it last night, but played the one previous. And then after that, the grand final, the 2K buying, day 1A, day 1B, day 2, and the final day, and the last day of live streaming for Card Room Direct, GUKPT 2021, and then we'll start talking about next year. So yes, there's... I think the playoff satellite's going to be great. Obviously, we're going to get down to the prizes and the bubbles and what it's going to be, because it is going to be an interesting concept. Because you're not going to need to win.
Yeah, of course. So it'd be played like a satellite.
You're not going to need. Imagine a cash out satellite for that one. For a 5K package. Imagine that.
So we got a 3-way action here in 3-bet pot. Matt opted in to squeeze the ace-10 after cut-off open and flat. Perfectly fine. Out of position. Happy to take it down here, but been called in 2 spots.
2, 3, 7. 7 of diamonds on the turn.
So Matt opted in to continue 2.2. Gets called by Tony. Michael gets out of the way with the ace-jack on the button. So over to Matt here. Tony can have some plausible 7x here. I've played a lot with Tony, and he'll definitely be peeling 3-bets with position on the 3-bet with hands like 7-8 suited, 7-9 suited, 10-7 suited either. Ace-7 suited going to be in there as well. So Matt waving the white flag on the turn on this particular card. I think that's what we should be doing, and no need to do anything tricky here. Just going to have to pass. Don't know what Tony's got, but it's just unlikely he's going to be floating too often. Oh, Matt is going to make the call here. We're just ace high. Tony must have gone really small tower on this turn. He must have gone tiny. But like, what do we beat with ace-10 after Tony calls flop fire?
Yeah, he certainly didn't bet 2.2 and raised to 2.3. That wasn't a bet. But
yeah. So it went bet 2.
It
was bet 2.2 from Matt on the flop. Tony called, Michael passed, and then the turn action we're unaware of. But Tony must have gone really, really small tower. And now Matt should understand once Tony bets turn, like ace-10's just never going to be good. But Tony's probably going to check back here. Tower, I think, after he opts for that small turn size, get a free showdown. Probably just got like pocket 4s or something, 4s, 5s, maybe 6s in there. But if he is going for it again here, dependent on size.
6.5.
Could just have a 7. Could just have a 7, one of the 7 X combos we spoke about. But a pick up for Mr. Ringe. Good start for him, up to 27k. Cashed the 30-30 in Luton last week. Come 18th in that one.
Very nice. And always sat in seat 109, if we've noticed on the live stream.
Yeah, he's always in 109. It's crazy. Whenever he's on the featured, he's never in a different seat. It's always seat 1 or seat 9.
So welcome one and all, and welcome to London for the GUKPT Festival. The 1250s on this weekend. The cash and the MPL and the MIDI is on next weekend. And then the big one, with a potential prize pool of around about $750,000. The amazing 2,000 buy-in grand final. And we could potentially see $750,000 in the prize pool. Plenty going on.
What's that button? I haven't seen this one before.
Whoa, that's a 25.
Aha,
25. Newcastle, Walsall, Leeds, Berry Road and Luton. They are the 25-25s that are coming up before Christmas. Plenty more in there next year as well. Leeds and Berry Road sharing the events, basically playing Leeds, playing Berry Road, put the prize pools together, and the final day will be in Leeds, and there'll be more of them next year as well. Already been told they're thinking of doing something like Luton and Reading, Southampton and Portsmouth and places like that. So there's
going to be a celebrity at Walsall, I heard as well. Poker celebrity at Walsall.
Wow,
yeah.
Who's that? Who's going? Who's going to Walsall?
I'd love to see you make a run in that tower.
Me too.
Oh.
Me too. It's coming up to Christmas. Kids need selection boxes and everything. Afternoon, Gary. Gary McGavney just tuning in, watching the live stream from the Vic.
How we doing, Gary?
12:50 main. Steady start, to be fair, on a Thursday. We knew it was going to be. As more poker opens up around the country, and obviously a near 3-week festival. Plenty to play. That's not Gerald.
No, that's not Gerald.
That's 100% is not Gerald Ringe. That is not Tony's brother. Afternoon, Katie. What have you been up to, Katie? See, Tony's just put the glasses on and it's definitely not his brother. Afternoon, Katie. Hope things are well. Are we going to see you in London? At what days are you coming? There's going to be... we would be surprised if everybody stayed for 18 days in London, but especially if you're local, you could pick and choose or decide what you want to play. There's plenty to choose from. We'll run over the schedule very shortly.
I don't know, Ian. How'd you get on, Ian, in Luton? He had the chip lead going into day 2. I really hope he cashed now after I said that.
Yeah, Katie tried tuning in to the live stream. Yeah, we had a few issues, but we're now live and we're not going off air. We're not at all. Unfortunately, though, in about 5 minutes' time, there's a break. So there will be a 15-minute break and a table change in about 3 or 4 minutes. So we'll be back at 2:45, even though we've had a short... Somebody's trying to book a seat in the restaurant. Hello, can we have a table for 2, please? Yep, what time would you like?
Good run, Ian, 16th.
Who was that?
Ian in 30-30 Luton. He had chunks going today too.
Always see the updates. Chip leader, massive stack. Next update, short stacked, hanging on, time to bubble, in the money, shoved, lost. Well done, Boz. All in pre-ace queen against king queen. King on the turn. Getting unlucky at the wrong time. Gary's cashed 4 times in the top 5 on Grosvenor this week in the Omaha. Very nice.
Get yourself on the list for the 10:25 on
I know,
Friday, Gary.
If that 10:25 comes off, it will be delightful to watch. We will let you know about the cash next week. Streaming. Are we streaming from about 6? I think the plan is to stream from about 6 PM next Friday.
Yeah,
Oh, they're all saying how come we're moving because the live stream's not been on.
Is that what they're saying?
That's what they're saying. Matt, we'll get you back. Michael in seat 3, we'll get you back on. We're keeping them on, are we? Oh, amazing. Even better.
Same table when we return then.
We are not changing players as they've only had 20 minutes on the feature. We're keeping them on for the session, the next session. Yay! If you're finishing the playoff spots in the NPL, do you get a physical invite or is it just turn up and play? You will be getting email confirmation. You will get an email confirmation. We haven't had the updated league of the exact players who are in. As soon as we get it, we'll screenshot it and get it on.
Well, last hand of the session.
Oi, oi.
Oh, PK, on the comms can, when we put this one up, it just comes up that
Black.
We'll chuck this one on.
We'll put the big one on.
I can't see that tower. I know Neil's got aces, but that's about it.
Is that a bit too small for you? Back to the bullets.
Let's see what
We'll put our
happens.
ugly mugs on very soon. Ian Bowes, are we in on Sunday? Yes, we'll be commentating on the final day of the 1250. We're in Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday this week. Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week. And then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday to finish the season.
So Ragav here, I'm going to fire with the Queen 9 after, oh there we are, after an open from Michael. No, Michael limp called the 10-7 suited. Neil just opted to flat the aces on the button, which is interesting, early doors. Does have the position. And looks like he's just going to come in for a raise, makes it 2k. Now Michael in a bit of a predicament here with just top pair.
I've only ever seen Neil McCulloch play aces this year. Never seen him play anything else.
And Ragav going to get out of the way, and that will conclude the very short session, but back with the same table in 15 minutes
Indeed.
time, quarter 2, just under, after Ragav dishes this one into the muck, I hope.
Indeed. That should be it.
There's the
Cheers,
fault.
John Waite. Enjoying the commentary, short session, but we will be back. We're going to have to fill the water bottle up. That's what we're going to do. It was a very short session, but we will return in 15 minutes for more information regarding what's happening, what's coming on, what's going to be up in 2022. The NPL hopefully gets updated to give you the champion who's going to be in the playoff next week. But plenty going on, and that is what you're going to be watching for us for the foreseeable, this fantastic festival. But we're back in 15 minutes. We'll see you at 2:45.
See you then.
Short session, but we will return in 15.
Little bit of research, and I found out there was a place, Casino 36 in Stockport, which had some games. And they were they were £50 rebuy tournaments and £100 rebound tournaments, and they had a really big cash game there. So yeah, it was weird, but I went down there and I was trying to get in at the front door, and they were sort of saying, yeah, you've got to be 21 really for this one. Anyway, I ended up on some sort of technicality. They ended up letting me sign up at 18, so I was just forever known as the kid in there. I was like just by a mile, and I was playing every night with people like Ali Milou and everyone. So yeah, I've known those guys really, really well for over 10 years now, and that's sort of what my first exposure to the poker circuit.
You went to Gala at Leo's.
So Gala,
second for 1,200.
right? Yeah, I remember it. It was Gala at the Liverpool.
That's right. Yeah,
it was like a Sunday evening, the last tournament of the Gala Poker Talk. Yeah,
that's right.
I remember it well.
February 2009, you had another big score on Full Tilt. You must have liked Full Tilt at the time. The Sunday Brawl.
It was by far.
Third for 40,000.
Yeah, the Sunday Brawl, I think that one was.
That's right.
Yeah, it was by far the best, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would probably say the same. It's by far the best poker site ever. Just in terms, like, people just used to go on to rail the cash games. Like, you didn't need, a lot of people were just on there not even playing. You had all Phil Ivey and Tom Dwan sat, and Gus Hansen and Patrick Antonius sat with all the big money in the cash games, and it was just yeah, for me, like, it was the greatest poker site ever, and I just really liked playing that on there. Yeah.
Yeah, you scored for 40,000, but the following month you played an EPT. Is that what you bankrolled yourself into the EPT with?
No, the EPT was a funny one actually. I was playing on PokerStars, so this the following month, yeah. So as soon as I got the 40,000 score, I withdrew a little bit from Full Tilt and put a bit on PokerStars, and I ended up qualifying through the step system. So I bought into the $82 step. And this was a sit and go, so the top two got you into the next round. And yeah, I bought into the $82 step and got into the 215 and the 630 and the 2,100. And anyway, I'm then in the 2,100 playing for an EPT Dortmund package, and I get heads up with the little Italian guy. Do you remember Dario Minieri?
Oh, well, yes, I do. I know the name.
Yeah, I was heads up with Dario Minieri, and I think I ended up trapping him, and he made a big bluff, and then I called it off, and yeah, I was super excited about that one. I managed to get the €5,300 buy-in, and I got the Hilton hotel free and some money for flights. So I told my friend we're off to Dortmund in Germany.
667 runners there were. And you were chip leader with 70 left.
Yeah.
Was you nervous? Was you excited?
It was a crazy experience. Day one, I just sort of was playing pretty tight and didn't wait. I couldn't really get many spots day one. I was finding it quite tough. And then in the last level, I got a big double up with nines against fours and bagged a moderate stack for day two. And then day two was just an absolute whirlwind. I sort of, I think I had an interview with PokerStars actually at the start of day two. And then I've got on this table and I'm just running absolutely berserk, like, but I'm sort of painting a picture that I'm this really tight kid who's just like satellite in for this really big tournament. Like every time I sort of make a crazy move, I'll show a card that perhaps makes it look like that I had a strong hand or something. And they were all buying into it, and I was just going, I was literally just putting the foot down, and then I'd even find a situation where I'd like flop a set or something in a massive pot, and I remember it was because it was so early on in my poker career, but I just, the amount of physical chips I had in front of me at one point, they had to stop the floor people had to stop it and come up and color them up. So yeah, that was crazy.
Was it true you had aces 3 times in a row?
I think I might have had them twice in a row. Instead, I had them 3 times in a row.
Tell the bloggers anything.
Yeah, I mean, I was really trying to exploit my image, because I had a table that I could run over, and I wanted to sort of paint the picture that I was this young kid who'd qualified, who really wasn't really looking to put much pressure on, and then sort of do the opposite, because when my style online at that time was just going absolutely ballistic and trying to run people over. So I felt that the best way to sort of be able to do that was to paint a picture that I was doing the opposite.
15th for 20,000. And
Yeah.
are you happy?
So yeah, the TV cameras came in for day 3 or day 4. I think it was day 3, with 24 left. So that was really strange. I had to sort of like walk up to the camera at the start of the day and hold the card and flash it. And yeah, then there's a guy actually I know quite well now called, I think he's called Johan Storikers. He's a Swedish guy, and there's it was €1 million almost for first place, and there's 16 left. But I wouldn't say I was nervous. I was quite enjoying it really. And then I just found a pair of queens, and Johan found a pair of kings, and it was a bit. Maybe it was maybe a little bit of inexperience, but like the thought of folding never crossed my mind. So it was just. No. It was just one of those things, and just narrowly missed out on the final table. But it certainly gave me a thirst to play more.
Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, it was Sandra Noyox, because she actually knocked me out. So yeah, I do remember.
You'll never forget that one. But 2 weeks later, you got your first Hendon Mob win, and it's still there. The first win at the side of Rich Kelly's name. £200 side event in the GUKPT London.
Oh yeah, it was a £200 rebuy as well, I think. So it was pretty big.
Yeah, they got 26,000 for the win. The final table included James Aikenhead and the late great Dave Colclough. What were it like playing with those kind of guys?
Oh wow, yeah, like that was just amazing for me, because obviously the thing is, when I was sort of 18 and I was really enthused about poker, so I was playing every day online, and I'd even go in WH Smith's and buy all the magazines, and so like to be in WH Smith reading these magazines, trying to suck up all this information, and see these people in the magazines to go into playing with them at the table the year after was just it was really sort of it was mad.
Yeah, I know. And after the GUKPT win in 2009 was such a good year for yourself, because in August you got the biggest online score. You're on F-Tops. Event number 20, 2,438 runners. You got 96,000. And a jersey.
Wow, that was incredible. I was my friend stayed up all night with me. The guy my friend who lived 2 doors down from me, who taught me how to play poker, actually, he stayed up with me all night, and that one went on until about 7 a.m. And actually, back on Full Tilt, they used to have another really cool feature. Any of their red pros. If you knock them out, you got the buy-in for the tournament back, and you got a T-shirt that said "I knocked out Full Tilt Pro." And with about 3 or 4 tables left, I knocked out Alan Cunningham.
Oh yeah,
really, really famous American pro at the time. So I knocked him out. I got the $215 back for my tournament entry, and the Full Tilt T-shirts. I used to have quite a big collection of them, as you can imagine. I imagine Mormon's probably the garages somewhere filled with them.
You got a jersey for winning the F-Tops as well. Can you remember what you did with it?
I think I ended up selling it for about $300 or something.
Somebody's walking around and they've not played F-Tops at all, and then they've got the jersey.
Yeah, it was like a big, like I was a very, very. I was very, very slight build back then. It was a big American gold football thing. Yeah, it didn't look good on me.
But he just carried on. 2009 was fantastic, because you run deep in the World Series Poker Europe, which was down in London at the time, in the 1K, finishing 28th out of 608 entries. Yes, it was only for 3,000. But that kind of field down in London must have been a bit exciting.
Funny story about that one, actually. So is that the 1K event that JP Kelly won?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Yeah. So me and JP Kelly were JP Kelly was first in chips overnight going into day 2, and I was second in chips overnight going into day 2. And I think I'd played on the Friday, and day 2 was on the Sunday. That Sunday was the Sunday that Michael Owen scored that goal against Man City when they fought great. So yeah, but on the Saturday, interestingly enough, I actually had my biggest ever cash game winning session ever. I was playing in the Vic in London, and I ended up buying in for about 5,000. And then, like at the when it got to something like 6 a.m., I was playing Bambos heads up. If you know Bambos, he was an absolute legend in the Vic. I absolutely loved him. But if he was on tilt or something, he.
We might as well do it. We might as well get on. Great to have the same table. It really is. Welcome back. We've got a full session ahead of us now. We've got full 4 days now. We're not going off at all. We're not going nowhere. So we are getting ready. Is that Mike Ellis? It is. Mike Ellis is in the books because the first ever grand final winner in 2007. It was him. It was him. There he is with the cap on. He don't play tournaments very often. I said, like 3 or 4 years ago, I said, well, why do you play tournaments anymore? I said, I get bored. I just play cash now. So he just plays cash all the time. So Mike Ellis, always remember Mike, came into the final 9, short stacked, pocket 9s against something like ace king, ace on the flop, 9 on the river, doubled up, never looked back, won it. And he was a short stack of the final 9. Yeah. Good old Mike. And then went on to win a bracelet in Vegas in the 5K, no limit. That's Mike Ellis. Never seen his bracelet. And if Jack Oliver had won it, I'd have wanted it on. And the first person to win one while watching this stream, when you get a bracelet, want it on. Just saying. Yes. Got to wear it with pride. It's an achievement. Probably the biggest achievement in the game.
I'd use it as a card protector for the rest of my time playing.
Especially the World Series main event one that's like massive. Diamond encrusted and everything. It's like, I know that they don't put a price to it. Obviously, priceless is just what they say. But apparently, something like $30,000.
Wasn't there a story years ago? I can't remember. It was a main event winner. Like 10 years later, was selling their bracelet on eBay or something.
Yeah. That was PKL. Tell me in a minute. That was the Danish guy, Pete. That's it, Peter Eastgate. It was his. Yeah. Peter Eastgate. I think he sold it for about $150,000 or something like that. So we're back with the same 9. Tony Ringe in. Tony Ringe has moved actually. It looks like he's gone to balance tables because he didn't get knocked out, did he? So Tony must have gone to balance the tables. Albert's not in the building. Michael Nichols is in seat 3. Matt Bushell is in 4. Ragav Cow is in 5. It is not Gerald in 6. We'll find out in seat number. So Ragav's in seat number 5. We've got Neil McCulloch in 7. Leo's in 6. That's not Leo Cam, is it? That's not Leo Cam, surely. No, it can't be. Leo is in seat number 6. 7 is Neil McCulloch. 8 is Robin Fisher and Richard Schneiderman. What a great man. Yeah. Oh, they've got new movies coming out as well.
Who have?
Can't believe it. The new Spider-Man movie. Schneiderman goes wherever the Schneider can. Here's his rock. No, it is. The new Spider-Man movie's coming out. So we're here for the next 2 hours of poker. So at 4:45, that will be the extended 60-minute break and then a table change. But we're here. We've got plenty of information regarding next year. Plenty of information regarding what's on this festival. All coming up. We'll show it on a regular basis to make sure that you know what is going to be on.
Now, Haron Kai in seat 6. Nickname Leo.
Leo Kai. There you go. I didn't think it looked like Leo Cam. So we are back with level 3. Steady day to start the 1250. We keep saying it's the main event, but don't forget the grand final in 2 weeks' time is the big one.
I'm just interested to see that on the track as well. I'm sure we'll get a lot of people flying for it that come and play the 2K. A lot of people coming back from Vegas as well. But there's only a few events left on out there. Do you reckon we'll see Jack in one of the last 3 events? Do you know what they are, the last 3 events?
The last 3 events in Vegas?
Yeah, for the WSOP.
See, the World Series main event should be the last event for me.
Yeah.
I now know there's like 10 events afterwards these days. What are the last 3?
A 25k, a 50k and a 250k. So you got a 25k, a 50k and a 250k. That is buy-in, by the way, guys, not guaranteed prize pools.
Wow, what's the point? The main event culminates what it should be.
Yeah.
It should be event, whatever it is. I think it's 88 events this year. It should be event 88, the main event, and that's it. Like, you build the crescendo, you get yourself there, and it's the main event. See you next year, kind of thing. But no, they want you in the building. They want you in the town for as long as possible. So yeah, it is what it is. It's already been announced for next year as well. We thought, and we've said it a few times, that we thought they'd announce it during this year's World Series, that it's going back to normal next year. But it is going back to normal, it's just changing places. It's not in the Rio anymore. It will not be in the Rio. It's going to make the strip a lot more expensive and a lot more busy because it's in Bally's and the Paris next year. Both are going to be hosting World Series events in 2022. So if you are thinking about it, check out the details of 2022. Talking of 2022, there it is. You can check the details. 31st of May. So when you come and play Luton and win Luton on the 5th of June, fly straight there. Get yourself there until the 23rd of June, back down in the Vic, till the 3rd of July. And I think the main event starts on the 4th. I'm not certain because the schedule's not been out, but it's just what somebody said. So when we do the Vic, you'll be on the plane on Monday morning, playing the main event on the Tuesday. All right?
Come back with a bracelet for Goliath.
You better be wearing it.
Yeah.
You better be wearing it, I'm telling you. And then straight back for Goliath, because the Goliath is obviously in between leg 7 and leg 8 of next year. But that's all the details regarding 2022 and the dates for the GUKPTs. The dates won't change unless something drastic happens with the world. That's never happened before. And then
I can see it now. Next year you put the bock on it, Sal. There's something that's going to happen next year.
But they're the dates set. If you want to get your hotels booked for the different towns you want to be in, get them booked. If you want to do it for the Goliath is already on and set for the 25th of August till the 4th of September. Make sure you get that sorted out. So yeah, it is going to be another cracking year regarding that. And who knows, now that Jack Oliver's just finished 3rd in the World Series, who knows, the UK SPC might return. You just never know. I'll be very surprised if it returns next year. But who's to say it doesn't? Because Ewan McNicholas, Chris Maguire, Jack Oliver, to name but 3, are all now regular faces on the GUKPT circuit, and now Jack, obviously, worldwide fame. It was interesting because did you see when he trebled up?
Yeah.
With the flush.
Yeah.
And you've got, I think it was it Alex Goulder who got drenched?
Yeah.
When Jack throws the drink at him. Sam Grafton is also doing a tweet about it as well. So there's obviously Brits everywhere, and they're just filming it from different angles. It's just so much fun. But yeah, when he trebles up with that, and he throws the drink everywhere, Alex just stood there and went, okay. And Zachabello says, "Did you have a piece, Jay?"
I wish, Zachabello. I wish.
I think obviously the way poker goes now, it's not uncommon to sell action, especially in a big event. And if you did manage to get a piece of Jack, then congratulations. It'll probably be your biggest score of your career. But that's how poker works. It's the best way to do it, to get you playing big events. Sell a bit of action. I'm playing a £10 freeze out next week. If anybody wants 10%, just
selling at 3.0 markup on tower over here. If you want a piece, get in touch.
Remember them £10 freeze outs? They used to be a thing. No, they did. They used to be a thing back in the day. They used to be like 10 plus 1. That's how they worked. Chris Maguire, I believe, had 10% said a C4. Even in the afternoon, a C4. Well, if you did, then that's Chris's biggest score. Yeah. Hello, young man. Dan the man's in the building. That means the building is going to be run perfectly. Not that it wasn't before, because Steve was in the building as well. Congratulations to Steve Cleary, who was working the early shift this afternoon. Been here 26 years. Always see Steve when we come in. He did the triple marathon malarkey last month. He did a 10k, the London Marathon, and then a half marathon in the space of 3 weeks.
Why?
And how? How and why were the two questions we asked straight away. So well done, Steve. Raised a lot of money for Marie Curie, the dedicated charity for Grosvenor. So well done to Steve.
Yeah, Neil's going to want to call for this spot, get it in versus Matt. Just make it like 5k, so it's not an underraise as well. Important to note. But if I'm nil here, I'm just making it 5k, calling off Matt shove with the ace king. Although we did just see him flat aces the previous session. But I just think this is always the move here. 4-bet to around 5, call off Matt shove. But it looks like he's just going to take the passive approach, same as we saw with the aces. Just going to flat the ace king out the big. It's going to bring Robin in, and Michael gets out the way with the suited wheel ace. But 3-way action, 3-bet pot. Neil with the best of it.
Seven nine flop, 7-3-2.
Like, this is a board where it's difficult for Matt because of our stack size. A lot of the times we commit ourselves when we continue. Oh, he's already checked. Is he? So action on nil. So I thought it'd been checked round to Matt. Wow, Robin going to come in for a donk in a 3-bet pot here on 7 high board. It looks like it. 11.8k back. Got to be wary of Matt's range. Matt has every single overpair here, and although timing wise this is going to work for Robin, definitely going to be leaking chips over the long run with this play, but picks up that one.
Chelsea fan says, are there any one-day events this weekend? This weekend we have, as you can see there, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. The main on Saturday, there's a £300 no limit, starts at 4 o'clock on a 30-minute clock. That's a one-day. On Friday, tomorrow is just the main event and the turbo. Oh, do a quick scan of that while we get a message and also. So yeah, so we've got the 300 on the Saturday starting at 4. On Sunday it's the start of the mini main as well as the main event conclusion, which is what we'll be doing. There's the grand final satellite cash out, there's the mini main day 2. On Wednesday there's the PLO, if you fancy a bit of PLO. There's a 4-card PLO, that's a one-day event. The midi then starts on Thursday, so Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday with the National League playoff on the Saturday. On Sunday there's an event called the one-dayer. How long does that run? For £500 starts at 6:15, 15,000 stack, and then as we go to the second part of the sked, But then go to the high roller, the PLO 1100 on the Monday. Are you playing?
Yeah.
Are you playing?
I'm playing 3 events. This mini, both PLOs. They are my choices for this week.
Awesome. Seniors event on next Tuesday on the 30th. So check all the details. GUKPT.com. You've also got the app. Don't forget the app is up and running. It's got all the scheduled details and everything on it and there as well. But plenty going on. And if you're lucky enough to get yourself in there for the Haymaker, we'll be live streaming that a week on Wednesday. So look forward to that as well. The bounty is a one-day event. £330 in is the bounty. Every time you knock somebody out, 150 quid. Now that's a proper bounty. That's a proper bounty. That's event number 10 on Wednesday the 1st. So plenty to get your teeth into, and we'll keep flicking that up on a regular basis. But don't forget the Poker Live app. All details is on there as well.
We'll see you next week. Spand for the
Spand
midi.
is on his way down for the midi and the grand final. We'll see you next week. Been a good year for Spand. Got involved a lot. Got himself. I think he got a package. Is he in the top 5 Spand? Andy Bike? I think so. Not I've got a full confirmation yet, but I do believe so. Well done, Spand, if you did. If not, it's just I'm just rubbing. The rubs.
Hey. Jimbo says, what comps would you recommend for next year? Me and my friend usually go away once a year. Well, if you're only going away once a year, the best one to probably come down to would be the Goliath.
100%.
Goliath in Coventry.
Zachabello.
£125 buy-in, 100 grand at least to the winner. Like, that's probably your best bet.
Yeah, Goliath. Dates are set for Goliath next year, 25th of August until the 4th of September. We'll be there. We'll have a bit of a dance sometime during the week as well.
You in that Joker's outfit. Oh. Still every time I think of that, it makes me laugh. Just Patrick Antonio standing there. You're stood there and he's. I would have loved to figure what's going through his head in that interview.
Hopefully thinking, I hope I never have to do this again.
So Michael defending the big blind 6-3 suited. Gets a beautiful flop as well.
7, 8, 9 flop, 2 diamonds. Any flops
down,
about?
Up and down, flush draw, and a range advantage as well, defending out the big, but doesn't opt to raise. Definitely could have raised this particular candidate. 6 high, not going to be good at showdown. Can mix some raises in, but he's opting for the check call route. And it does river a pair here. May elect to bluff shove this tower potentially. We're going to have a whole host of 10x here, 10-9, 10-7, 10-8, and it's just going to come in for a bluff of what looks like 5k, 4.1. Like it. We're perceived to have more straights here. You could also choose this size of a hand like 2 pair, like a 9-6, 7-6, 8-6 type hand. And a nice pick up there from Michael. Shows him it as well with the 6 diamonds.
Shows him the 6. The big wry smile on his face there. Nice nod.
Slammed it
from
down.
Ragav. And Mick tells us how many runners are there. I think there was something like 45 the last time we saw. Pretty steady start here in the Vic for the 1250. But as we know, we always say the Friday's massively busy. Events opening up all around the country now, as we know. There's already 4 cash tables running. 54 for the main event as it stands right now. 54. Should double in size by the time we finish.
Yep. Raise and take for Leo with the ace queen. Don't forget as well, guys, social media. Find us on Facebook and Twitter at Grosvenor Poker, and for live stream coverage on YouTube and Twitch /GUKPT.
Yeah, you want to have a chat with us, fire away. All chat boxes are open, so we can have a chat. Any questions, fire away. Afternoon, David. David Preston watching on Facebook. I like it when you watch it on Facebook, you get subtitles along the bottom, just in case they can't understand some Yorkshire folk.
You can have whatever you want, Kev. Just let me know. We're even, I think. I think we're dead level. So
Yeah, you're levels, are you? Awesome. Good lad. Has he managed to pull it back? You got 3 weeks. 100 odd overs on the Friday. You've got biggest cash stack on the Friday of next week. That'd be interesting. Depends what game it will be, obviously.
Oh, he owes me a score. Look at that. I made 20 quid.
Well, there you go. Instantly made 20 quid in the last two and a half minutes. And don't forget, the Bad Beat jackpot still going on at this moment in time. £305,000. Nobody's had quads over quads. Any quads over any quads. Nobody's had it in any card room. 6 till 6 it runs in every casino that offers cash poker. 305 large if you lose with quads. That's true. Imagine it being a 5-10 no limit and the Bad Beat jackpot goes next week on the live stream. Oh my days, enders now. Enders now. We got excited when somebody was lying to us up in Edinburgh. Oh, Harry Bad Beat. Oh, he can't make it because he's got the old COVID. Oh man. Hope you're well though, Harry. Hope you're well. Can't make it down. We had the massive hand that we had in Luton, the quads over the straight flush, which if that had been on a cash table, there'd have been scenes. There were scenes anyway. And just a quick word, Harry. The way you just told me at the bar, he says, I've just been knocked out. He says, you'll see it on the stream in 20 minutes time. He says, and it's just one of them things. And I'm just thinking, yeah, all right, he's just been eliminated. And then the next thing we see, he's got quads against the straight flush, and I'm thinking, why did you not say this? But no, good to see you, Harry. And I hope you're not feeling too much regarding the old COVID and everything's good. I hope it's just very mild symptoms like a lot of people are just getting now. Still getting pinged, a lot of people, but it is slowing down. Oh, Fletch watching at the White Lion in Wrightington. 2 staff members got an Uber from the Bolton 3030 to Heathrow to rail Jack Oliver in the World Series. We saw them on telly and everything. They were getting the right 5 minutes of fame.
The World Series
jumping
of
about. Hey dear. I don't know what the plans are regarding Chris Maguire and Ewan McNicholas and Jack in Vegas, if they're staying there, or are they going to try and make it for the grand final in a couple of weeks' time? You never know. We might see them back. Obviously, Jack Oliver, massive score. As we've seen, people like Dominic Nietzsche, who still play the game, and we had loads of big players playing our Elliot Murray, not Adrian.
Adrian Mateos.
Adrian Mateos was on the feature table in the big one. There's so many big players still play the game because they love it. And to poker players, you can never have enough. So if we do see them, we see them. If we don't, then enjoy the rest of 2021 and enjoy it. Have a good time. They certainly won't be thinking about poker right now. I'll be amazed if they're actually flicking anything in while they're in Vegas now. When do you get paid, by the way?
Do you know what? I thought about that and I have no idea and how the transaction works.
I'm guessing Jack Oliver's got an item because I'd be amazed if he's not cashed in Vegas before. Is it over $5,000 that you need an item for, which is their national insurance and their tax code? So you need that. So I'm guessing Jack's already got one. If you've got one, I'm guessing it's just a few days, surely. It's on the table for a start. He could take it off the table.
The thing is, he won't get the whole 3 million straight away, though, will he? Because of tax purposes.
No, if you've got an item, you do.
Oh, you do? You still do? Okay.
If anybody going over to Vegas and wants to play serious poker, you need an item. It's called an item, I-T-I-N. You can apply for it, tell them what you're doing, you're going to play poker. Obviously, in the UK, it's tax-free. Yeah. If you don't have one, they withhold 30%, and then you get it back in a couple of months' time once you've been verified. But if you're going over to America to go and play, you need an ITIN, an I-T-I-N, and I'm guessing the players all get told that, and they get it sorted straight away. Because luckily, as a UK player and UK-based player, you don't get taxed, whereas every other country you do.
I think Germany is the other one that you don't as well.
Is it Germany?
Yeah, Germany, yeah. That's why a lot of the pros reside either here or Germany.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
Like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
So a bit of action here. Could be the end of Matt Bushell. Unless he can find a 10. Can't see him folding top pair in this particular scenario. Maybe this turn. Some of the hands that our opponent's going to raise the flop are some club combinations. Now Leo comes in for the check. And Matt working with about 70% pots here, so it's going to take a free river, which is the 9 of diamonds. Now it's down to Leo whether he's going to come in for value, which he's not, and he shows the Queen Jack, which is good. That's going to leave Matt very short, playing sub 4k.
There you go, Kate. It says they have a section at the cash out desk that sort of the item for you out there. Fabulous, nice one, Katie. Nice one. I know they didn't used to. There were certain places that did, but a lot of places didn't. But if they all do it now, then obviously that's very helpful. We're streaming for 3 weekends on the trot, as you can see right there. Day 1 A, B, 2 and 3 this weekend. Cash game, NPL playoff and the midi. And then the UK heads up that was online, the Six Max that was online, the Haymaker that was online, all going to be live streamed, and then the grand final, the 2K buy-in will be there. Can't wait for that one.
Sifo, did that sorry Tower,
that's
you
right.
said about Germany, Germans, did that come in recently? Because I remember when it must have been 2014, 2015, I can't remember his name, the old German lad. And someone posted on there how much they win after tax, and there was no tax on it then. So I'm guessing it's coming recently.
Well, Stevie
in the
Key,
last 5 years.
Stevie Key says Germany pays poker tax, since the vast majority moved to Vienna.
What was his name? It's going to bug me now. That German.
Holtz.
No, it was an old guy who was like who was just an amateur that made a run at it. I can't remember his name. A few years back.
Franz Klammer. No. Beckenbauer.
No friends.
Boris Becker. coming up with all these Germans, and it's not the right one.
I think it was this year.
Stuart Bowman says on Facebook, what do you think are the best ways to play a 20-minute level tourney like your local tournaments rather than a 60-minute one? Are the dynamics different? Well, obviously the blinds will go up every 20 minutes in your local tournaments rather than 60 minutes, so you will have to be a little bit quicker.
On like a 15-20 minute clock, run good.
Yes, yes.
You're going to get a lot more less hands in a level. You need to obviously chip up because blind's going to be increasing a lot more. You do need to get involved a bit more in these little turbo tournaments. I've made a classic rookie error tower. Pierre Neuville, who I was thinking about, and that's not the German flag. Belgium is the other one.
Belgium. Pierre.
Pierre Neuville as well, I was thinking about.
Talking of Belgium, whatever happened to Sandra Nowjokes?
Who?
Sandra Nowjokes. She won the EPT and then just disappeared. Did not play anymore. See, Gerd Muller, yeah. See, we're coming out with all these famous Germans, and he was from Belgium.
Yep.
Thanks, pal.
I know. I know. For some reason I thought it was such a long time ago. I just saw the flag in my head and obviously rotated it.
I thought Sandra was from Belgium. Oh, there you go. She might be living in Belgium. Anyway, what happened to Sandra? She won the EPT and then just disappeared.
Did she play GUKPT Blankenberg?
No, unfortunately not. Not at the time. Oh, Maxley. Sandra married Klinsmann and moved to Belgium. Well, there you go, you see. Everybody knows something about something. Thanks for that, Maxley. She was on the scene for about 2 or 3 years. You're not wrong, Gio. Some people do exactly that, don't they? Get an EPT under the belt, get the money involved, and we'll see you later. Thanks for coming. It has been known quite a lot.
Players in the main event, you have new blind levels, small blind 100, big blind 300, big blind NC 300. That's next hand new level in the main event, 100, 300, 300.
Oh, nobody knows anything about anything, depends how you look at it. You're absolutely spot on. Oh, don't say that. Oh, he's winding me up, you see. It's easily done. Easily done. I just wanted to know what happened to her, that's all. She was on the scene, well, I played a lot on TV and then played all the EPTs and then just didn't. So 2022 is on its way. Whatever you do on New Year's Eve for your celebrations, look at that and then think, well, this is what I'm going to be planning for next year, because we're back on the 27th of January here in the Vic for 10 days with the final of the GUKPT first leg of 2022 on the 6th of Feb. Work it all out, check the dates, find out where you can play, get your hotels booked. Them dates won't change.
Yeah.
Get your hotels booked, to be a little bit forward thinking. Not like poker players who make a day two and think, well, I didn't think I'd make day two. I didn't book a hotel. Does anybody know if there is one? That usually happens. Sunglasses at the table and a bobble hat. Is it snowing or raining? Is it snowing or sunny in London? It was crisp, blue, nice sunshine this morning, wandering into work.
Nice.
It was lovely. Really autumnal day today. Really nice.
So 3-bet pot. Ragav opting to peel the A7 here.
On the base king 7.
Yeah, I expect this one to go check a lot of the time. Ragav wants to be playing in flow. Do not want to be donking this board in a 3-bet pot when our opponent has the stronger hand, so should just be checking this one over to Leo. He's got a really nice check back candidate. Backdoor nut flush draw. Wow, he is going to donk for 2.1. 1.6, sorry. And Leo not going anywhere here with the king queen. And just going to make the call after Ragav flop top and bottom.
80 clubs on the turn.
So now we do have the betting lead. Want to continue getting value from our 2 pair as Ragav. Obviously try and get some value from some ace queen, ace jack, tens, ace 10, these type of holdings. Maybe some heart draws, queen jack, jack 10 of hearts, queen 10 of hearts. But now once we've got the betting lead, there's no reason to check and continue firing, trying to get value from some worse ace x perhaps, ace queen, probably the main hand that we expect Leo to have here after 3-betting our under the gun open. So fires for 3.7. And facing this double barrel here with second pair, Leo may just get out of the way. Queen of hearts, very bad card to have in our hand. We want our opponent to have this particular card. It's just a lot more difficult for Ragav to ever have a draw when we've got this key. Queen of hearts, queen jack, queen 10, queen 9 suited, these type of hands not possible. So flush draw is very unlikely for our opponent. Then what other bluffs are there? Is he just going to do this with random like jack 10 of diamonds that picks up double gutter? I don't think so.
Once again, if any players in the main event have not yet had a chance to have anything to eat and would like to, please make yourselves known. We'll come across to you.
But then again, these live poker settings can be very strange. You know,
Yeah,
players do some strange stuff. But Ragav, after a very unorthodox lead into the aggressor in the 3-bet pot, does take the pot with his 2 pet.
Afternoon, Karen. Failed to satellite in.
Oh,
Failed. Better come and see us though. We'll see you there at the bar.
There's plenty of Saturdays running as
There
well
is.
throughout the week.
There's loads of satellites running. And what about the flips in Blackpool? How many did they run? They must have run 10 in one day.
There was a lot.
A one table flipper wants to play for 125 quid. Yes, get me in. Flip, flip, flip. Thank you very much. One hand, come in. Be good to see you if you do manage to get yourself down for a side event or an afternoon or an evening or a drink or whatever it is. We'll see you. If not, there's always 2 more weeks of live streaming to watch because we've got next weekend's NPL and the cash game and also the MIDI. And we've also got plenty going on. So make sure you come down and see us. Ricky Kebabs is coming down for the A-maker. You're coming in for the A-maker. Have you made it through? I cashed in the last one. Oh, not last night. I cashed in the one before. I got in the money, and I've still got it in my account. I'm going to blow it on something. It's going on Towers Treble this week. The whole lot of it, the whole £5.50 is going on Towers Treble this week. So we're coming in to watch the A-maker. We'll be playing the bounty on the same night. That's a good shout, that, Ricky. On his way down. Down in the smoke for some work. Good stuff. Good stuff. What time was the 300 game on the Saturday? It wasn't lunchtime, you hope. I don't think it was lunchtime. It might be, I think it was 6:15, wasn't it? Sure, it was 6:15. We'll have a quick scan on the app rather than the. Let's have a quick gander. The Wednesday was the. Wednesday's the PLO. On the Saturday. The Saturday. This Saturday was the 300. Yeah, you're right. There's £330 buy-in. 4 o'clock. 4 p.m. Starts at 4. 15,000 starting stack. 30-minute clock. Starts at 4. Deuce 9 is the flop. See, Chelsea fans playing it. Chelsea play at 12:30, come in for the 4 o'clock game, and then watch the live stream. Love it. Perfect day.
So Leo getting floaty against this stack size. Very optimistic, but fair play to the man. He's trying to make some moves to win pots. I just can't do anything versus double barrel from Matt.
Lines 100, 200. I see if it was 30th last night, so he must have cashed ace queen into aces. Yes, I got the £5.50 cash out, so that has been all of it, and I don't mean anything frugal, and I'm putting the lot on Towers treble. Welcome to the live stream of the 1250 here in London. 56 runners the last time we saw. So yeah, so we will be flicking up the schedule for the next 2 weeks on a regular basis because there is plenty going on down here. But you can always check it on the Poker Live app. Poker Live, download it. It's free and it just gives you every information regarding any event Grosvenor that casinos are running. And also the £305,000 bad beat jackpot is still going in the cash tables, 6 till 6. Any flops about, Leo? Any flops about? Ace King Jack, holding Queen 10 and getting bet into. Delicious, he says. Please don't raise. He just calls the 700. Now it pairs. Yes. Oh, how bad can that run out get for Queen 10? Ace, King, Jack, King, Ace. That's as bad as it could get. But there is plenty going on regarding the 2-week festival, 2.5 weeks as it is. Give you all details. If you want to know anything, just flick in the questions and we will answer them when we can.
You got your meals, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So blinds 1, 2. Level number 3 of the day. Mark Butchell down to 4.6. Neil on 32 as chip leader on the table. Just the 54 so far, RFM on Twitch. As we know, late reg all day, buying to day 2. Day 1B tomorrow will be mad busy on the Friday. 4 cash tables running and 54 in the main event. I think we'll get over the 100 mark today by the time we finish. Ragav raises with ace queen to 700. Robin's going to come in. Want to see a flop with king jack suited. Better 1k, rag calls, 9 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, picks up a little gutter ball to go with his 2 overs. Robin still with the best of it. He's going to continue firing, try and get a second street from his top pair. Get called by some worse jack X, perhaps some 9Xs in there. Some 9-10, queen 9, these type of holdings. Obviously charging spade draws as well. Rag. Just going to get out of the way.
Is it not Goliath yet, says James. Hope you've got your hotel booked already in the surrounding area of the CBS Arena. Cannot wait to get back to live Goliath. (25th of August to the 4th of September, if you want to check the dates for Goliath. A little bit later than normal because of the Commonwealth Games that are in Birmingham next year. We'll be using the CBS Arena quite a lot next year for the Commonwealth Games.
So we've got Ragev, yeah, with the old Mickey Blacks, always flopping sets the old 6s.
Oh, Mickey.
And Leo going to come in for the snap 3-bet queen jack suited. Go either way with this one. Some players may be more inclined to flat. Obviously need to mix in a 3-bet some of the time. So everything perfectly normal. Pre-flop. Rag's going to call with the 6s.
Ace, 8, 9. Whiffs Leo.
Yeah, great board for us still, low tower.
Sure
we're gonna have all the strong ace-X here, maybe some sets of 8s and sets of 9s in our range. As well as that, we've got equity to the nuts in terms of a 10 as well as backdoor spades. So a nice little pick up there from Leo. Just so many good things that can happen. Being the aggressor pre rather than the call up when you do start free betting these hands, incorporating them in. When you do with flops, more often than not, you can just take it down with your C-bet. Got the best of it to fold on that occasion.
Guess is that Ben Winder in seat 1? Yes, it is. The game's just got harder.
I think I'm quite happy to have Ben early day one, because we always seem to see him on our featured like back end day 2s, day 3s, but very rarely we see him on the early days where we actually get to see how he navigates the starting stack, how he tries to chip up. There's Matt opening to 400, unknown holding. Ragav going to make the call. Bit of a loose call here from both Ragav and Leo. 10-6 for Leo, Ragnar King 7. Got to understand that Matt's opening under the gun off of 23 bigs here. So these two hands against this stack size, against all stack sizes I should say really, unless you've got some reason to be in with this, should be going into the muck. But Robin here got easy hand to call with though in the cut-off. Could potentially incorporate a squeeze, but like I said, Matt's stack size, bit of a worry, especially once he opens under the gun. But we've got 5-way action.
Any king eye flops about. Oh,
Towers called it,
king.
nailed on.
Just the case king.
Wow, look at this. So Robin top pair, decent kicker. Michael top pair, decent kicker. Top and bottom for Ragav. Leo with gut shot backdoor diamonds. He's going to be getting out of the way. Robin here with the king queen just wants the flat. We've gone 5-way. Do not want to be raising this spot. Need to understand when you are going multi-weight, there's lots of different hands out there that we can be up against. And Matt here looks like he's moving all in. So Matt's going to have
not a king.
Ace. I reckon he's check ripped aces here, Tower. I wouldn't be surprised if Matt had aces in this spot, or a heart draw. Like they're the two hands that I just expect him to always have here. Maybe nines sometimes, but I think nines are just going to continue rather than check rip. So I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he just had aces here, Matt.
Yeah, I was in.
I'm going with ace X of hearts or aces for Matt Bushell.
I prefer the ace X of hearts. Ace jack, ace 10 of hearts maybe.
Yeah, but they're the only hands I can really see Matt's supposed to have in this spot, going 5-way. Aces, ace X of hearts. I just think set of nines, set of sevens he's going to continue with. He's not going to check rip them. They could be in there as well, obviously, for value, but I'm just expecting him to spin over a heart draw, or queen jack of hearts, jack 10 of hearts, or the goods. Well, not the goods in this spot, because aces would be behind to the king 7 or Ragav.
Well, there's the ace. It looks like two of them. Absolute top shout from this man.
No, it's not.
It's the ace 3 of hearts. Wowzers.
Yeah, it had to be.
Wasn't as big as I thought it was. I just saw the two of those. I didn't realise the ace 3. So Matt is going to need to bing one of them.
That's
but,
good. There's no kings left, so Matt's going to get the double up if it's not 7 or 9. It's ace on the river.
Big double for Matt.
Yeah, it's a nice pot for him there. Nearly a triple up there, Tower. Yeah. But that's Ragav there.
That's how to do it. Good luck with the fantastic schedule, says Simon. How many players do you have today? 58 at the minute. Should get to around about 100 by the time it finishes today. The starting stack is 20,000 wins. And what is the cash out satellite tonight? Is it the same one as yesterday? No. The cash out satellite is you start with 10,000 chips, you get to 100,000, and you get your seats.
Off your pop.
Off your pop. See you later. Get to bar. You don't have to worry about waiting for everybody to blind out and lose a hand. Basically, the idea is the longer you're in, the less chance you have of getting seats. It's a bit of reverse psychology. Start with 10, get to 100 and win yourself a seat straight away. Great idea, well received in Luton and Blackpool when we've run them before. Saves you when you get to 100,000 normally, you just sat around waiting for everybody else to get knocked out. Well, this is reverse psychology. So it's good to have, good to watch. Gio's on his way tonight to play the satellites. I like it. I like it.
So Neil peeling the King Jack suited, facing the free bet from Robin. And Robin going to continue here. Obviously got a bit wary of the ace, but betting this one in terms of range, going to be a lot better board for us as the 3 better rather than the caller. And Neil, not much for his King Jack suited. RFM 23 says, I'm selling a grand final ticket, satellited in last night. Get in touch if interested. And that's on Twitch. And you're coming down to play the grand final in a couple of weeks' time. The big one, the 2K. Feels weird actually sitting here commentating on a 12.50 buy-in, and there's been no events leading up to it. This is the start of the festival today. Starting with a 1K. We're going to get a nice turnout. Rob Lloyd, the way that it works, so let's say for example you've got 80k, you move all in, you're called by someone else with a stack of 80k, you win, you double up, you've got 160k, you've got 100k which is your seat, and then the remaining 60k is shared out between the players at the table. So this makes sure that the amount of seats that are given out are correct in terms of the prize pool, so that avoids that from happening. So when someone does cash out and get their seat, their remaining chips after the 100k is taken is divided amongst the players that are left at the table. Yeah, Chelsea fan, if you have a ticket you can sell it, it can be transferred to another player. Negotiations are between yourself, but if you win a ticket or satellite in and you can't play or you don't fancy it, that option is available. Zacabella, I've never used it myself regarding live chat for transfer of tickets. I know if you do want to do it, the easiest way, the way I used to do it when I used to play the mains, was just get it done at the casino. Come to the casino and get it transferred. Speak to the cash desk, even Mike, Dina, Frankie, whoever's there. They can do it all through the system. So Matt, got a bit more chips to work with now. 63 bigs, raises the 8-7 suited. Ace Queen Jack, a rainbow. Definitely with Matt, I think he can come in for one bet on the flop. Ace Queen Jack, like we got 8 high, it's going to favour our range, but maybe a bit wary of the range of hands. Oh, Leo's not even in the small, he's in the big. I'm surprised at this from Matt, the way he's played this hand here with 8 high. I thought we could have come in for quarter third on the pot on the flop, and that king high of Leo going to be good. How you doing, Mel? Do you know if the National League has been updated? Do you know if you get confirmation of the players that have been invited to play live?
Either today or tomorrow.
It will be sorted either today or tomorrow. You'll get, I'm guessing, through email from the email that's used for your Grosvenor Poker account. But yeah, there will be confirmation sent out for that if you are in the playoff, as well as the players that win the packages for the National League. I'm not sure, RFM. RFM asks, can you go to other casinos to transfer your ticket, or do you need to be at the casino that the festival's running?
I want to transfer it to someone else.
Yeah.
Just drop the Facebook page a message.
Okay, we're going to go down a different route because PK said if you want to transfer a ticket rather than going through the live chat on the Grosvenor Poker, drop Grosvenor Poker a message on Facebook, and he's going to do it manually that way. If you do need a ticket transferred. Pound a minute, Ricky. And we'll see you soon, Aragort. Good luck. So Michael opted to delay continue on this queen turn after flop check through, and going to get called by Ragav, who has picked up top pair on the turn, and Rivers aces up. Food's coming out for the players.
T-Boy's here.
Thank you.
T-Boy. Well, the live stream's just got better because I'm here. T-Boy's back.
Everyone happy on this table? Chicken.
What is the chicken stir fry?
Yes.
So we're here for the 12.50. This is first weekend of 3 for the team. Plenty going on. Absolute pixie. Ding ding, T-Boy's back again.
King 7-5, Rainbow. Rich picking up dummy and gar, unaware of Neil's hand, but gonna have a lot of bets on this board. But I was to check behind, so maybe he's working with a showdown type hand, maybe just ace high, something that's just happy to get to showdown cheaply. But Neil pings his dummy and gutter, 6 on the turn, fires for 800, and Neil is gonna make the call here. So unlikely Neil's got a king because he's checked back flops, so got to start thinking about other hands that he can have in this particular spot. I don't think he's going to ever have too much after the check back on the flop, so if I'm rich here, I'm opting for a really small river size, like not even more than 800 a lot of the time. Thinking about the range of our hands we're trying to get called by, but he's opted for 1.7. I guess 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks and queens are all in Neil's range, but he does just get out of the way. I think in these scenarios...
More interested in his
really
beef
small.
bourguignon.
Beef bourguignon.
That's what he's having, as you know, around here in the Vic. The players get fed at the tables, and that's exactly what they've done. Beef bourguignon was an option, and he's tucking into it nicely. Talking of live streaming, this is where we are this week. That's us. The main event, day 1A, B, 2 and 3, like a normal week on GUKPT, the 1250. Then next weekend, the cash game, the NPL playoff, which we'll be updating and finalising sometime today and give you confirmation of everything regarding 2021 NPL. And then the midi, day 2, not too sure what's happening regarding that, because the last midi that played in London finished at 7:15 a.m. Now, I don't think we'll be streaming until 7:15, but there will be some kind of Jay, what are you doing? we could be getting the B team, C team, and D team in to get them to get us through the night. But it will be finalised next week regarding the day 2 of the mini. But it's an interesting 3 weekends, because the final weekend, the Heads Up Championship and the UK 6 match that were online, they're coming live. The Haymaker that was online, that's coming live as well, and David will be playing the Haymaker knockout sit and go. And then the grand final, finalising, finishing up 2021 for the team, and a fantastic year. On resumption of the GUKPT, we were back from the restrictions mid-July and smashed the events. Honestly, we've been absolutely amazing. And we finish on the 5th of December with the last event of 2021. No, Adam, well done on making it through. We'll see you next weekend. We will see you next weekend, as he made it through the online events last week. Afternoon, Sam. We are good. Yeah, no, Jack Oliver, amazing. You know, Chris Maguire and Ewan McNicholas flew over to rail him, so they won't be playing the events in London. Ewan, champion of the NPL 2021. We'll get full confirmation of the places sometime today. But just an amazing achievement from Jack Oliver. 4 years ago, 2018, we were interviewing him playing 3 finals in one day, and he was pretty happy about it. He said, "Yeah, bink that one. Yeah, bink that one. Yeah, bink that one." We very nearly binked the biggest of them all. 3rd for 3 million.
It's just crazy. It was so surreal watching it as
Yeah.
well, Tal. Like just seeing Jack there, he's a nice kid. Like speak to him on the tours, and then just seeing him play for that sort of money. It was surreal watching him, and like seeing all the boys on the rail as well. It was
Yep.
just such a surreal experience to watch. I couldn't imagine what it must have felt like for him to actually be sat there playing it. It's great,
Yeah,
great
I know
achievement.
Jamie Nixon got involved as well, didn't he? Sending all his videos out and his Facebook lives and what have you from the rail. It was an amazing experience, and especially the big one. I've been on the rail for finals with Brits before in Vegas, but never the big one. The big one has always been like, obviously the pinnacle of the sport. 10k buying 8 million up top, and you are that close. But no, but the 2021 NPL was absolutely amazing. And yes, by the end of it, all the players in the top 10 were chasing the points and driving around here, there, and everywhere. And maybe that might not be the same as next year, but when you're engrossed in it, and when you're chasing the points, that's what these things are meant to do. Chasing the points and ending up getting the points and getting yourself a 10k package. If you needed to play 2 events in the same weekend by busting out one, then unfortunately that had to be done. It is made for a great year. Seeing all the players everywhere, Luton, Coventry, Leeds, Edinburgh. All the numbers have been insane this year.
So Robin, nice one's open. Jack 10 suited. Makes it 6. Should mention blinds are now up. Playing 153. Actually, I think it's 100, 300. No 25 chips.
Yep.
King 10-9, 2 spade board. Middle pair gut shot here for Robin. Definitely a good hand that we can incorporate some checks in. Like this a lot from him. And does turn 2 pair. However, is 3 to a flush, 4 to a straight. So may tread carefully, but is now going to start trying to get some value from his 2 pair. And Rag, who does have an up and down and a flush draw, bricks out. And Robin got a clear check here. No need to bet this one. We've got enough showdown. And going to take it with the Jack 10.
So a steady start. You want to check all the details regarding how many players are in the mix. Don't forget the Poker Live app.
So Ben getting involved for the first time, raises to 700 in the hijack with the King Jack. Going to be raise and take for him.
So out come the cards again. Don't forget, check the Poker Live app. Tells you that there are
Ragav, nice one to open on the button, suited connector. What are we up to here, Leo?
Oi.
Who's been watching Doyle over the last few weeks?
Good to have him in the World Series yet again. He wasn't going to play ever again, but decided that I'm going to play the World Series tournaments.
Gets it through with the 10 deuce. I like the free bet in the small. Only thing, hand selection maybe. Obviously, it can free bet a lot of hands in the small facing button open because they're going to be opening very wide. But important to not just free bet random hands unless you've got a reason for doing it. Better to choose some good bluff selection, some ace X, some king X, some suited connectors yourself. But just went for it there with a 10 deuce.
58 in the main at this moment in time, and 6 cash tables running here in the Vic. And don't forget, from 6 till 6 on a daily basis in all the card rooms, the Bad Beat jackpot stands at £300,000. 305 actually. Somebody's going to win it eventually. Somebody has to win it. Quads over quads.
35%, right? Over 100 grand now then for losing.
And everybody who sat at a table around the estate, no matter which card room you're in, will get a piece of it. The later it is, the better, the more money you get. Because obviously the later it is, less people are playing. And there are 8 tables running in the Vic at the moment. Not all no limit. There are some PLO. 10s for Robin on the big. Jack high flop, Jack 2-3. No Mickey Blacks again. Failing these sixes.
Yep, need to have a word with him.
Need no words, man. About 1,000 from Ben, not knowing his holdings. Ace of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, it's a good card for Ben here, even though we can't see his hand being the undergun +1 opener. He'd see bet with some ace 10, ace queen, ace king, some suited ace X, and now snag top pair on the turn. So could potentially see a double barrel from him here, Tower. I don't know what he's got, but definitely in terms of range, going to be barreling this card a lot of the time. That's exactly what's going to happen, and that's going to be job done. Like, could even have like king queen here. This is a very good card for king queen to double barrel, but we will never know. Pick up for Mr. Windsor.
Moves up to 25.3. So we showed you the 3 days of streaming, or 3 weekends of streaming. The 25-25s are back this year.
Yep.
And the 25-25s return to Newcastle Walsall on the 12th, 9th till the 12th of December, and then the week after, Leeds and Bury New Road, putting the prize pools together and having the day 2 in Leeds, and the final, well, at the same time, in Luton. Are you playing Luton?
December.
Are you away?
Yeah, I'm pretty busy in December.
Yeah.
I think after this finishes, I think I'm going to have the rest of the year off. No poker activity for me, whether it be playing, commentating.
Holiday?
I'm going to. Yeah, I think we might be going away over to.
Welly bobs on?
Yep. Be cold.
Hats,
be very cold.
gloves.
Yeah. what I packed for Blackpool, I've got to pack that plus double.
You've been told of it. It's going to be cold. Just watch you all in from career to win. My word, that's amazing. That must be the World Series. What was the final hand?
Final hand was King Queen beat 10-7. 10-7 of diamonds, King Queen off for Holmes. Flop come 10-7 brick. It went bet from Holmes, raise from Corey. Holmes floated with King Queen. Turn was the king. Turn was the king. Went bet from Corey, call from Holmes, and then the river come a brick 9. And then Corey actually checked, and Holmes ripped for like over pot and tanked for about 3 minutes and made the correct call.
Wow.
And it was good to watch actually, because you're used to seeing like an all-in and a call pre-flop in these situations. A dealer runs out 5 cards and then you get your winner that way. But it's good to actually see him win it from making a correct river decision. Not used to what we're seeing. Yeah, it was a good watch span. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. There's the way he was playing. He weren't taking none of it. He weren't being run over. He was like, I'm here to play. And do you know what I loved as well? Even when Jack went really short, he was still going at it. He weren't fussed about a 1.3 million ladder. He was just still happy to play his game, come in with a strategy that he's obviously opted for, and it was a really good watch. I was just really like engulfed in that final table. Couldn't take my eyes off of it. It was fun to watch.
Will there be any online satellites for the 25-25 series in December? Yes, there will. Most nights there's feeders. Most nights there are feeders for the 25-25s. I might have to get myself an extra bullet.
You won't need it.
Well, that's true. That's true. No, I even said that. Ace Jack 5 flop towards spades on the turn after it's better 900 and a call from Ragav. Oh, and I was lying about me cash in the haymaker. It was 570.
570.
£5.70.
Where'd you get all them tickets from?
I keep winning them.
You keep winning them?
Yeah, they're only £5. The old £5 feeders. You play the 25-pounders, you 25p's and then get them to 5s. I do it all the time. I'm amazing online.
I can see.
570 in my balance, you know, for the tokens. Yeah, I'm just looking at the 25 feeders for the 25-25s online. Plenty going on regarding the feeders for the 25-25s that are coming up towards the end of the year. More 25-25s next year as well.
So, Rich with the Kings on the button. It's just a great spot for us because no one ever gives you credit for a hand on the button, and that includes Ben because he's come straight in for a 3-bet, makes it 3.7k. And if I'm Rich here versus this particular opponent, he may not be aware of who Ben is. I've first time seeing Rich Schneiderman on tour, but I think he's going to 4-bet. But this is a good spot to flat. Button versus small blind dynamic. Like, want to keep some Ben's hands in. Then we got crushed that he can be bluffing with, but he is going to opt for the 4-bet. Makes it 9.9. Now Ben thinking, why didn't I flat? Why didn't I flat? Can I get that one through? Oh, Mr. Schneiderman.
I'm just looking on the 25-25 sats. I was just assuming that they'd be playing the feeders all the time. Closer to the 25-25s in December. There will be more satellites, that is for sure. I thought they'd be running all the time, to be fair. But making waffles. You're right. Can't see too many direct 25-25s, but they will the closer we get. Don't forget, we're a month away yet from the 25-25s. We've got plenty going on regarding GUKPT, so apologies for that. But do tend to have the feeders on a regular basis. As soon as the 25-25 satellites come live, there'll be plenty playing them. Well, tomorrow night online there's a £225 buying satellite for the grand final, the £2,000 buying grand final. 2 guaranteed tickets for £225 tomorrow online, starting at 8:15. If you can have the 25-25s of 250 buying, if you can use a £225 ticket and add £25, then that would be cool. You can do that, can't you? We'll try and get confirmation, but I'm pretty sure you can do that. But we'll always we'll get confirmation regarding if you can use a £225 ticket and then add the money. Now the buying's slightly been increased.
Yeah, span. They're 220 plus 30 now, I believe. 250 buy-in. So level 4 of the day, round about 4:45. We'll be going for a 60-minute break. Yeah, about half hour's time.
Aye. So yeah, the 25-25 has increased to £250 buys. As Jay said, 220 plus 30. We'll get confirmation if you can use the old 25-25. I can't see why you shouldn't.
Mr. P-Man says he asked PK a week ago and he said yes.
All right, well, there you go. There you go. Solved.
And Leo gone huge here.
Huge.
5x input. The ace king. And that Matt, interesting one for Matt once it comes back round to him facing this size. Just going to make the call.
King high flop as well. King 5 deuce.
Yeah, not going to get any action. Just snap puts Matt all in. Definitely want to choose a smaller size rather than like 130%. Like we saw from Leo there, way too big. We want to get some value from some Matt's holdings. We're at the top of our range there. Top pair, top kicker off the free bet end. We're working with small SPR. Definitely a spot where would have liked to see Leo come in for a smaller C bet, but opted to go large. This is unlike Neil. This is really unlike Neil. He's been watching rugby from the WSOP. He's just peeled with 3 deuce off in the small blind.
Unbelievable, it's the deuce, 10-5-2.
He's also got the old nut-low diamond draw with it. But Rich with the better diamond. Seen Neil play on the feature table many a time, and he's really, really solid.
There's me saying I've only ever seen play aces.
It's maybe top and bottom of the range.
I'm just calling as well. He's going to call to raise on the turn.
Yep. Just slagged the deuce. That's why he's in with 3 deuce. All about timing. And Richard, incoming double barrel. And Neil just going to make the call. Does still need to fade diamonds on the river to get the check mark.
The diamond on the river for the check mark.
It's gone Richard's
just
way now.
Like that. How does that even happen?
Well, Rich doesn't choose to come in for value. And the ace jack of diamonds is good.
So flushing gets there on the river. Half an hour to go until the end of this session. 60-minute break at the end of this session, which will take us back to resumption at 5:45. We're starting at 4:45.
When I heard you were hanging, I was like, oh, this is perfect. Perfect.
So Neil going to be back to normal here, folding the king 10 in on the button.
So open from Ben, Jack 9 suited under the gun, and Rich going to make the defend in the big. Both players catching a piece. Top pair for Ben, bottom pair for Rich. So going to be some chips going in this one. We continue 1.2k from Ben, opted for 2/3, and that got Rich out of there with bottom pair. Good time fold from him.
Seat 3 is Michael Nichols. Mike Nichols, yep, played with him, and he has been around probably the last 6-7 months, hasn't he, Mike? Plays well. Seat number 3. Just under half an hour to go until the end of this session.
That's a lovely flop here for Rich. He's raised the bottom set. Maybe just thinks Rags not going to be continuing on this board with his stack size unless he wants to get it in, but so hard to make a set in this game. A lot of the time flatting is the best option, although here we can credibly rep some bluffs. Obviously no removal to top pair of our opponent, no king or queen x removal, there's club draws out there, jack 10, so maybe in that particular scenario just happy to get it in versus Rag stack as you would be with bottom set, but Rag.
Just a confirmation about the old 25-25 tickets, and this is from Tom, the head of online poker. If a player has an old 25-25 ticket, one for 25-25 live seats, contact poker@grosvenorcasino.com and they will exchange it for cash. This is the only 25-25 tickets won to the 25-25 events and for the satellites that we've been using over the last 6 months, so it would be an old 25-25 online token. Contact poker@grosvenorcasino.com and they will gladly exchange it for cash, but you won't be able to walk in and say I've got a 25 token from the old buying and then just add the extra money. Online will exchange it for cash if you contact them. poker@grosvenorcasinos.com. Send the relevant information if you want to play a 25-25 in December and obviously next year, then they will send it over.
Yeah, Billy Bingo, the guy with the hat on, that is Matt Bushell in seat 4. Seat 2 is meant to be Albert Sapiano, but he's not there yet, so that's probably where the confusion came from. But Matt Bushell, regular on our GUKPT tours, pretty much seen him at every leg, I think, other than Edinburgh this year, but plays a lot of poker. We see him at the cash tables, I think in Coventry, final table the main event, GUKPT main, he final table the mini in Coventry as well. And I think that was the week he final tabled the online Goliath as well. We had a storming week back in August.
Chris Platt, you're the best. 8-8-8-2-6 is the board.
Yeah, Matt, very good, Billy, very, very good.
So the 25 old tokens can be exchanged for cash, but you have to contact poker@grosvenorcasinos.com and they will exchange it and put it into your account as cash, and then obviously you'll be able to take it out and do what you want to do with it. So hopefully that will sort it out. If anybody's got an old 25 cash value ticket to play a live event, it has to be exchanged for cash by the online team. We have just under a month to do so. In fact, it's the 10th till the 12th of December for Walsall and Newcastle, where you're all playing for second at Walsall. Final level of the session, and then a 60-minute break. Flop 7-7-9. Yeah, I'll just regarding the 25-25s, I'll just post a message on from Tom Hudson, head of online. He answered the question that I sent to him. The trouble 85. Wife doesn't believe you're watching poker. Hiya, hippie chick. We're doing well. We are doing well. Jay's just nipped out for the last 20 minutes of this session because he's just got something to do. So it's just myself at the minute, but Jay will be back for the start of level number 5 at 5:45. At 4:45, we have a 60-minute dinner break. 779 was the flop. Checked. Better 700 on the 4 from Matt. And Matt bets 1k on the river. So hope all is well with you, hippie chick. Hope things are good. Not sure if you're making it to London at any point in the next 3 weeks, but the team are here. Finishing off an amazing return after the restrictions and after a terrible 16-17 months where lockdown ensued and we all didn't know what was going to happen. The GUKPT came back and the numbers all year have been amazing. Numbers when we started in July here in London were amazing, and then we just rolled it out. Manchester, great numbers. We didn't go to Edinburgh straight off, we went to Coventry instead. Their numbers were insane. Then went to Leeds and then up to Edinburgh, which was also a cracking event considering it was just a main event. Luton, Blackpool and now London again. It has been a great year, and the Goliath will be back next year to add into the schedule. The schedule is great already for next year. Show you the schedule dates for next year straight after this hand. I don't know if there's going to be a Mac client, to be fair, a C4. I know a lot of people players do use Macs for playing poker. Not something I'm an expert in, and why it's not on the Mac client. Get a second computer and play the Grosvenor client on a smaller computer. Do it that way. Play on your phone because you can. Yeah, Tom, I can imagine the cash tables in Aberdeen suffered when Edinburgh was on because Everybody turned up at Edinburgh. The numbers were just incredible for Edinburgh. Brilliant they were. Considering it was only put on at 3 weeks' notice. Same as Coventry, taking over from Edinburgh. They had 3 weeks' notice. Hopefully we don't go through it again, and hopefully we continue 2022 as predicted and as scheduled, because this is the schedule. Look at this. Can't wait to get back here again. Always love coming down to the Vic. 27th of Jan until the 6th of February. That's for the same buying as this one, the 1250. And then Coventry's added. Very New Road. We've got Reading that's added again. Great to be going back to Reading just after Easter. Edinburgh, Luton, back down in the Vic. Leeds, back to Luton. Blackpool, and back to the Vic again. The schedule for next year is absolutely amazing. And don't forget, in the middle of 7 and 8, we're going to win the World Series, and then we'll come back and do Goliath. Great. It is all good. So the schedule's already out. 10 legs, plus the grand final, plus Goliath, plus, if you're going to Vegas, there's Vegas as well. I haven't got the schedule for 30-30s. A lot of the 30-30s might start the schedule at the beginning of a GUKPT like they did this year. So full schedule for the 30-30s will be with us at some point over the next 3 live streaming weekends, so we'll give you that. But they will be incorporated with the 25-25s, the 30-30s, the deep stacks are coming back as well. The seasonal specials are staying online. I do know that. So just be aware that the seasonal specials will be staying online for next year. Mike Ellis, who won the first ever grand final back in 2007, has been eliminated. He is wandering around and he's thinking about re-entering. Nine-5 deuce is the flop. Decent flop for Matt. Has been pretty active this session, Matt Bushell. Yeah, Mo, says how we're going to Vegas next year. Well, that's the plan. Look at that schedule again. The dates we have there: 15th of May, till the 26th. We've then got the 5th of June until the. If we're just doing the last event in the Vic, we should have 6th of June free until round about the 30th of June. That's a couple of weeks, isn't it? And then straight after the 3rd of July, 4th of July, we'll watch the main event. Choices, man. So yeah, there's plenty of options regarding Vegas next year. I can't see why not. I think everybody's missed it, haven't they? Those that haven't been. I think the flight prices will certainly come down. I think one thing about next year is now that the World Series is going to be played on the Strip, I think the prices will increase a lot regarding hotel costs, because it's in Bally's and the Paris casinos next year, the World Series. 31st of May until the 19th of July. I'm guessing Jack Oliver will be back after an amazing run this year, finishing 3rd. Good to see Chris Maguire and Ewan McNicholas railing him, plus all the others. Alex Goulder was there, Jamie Nixon was there. So Sam Grafton was rooting for one of the other players in on the final. He was there as well. Sam, not seen Sam for over 12 months now. Well, he resides in Brazil at the minute. Be good to see Sam Grafton back playing one of these GUKPTs if we ever get a chance to play and see Sam. Such a great player. Won a grand final as well. Sam Grafton, fantastic player. Love to listen to him talking. He was out in Vegas. Evening, Sean. Sean watching on YouTube. Hope all is good, Sean. We're all good here. 3 weekends of live streaming to finish the year.
Sorry, young man.
Mr. Ringe?
A little bit of trivia for you.
Little bit of trivia. This better be an easy question.
Right. You know you can get like...
This is live, by the way. Tony Ringe is asking the world a question. Go on, son.
You know you can get a collective noun for animals, pride of lions and all that sort
Yes.
of thing. What do you call a collective of giraffes?
What do you call a collective of giraffes? You heard elephants. You've got school of fish. A lot of giraffes. No, I would be sat here until next Christmas.
A tower.
No way.
Yes.
No way. I'm into it.
Okay.
I love it.
Thank you, mate.
Tony Ringe comes with the trivia. What do you call a collective of giraffes? It's a tower. And Whitty's already... Look, you've already got it. How do you know, you lot? How do you know that? How do you even know that, you lot out there? You're far too clever for this live stream. Go on, you lot. What do you call a collective for a collective of giraffes? A Phil Heald. I like it. So 5-6 on 2 pair. Robin is 15k. Matt gets his 5-6. Puts his bag on. Unlucky young man. Matt's short stack on a 5-6 king flop. Which unfortunately the 9 on the turn gave the straight to Robin, and that was it. 2 pair for Robin. Knocks out Matt Bushell. Unlucky Matt. Sure he'll be back. It is. It's a tower. Obviously because the tall, the long neck things. There you go. You see, I like it. Yeah, Sean Locke was very, very funny. That was sad to hear this year. So heading towards the end of this session, 3 or 4 minutes to go until a 60-minute dinner break. And there you go, Frankie telling everybody that in 3 or 4 minutes time you're off for a 60-minute break. I think the masseuse will need a break, she's been there that long. No additional news regarding a golf poker tournament at the moment. Plenty of interest when we were doing the live stream in Blackpool. Plenty of interest. Got quite a few private messages as well saying would be interested, would love that to happen if we can get venues sorted out. Probably won't happen before April, to be fair, because obviously the weather, the clock's going forward. At the end of March always helps. The season normally starts in April, and hopefully the drier weather as well. So that would be on the cards for next year. I'd love to do one. I really would. I would really love to do a golf day and a poker night. Maybe something like 3 tables, 27 players or something like that, or even 24 players, and do that for an event. I'm sure we'll get it sorted out at some point during next year, but it won't be before April, I don't think. Sat on the car park. What have I missed? I've been gassing and missed it. Car park is not in the congestion zone, says Sam, but will most likely be full by now already. Downstairs, yeah, the car park will definitely be full by now. Can't leave your car here overnight as well. Is the 9 PM satellite capped? Tempted to drive over. Is the car park in the congestion zone? No, you come in a different way now, don't you, to the car park, so it's not in the congestion zone. Regarding the 9 PM, is it capped? I wouldn't say so, but obviously table dependent, because Thursday's been pretty quiet so far. I'm guessing there'll be plenty of seats for the satellite. If it is capped, I'll let you know, and we'll come back with the answer when we come back at 5:45. But apart from that, I don't think it'll be capped. Get yourself over. If not, get on a bus. Come and see us. Want a cuddle? About time we need a cuddle. But the cap, I don't think there'll be a cap. There's plenty of tables spare at this moment in time. There's 7 cash tables running as well. If there is a cap, I will ask the question at the dinner break and give you a definitive answer at 5:45. 5:45. Chris has just realised there's a game of poker going on. Young Michael's all in for his last 5,000. We are in the old we are in the Victoria Casino on Edgware Road. Yes, we are. The poker room upstairs.
Hello.
The Victoria Casino downstairs. If you want to come and see us, we're closer to Marble Arch than we are the M1. There's plenty of those around. Them shisha. There's a shisha terrace outside here. There's a fantastic rooftop bar where you go for a smoke as well. There's a fantastic area for you smoking people now. A lot of people go there even when they're not even smoking. Beautiful outside. Fantastic gantry and balcony and verandas and heaters out there, and there's even gaming tables and everything. It's amazing. Do they still do 15 free chips for the congestion? I have never heard that, so I wouldn't be able to comment on that at all. Nice one, Karen. Pricing up the Uber to get back as the last train is at 11:30. Well, that's it. You need to make sure you get a seat and leave as late as possible. Hope to see you a little bit later. It would be good. Did the comp start late? No. This is the last hand of the session. As you can see, everybody's leaving. So we will see you. We will see you at 5:45 with level number 5 of the day. A new table will be with us. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll see you then. Enjoy the break. Enjoy the 60 minutes. And I'm ready, Karen. I'm ready. Let's go like that. I'm ready. Come on. Come on. Get yourself here. I'm ready. Come on. And we'll see you after the break with a new table. Give you a confirmation on the cap if there is one on the side event, the satellite. I don't think there will be because there's plenty of space. It's quite a day on the GUKPT main event. So as it stands at this moment in time, there isn't a cap regarding myself. I'll confirm that on the way back. Thanks everybody for watching. Hope you enjoyed the last 2 hours viewing. We will see you in 60.
He'd always like to go to the cashier and he'd say more chips, please, and he'd get a big pack of the 5k chips. So no matter how many chips you have, he'd just come back and plonk 150k on the table. So yeah, I was up to about, I must have been up to about 65,000. So I was winning £60,000 in this cash game, and like that at the time for me was just like absolutely insane. It was like fairy tale stuff, really. And then I ended up and Bambos was straddling every hand for me. So like we were playing heads up, and if I didn't want to put the straddle on, he was like, "Okay, Richard, I put it on for you." So like he was just trying to make pots enormous and things, and I was like, I'm in for £5,000. Do I really want to play 120,000 pot here? And it was getting 6:30 a.m. So I had this big day 2 at midday, and then I think Sam Trickett said to me the next day, he said, like, what have you done? Like, why would you ever leave in that spot? That's the best spot you're ever going to get in a cash game. And I was just like, yeah, I had a day 2. And then I was excited for that day 2.
At one point, you sat next to Chris Ferguson.
Yeah, Jesus was on my left.
What's that like, knowing he's won the World Series?
Well, yeah, he's quite an imposing character to be honest. I think I ended up playing one pot with him blind versus blind. See, this is crazy because like I can even like this is probably one of my most mad poker skills. Like I can remember the exact hand that I played against him like 10 years ago. I had ace 10 in the small blind, just one hand, and he had king 9 in the big blind. And I just remember I hadn't played out, and I lost that to him. And I thought, yeah, I don't really want to get into another pot against him.
It just wanders around, doesn't it, all nice and quiet, but must be so intimidating at the tables.
Yeah, it was. I felt intimidated in that pot, to be honest. Yeah, and I think I got a little bit of a lesson taught in that one.
Did you play the World Series main event at all in Europe? The one down in London.
I did play that. I'm trying to think. But to be honest with you, that tournament back then, it was an absolute marathon, and like the structure was unbelievable, and I was just sort of one of those kids who was trying to win it on day one, and my game was not suited to playing that, and I ended up just frittering my chips away, if I remember rightly, in that one. I think I did. I think I got an okay. I think I got like sort of an okay start and middle of the day, but I busted towards the end of day one. But yeah, I was not pacing myself very well in those sort of events at that time, for sure.
I remember when I was down there doing the interviews and stuff like that. The quite a few of the Americans that came over were saying it's the best assembled field that ever played.
Oh yeah, it was insane. The household names, like obviously I was 19 years old, and I was starstruck because so basically, actually, before I played the main event, I played the 2,500 round of each Omaha and Holden one, and I had Helmuth on one of my tables. I had Barry Greenstein on one of my tables, and I was sat next to Doyle Brunson on one of my tables. So I was just like, wow. And then when I got in the main event, I had a couple of good players on my table. I had Mike the Mouth Mattis out on the feature table behind, and Negrano on the table there. So they were shouting over to each other. And like, if I thought I hadn't seen it all, like towards the end of the day, I looked over at Negrano's table, and Phil Ivey was sat there.
they're just fantastic fields. So every credit for trying to play in one of them events. We're just skipping forward to November 2013. You made your first GUKPT main event final table, and you finished 6th in the grand final for just short of 26,000.
Yeah.
It was a long tournament. It was the one that Kev Allen went on to win for 150k.
Yeah.
Do you know much about it?
So yeah, we just played in Blackpool the week or two before, and my friend Mike, who I used to travel around with, Mike Thomas Ziggy, he'd got a result. He'd come second in the £300 side event, so he'd won a seat, because back in those days in 2013, if you won a side event anywhere in the country preceding the grand final, you would automatically get a seat into the main event. So Mike had won that, and I'd done well on the cash games in Blackpool, so we thought, right, we'll go to the grand final for the first time, I think. And we went down there, and on I think it was the Wednesday, Mike ended up winning the £250 six max. So yeah, I don't know if he got another seat into the grand final for that. Maybe you were capped at one. And I still didn't have my seat. But then on the Thursday, I played the £250 Omaha event, and I won that. Event outright. So I ended up getting the seat for the main event. And yeah, the main event was crazy. It was weird, the main event, actually, because I was on the same when I bought into the main event on that. I was on the same seat number and table number as my birthday. And I always thought it was always just a bit. I was always just a bit like superstitious about that. But actually, on my table towards the end of day one I had Mustafa Kanit to my right, who I didn't know who he was at the time, but I just remember him completely outplaying me in one hand and thinking, who the hell is this guy? But he wasn't well known, Mustafa, at this time. This 2013, he would have sort of been still struggling to get like a big result. Two to my left, I had Bryn Kenny.
Yeah, it gets easier then.
Yeah, so these guys were. I ended up winning a big pot with Bryn, where I had Ace King and he had Queens, and I ended up getting 2 big streets of value on a King board. But yeah, I just sort of survived day one. I think I ended up bagging about 90,000. And day two, day two was insane. I think probably up until recently, or like I think it's my favorite ever day of poker. Like it was just insane. Like I ran 90,000 chips up on day two of a GUKPT into 1.58 million or something, and it was just absolutely insane. Like I was just going and going and going and going, and everything was coming off.
Awesome. Must have been a great final as well. Obviously, Kev Allen won it. One of the nice guys on there around the tables.
Oh, yeah. Kev's a great guy. I love seeing him at every start.
And March 2014, we make another final table, this time in Manchester. 192 entries. You finished 4th to 15,000. But first 3, Simon Dedman, Steve Warburton and Rhys Jones. What a final 4 to start with. But as soon as you bust, they just decided to chop it up.
Yeah, I think that there was even. I think Carl Marenholtz and a couple of other good players were on that final table as well. Like pound for pound, at the time, it was the most insane GUKPT final table ever. Yeah, that was an incredible one. Simon Dedman was someone that I was really, really, really watching at this time as well. I really admired him, and I think. In my opinion, he's the most complete GUKPT player, the best GUKPT player ever, just because, I mean, his record would be right up there. And I just used to watch him and learn a lot from him. And his attention to detail and stuff was really, really good for me to sort of use him. Like he used to know what I was thinking before I was thinking it as well. Like I'd make a big bluff or something and I'd go to mock my cards and I could see him looking out of his corner of his eye and he'd have a little smile on his face and he'd go, you were bluffing there, weren't you, Richie? And he just knew every single time. He just knew, and I'd have to fake it sometimes and say, no, actually, I had that one time, like, because otherwise he'd just be able to read me. Like his focus was absolutely in a different league to anybody else's.
Well, the following week, the form just continued because you went to Sheffield, played in the GPS, 400 entries, second. And this time you chopped it with James Parker and the one and only Mr. Ali Malou.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
what's it like playing against the Malou?
Oh, well, this final table was really, really difficult to navigate because Ali Malou was on my left, I believe, and he had all the chips. So anytime I'd raise a strong hand, like ace 10 suited or something, you just go, I'm all in. Like I couldn't do anything, and it was horrible. And I think the stacks. I think the stacks when we got to 300 to 3 left were something like Ali had 8 million, I had 1.3 million, and the other guy had 700,000. But it was getting late for Ali, and he was just like, yeah, I'll take this. I'm gonna get off home now. But special mention for Ali. He back in the day in the GUKPTs when I used to first following them around, like no matter where the festival was, he always used to win an event, and it would always be like he'd take first and the rest of the final table would chop. It was remarkable.
the only person I've ever heard who took more than first place prize money and the rest chopped it, apparently.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. He used to have everybody strangled.
In 2014, it just continues for you. In May, you booked your best score so far in the UKIPT High Roller. It was a 3,000 entry, and you chopped it with Dave Shallow for 68,000. Did you
Yeah,
play for the trophy or did you just chop it then?
no. Well, the final table. Yeah, me and Dave ended up with all the chips heads up. And I'd never played with Dave before. I think I'd played with him a little bit online. But yeah, he had slightly more chips. And I just said, yeah, let's chop it, and you can take the trophy because you had slightly more chips, and we ended up getting an even chop. So it was a pretty good deal for me on him, I guess.
Yeah, we've been a 3K entry. There were only 101 runners. Was it yet again one of these events was just a tough field?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there was less sort of recreational players in there, but I think the sort because I'm sort of used to battling with strong players online. Or at that time, especially like 2013, 2014, I was sort of my game was sort of online poker at sort of high stakes MTT. So my game was designed to play against that sort of player. Like I used to struggle a lot against recreationals, exploiting those. But like at that point in time, though, that sort of suited me, the high roller circuit. So especially live. So in DTD, particularly in the high rollers over the years, I've actually got a really, really good record. So yeah, but yeah, the pound for pound, there was some great poker players in the field.
Yeah, September 2015, the closest you'd been so far to taking down a GUKPT main event when you finished third in Luton to the eventual winner, Mr. Will Davis.
Yeah, that
frustrating.
Very. Well, I say very. I came back from day one with not many chips, and then yeah, day two. Day two. It was the one where we finished day two where we weren't in the money, wasn't it? And I was overnight chip leader going into the at the start of day three. So yeah, I was a little. I ended up going into the final table with the most chips, or one of the most chips, but I played a little bit cagey, to be honest. I was a bit disappointed in myself. I was being a little bit cautious, but yeah, I mean, third place is still pretty good.
Following the next GUKPT main event, November 2016, we went on to Blackpool, where you chopped it with. Now this was I think this was a chop where everybody watching the table thought, you know what, this could either go on for one hand or 17 hours. You chopped it with Midi and Tom Hall.
Wow, yeah, that was a pretty tough spot to be in three-handed in the GUKPT.
It was a great final. Can you remember much about it?
Yeah, I think it was a really, really good final, actually. I think there's plenty of action and there's a good mix of characters. Yeah, I think Midi put me in a couple of horrible spots where I had to find the trigger against him early on as well. And then yeah, I'm just trying to think. Yeah, it was tough though, three-handed, and we sort of came to a conclusion that we didn't really want to flip for thousands and thousands of pounds. And Tom was off to play another tournament. He had a flight the next day, and we sort of deduced that Midi's advantage of having the extra chips, we'd just give him the trophy. So yeah, I think we were all pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, I remember Jeff Kimber being fourth. It wasn't a bad final to be on, I tell you.
No, yeah, it was remarkably the year after. All four of us who finished in the final four made day three as well.
Yeah. But then you just decided, 2017, you thought, fed up with this winter weather, I'm off to Australia. What's obviously wasn't taken lightly to do that. Were you still playing online, and did you think you could just go out there and play online and have a bit of fun? Yeah.
So 2017. It's not 2017. I went to the Aussie Millions as I do every January. I just love it over there. They have it's the height of summer over there in January. So, and they have the Australian Open tennis. I actually watched the Nadal against Federer final, and I was in Melbourne for the month of January, and then my friend had just split up with his girlfriend in Sydney, and she'd moved out. So I went to live with him for 2 or 3 months, and yeah, I was just grinding online, trying to sort of get myself prepared for the Millions Festival that was going to be at DTD in April time.
Back over in the spring of 2017, the Party Poker Weekly Leaderboard.
Yeah.
Now, it's not only did you get the free seats, you obviously did well in the tournament as well while you were playing online. What did you do with the seats that you'd won?
So basically, every week the top 10 players on the leaderboard for Party Poker got a £5,300 seat. So yeah. I was just going at it hammer and tongs. I was getting up, grind, yeah. Like 16 hours a day. And yeah, I managed to come in the top 10 in the world 5 out of 6 weeks. I don't think I could ever do that again if I tried. It was a remarkable like sort of streak that was on, but it was tough as well because to get the maximum points, these were the $100 tournaments. So it's the high leaderboard. So it's $100 tournaments, $200 tournaments, and $500 tournaments counted. And like the 500s, I was having to re-enter a couple of times. So you're looking at like $1,500 outlay just for one tournament. So yeah, it was pretty fortunate that obviously I did well as well off the tournaments. Had some of my greatest online scores. But yeah, they let me play the first one, the first £5,300 seat, and then they just gave me £20,000 in credit for the other ones. So yeah, it was an amazing haul, and that's what really I think that was the first time that I really sort of got into the whole leaderboard thing.
Just incredible. You just end up with $5,300 seats, just like yeah, just what to do with these?
Yeah.
January 2018, you won the 25-25 Bolton, 228 entries. You chopped your 3 ways for 10,000. What is it about these 25-25s that you like? You seem to do really.
Oh no. Well, this is, you're about to hear something really interesting because me and my friend Pixie, we used to go and play all of them when we'd travel all over the Northwest. And for about 1 or 2 years, neither of us could make a day 2 in them. Never mind cashing them. We couldn't make a day 2, and it was really weird. It was like the last hand of the night, we'd get it all in with queens against ace, like 8 kings against ace queen, and they'd find an ace or something. It was remarkable and we were sort of like, we can't do anything in these 25. Should we stop playing then? And then that was the first one that I won. I'm trying to think back to how the tournament went in that 2018. Oh yeah. I don't know. We definitely used to struggle with them though. And it was only really last year that I sort of really got to grips with how to play them, to be honest.
Yeah. In October the same year, the Millions in the United Kingdom, the main event, 1,015 entries. You finished 35th for 20,000. Andy both finished 45th for 17,500. So it must have been a tough field.
Yeah, Andy was actually on my table on day 3 and day 4, I think. Yeah, that's that. I mean, that's really what I play poker for, to be honest. Like to be deep in those tournaments, day 3, day 4, where you can win £1 million. That's where the excitement comes from, and that's definitely where the excitement comes from.
These 5K events with 1,000 runners, they've got to be feels like an EPT, haven't they?
Yeah, but exactly the same. If not, they're really, really tough. Like the Millions tour in the last year or two has just got stupid tough. I'm not really. I don't really have much desire to play them because I remember every time that I look at the sort of chip counts for them. like of the top 40 players, I know 35 of them, and it means that you're in for a tough time.
Yeah. 35th, 20,000. But it's what? Can you remember the exit? Was it annoying?
I just ended up losing a flip. I lost a pretty big pot with Ace Queen against Sam Grafton's Ace King, and then I just ended up losing a big coin flip against some Swedish guy after that, and that was it, unfortunately.
Well, back in the winter, you went back to Australia for the summer and played some live poker out there, cashing 6 times for just over 28,000. What's the poker like in Australia? What's the recreational stuff like?
Oh, it's brilliant. I really like it there. I think we're a little bit more advanced than them poker wise. And yeah, the Aussie Millions in particular is just an amazing, you'll not hear a bad word about that festival from anyone who goes there. It's everyone's favourite stop. Obviously, being the height of summer and stuff when it's cold and wet in England is appealing as well.
Well, not only Australia, but 2019 in the January, you went to South Korea, and they've took you to their hearts because you've got a nickname out there. What was it?
Mr. Champion.
You had 2 firsts and 2 thirds in 3 days.
Yeah, it was that was just absolutely insane. I got there. So basically, what the deal was, I was living in Australia for 6 months that winter, from October time until March. So if you've got a tourist visa, you have to leave after 3 months, but you can just leave and come back in. So I was thinking, oh, I'm gonna have to leave. What should I do? I could go to Tokyo in Japan for a few days, or I could go to Bali for a few days. I thought, well, I'll have a look on the Hendon Mob, actually, see if there's any tournaments. So I went on the Hendon Mob, and it's the Japanese High Roller Series in South Korea. So yeah, about 30 minutes later, my flights were booked, and I was off. And yeah, I got there for the first night, and I was planning to play the Super High Roller, and it didn't actually start. So I jumped in a bounty tournament, and this bounty tournament was bizarre. I think it was about a 1,300 buy-in, where only 300 went to the prize pool, and 1,000 was the bounty. So it's just it was completely unheard of. I'd never seen anything like this on all the websites that I played on online. But yeah, it was absolutely crazy. So like there was a hand early on where like someone who I only had slightly covered moved all in, and I did the maths, and like I just had to go with it with pocket 3s. He ended up having pocket 8s, so I hit a 3, and then I just had all the chips then, and just bounty, and I ended up winning that tournament. I think it was like 12,000 or something, including the bounties. And by this time, the Super High Roller had started. So there was 1 level left of the day though, so I jumped in the Super High Roller to play the last level of the day, and then we bagged up and then come back the next day for day 2 of the Super High Roller. Ended up coming 3rd in that one. That was good for about 25,000 or 20,000 or something. And then the next event that I played was another bounty tournament, and I ended up winning that. And then all the staff were going crazy at this point. They were like, "Mr. Champion, Mr. Champion." And then yeah, the next day after that, I played another event and came 3rd in that. So it was just a remarkable heater. It was a good few days over there, and yeah, I really liked it over there. Actually, I went to the Incheon, was the local city, and it was a bit like going into the future. It's a cool place to visit.
Australia, South Korea, and then straight back to the UK with a bang. Finally in the GUKPT in Manchester and finishing 2nd to Ben Marigeds. You chopped the tournament for 70,000. I think that was an exactly straight chop, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think what we did was, yeah, we just did an ICM chop for the money. It was pretty much the same, and then we just did an all-in flip for the trophy. And yeah, so I basically had a 50-50 chance of being a GUKPT champion for the first time after all those close things. And think I had ace 4 and he had 6-5, and it just came brick, brick, brick 6 on the turn. So it still evades me.
Well, the trophy cabinet will eventually get full, I'm sure. Don't flip for the next one. When you get heads up, just take a little bit of time trying to win that trophy.
Yeah.
But in July, the World Series, the 1500 PLO, your chip leader. When we go to Vegas, you're 60 left, but unfortunately, you finished 52nd. We were reading the updates, and it sounded like you were just bashing everybody up, especially Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, Negreanu. It was a really funny one, that, because I'd say PLO tournament's my strongest game. And yeah, like I ended up making a couple of plays against Negreanu, and he was like, wow. And yeah, I had Connor Drynan on my right as well. He's a really, really good player. And yeah, I ended up making this fold with ace, king, king, jack in a hand, in a spot where you're not really meant to fold, and Negreanu turns over the aces, and he was like, wow, and he had his vlog out and everything. And yeah, that was maybe the best single day of live poker I've ever played, actually. And then the day two, I was, as you say, I was chip leader with 60 left, and in a really, really commanding position, but I just got in two ridiculous hands. And I mean, that's tournament poker, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I don't expect it to be frittered away. That is for sure.
No.
MPNPT, the high roller win in July 2019. You went down to London. You won it for 21,000. That's a trophy.
Yeah.
The MPNPTs, obviously, there's a lot more online players playing the live tournaments. Did that suit you?
I mean, it's interesting because London and high rollers usually is not good. Like high rollers in London are really bad sometimes, but this one was great. I think with it being 1K buy-in rather than a 2K buy-in, I think that helps as well. And it was at Aspers rather than being at Central London and stuff. There's loads of different factors, and some people might not have been back from Vegas yet. I'd actually just got back. I'd flown to London and I was playing it. But yeah, it was that tournament went amazingly for me. And the guy who I was playing heads up with, he actually had about a 5 or 6 to 1 lead at the start of heads up, and he'd had all the chips on the final, and he'd just been putting me. He's a really, really good player. He's called Zagazor, a Portuguese guy, and I think he won the Millions in the Caribbean for like $1.5 million. So he was just putting me under it on the final, and I was really made up to get heads up, and he had a 5 to 1 lead on me, but yeah, I managed to turn it on its head and got a trophy for the first time in a while.
And did you also get a bottle of vodka?
Yeah, got a few bottles of vodka actually.
What was the reason? Did you actually get a bottle of vodka for winning it?
No, I think I got. Or
was that the celebrations?
No, they couldn't give that vodka away. It seemed at the time they were giving me tickets, and you were scratching them. It was saying you won 2 vodka, and then they were giving me 2 vodkas. I ended up just palming it off on a load of different people, to be honest.
Straight after London, we got the Goliath in 2019. 9,300 runners.
Yeah.
We finished 109th, and it's not about the money. It was just the £890, but it's the buzz of the Goliath. You played all around the world, but what does it feel? What does it for you as a professional poker player and have played in every country you can think of?
Well,
what's it like playing the Goliath?
Two very interesting things about the Goliath. Like the Goliath's amazing. It is actually amazing to see. And I think for a lot of my friends and people that I've met through the years who have a lot of other things going on in their lives, and they're very busy with work and stuff, and that they will always make time for the Goliath, and they're really passionate about it. So if they've got a bit of a hectic schedule, but like, and they play slightly lower stakes and they can't afford all these hotels for the biggest one, Goliath is one that is in everybody's calendar, and the excitement that it brings and the buzz of the place is brilliant. But it's interesting that in all of the time that all of the years and years that I've been playing poker, at the Goliath last year, I noticed that people were starting to get a little bit scared of me. Like it was weird because I was number one in the National League at the time, and people were probably aware of that. But it was really weird because in times gone by, people would always be very like sort of want to fight with me in like blind on blind situations. But just every time I was in the big blind, it was like walk. And the first time I ever noticed that in like 10 years of playing poker, that in the Goliath last year, it was crazy how it was just really weird how people just started not wanting to get in confrontations with me. And then yeah, as you say, out of 10,000 runners, when there was about 80 left or something, I'd been sort of keeping track of him through the week, but David Hay, I got moved to his table anyway. Like a lot of people would have been like, "Yeah, David, how you doing, mate?" But when I sat down, he was like, "Oh, hello, Richard. I've heard a lot about you." That was really funny. I think yeah, he turned around to me and he went, "Hello, Richard. I've heard to keep an eye on you. I've heard you're really." So I think that it was when we just got back, he'd just been on a break, and Katie Swift and Jeff and Joe, his coaches, had worded him up, sort of thing.
What do you think about his performance? He finished 40th out of the 9,300. Obviously, the TV crew were there as well.
I mean, it really, really was a fairy tale. It's remarkable. It's like if you were to replay that scenario like over and over again, you're talking like you could do that for the next 100 years and you would not go that deep. It was sort of one of those freak lucky. Like I absolutely loved it. The deeper and deeper that he went, and when he was chip leader or something with that 100 left, it's just absolutely. It was like the stars were aligning, wasn't it? I mean, and that was just for me. So for you guys who'd bought into it for a bit longer and things like that, you must have been really, really excited the deeper he went.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the final 5 hands of just before hitting the final day was as good as what anybody could have expected.
Oh yeah, it was incredible. Like when he just started winning those big hands and stuff, and he just gathered the momentum. And I played a couple of hands against him, and yeah, it was tough. I raised under the gun in one and with ace 10 and he re-raised, and it was just like I just didn't know what to do. I felt like he was very, very difficult to play against, to be honest. So maybe
September after the Goliath, September 2019, your third final table of the year was GUKPT Leeds. You chopped it 6 ways, where you took home 20,000. What was the deal? What was the deal like done? Yeah, you didn't want to continue playing for nothing. Everyone put the money back in the pot and sit and go for the title.
It was a real odd one, actually. Yeah, Mike, one of the other players left, who had the big chip lead. Me and him were good friends, and we'd both made the mini main final earlier in the week, actually.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, when we got 6-handed, it all sort of got really, really cagey, and Mike had a slight chip lead, but no one really else. And the next place out was perhaps must have been about 8,000 or something, and then the first place would have been like 40,000 or something. So it was really, really cagey, and I didn't have the best seat position. I wasn't feeling too great about the situation, to be honest. And yeah, we just ended up getting brought out. Let's discuss a deal, basically, where everybody takes their ICM number now, and then everyone chucks, I think, £1,200 each. Oh no, £200 each. No, it was only £200 each back in, and you play for £1,200 and the trophy. So yeah, I think everyone was pretty happy with the deal. It was one of those situations where next out was pretty bad, considering how even everyone was to being first.
Yeah, Brett Angel eventually going on to win it. It was.
So this was maybe I maybe got even closer this time. I was playing heads up. I was playing heads up cards for the title this time, not just a flip. It was in my own destiny, and then second place again.
We move on to another third, but this time one of the favourite places to play. GUKPT Blackpool, 365 entries. You finished third, as we've just said. Another 40,000 in the coffers. Did this one seem more winnable?
Yeah, for sure. I remember standing up and looking around the room towards the end of day two, and I thought, yeah, I really want this one. I think this is winnable. And then, I think me and Terry Jordan and somebody else bagged 1 million ish chips at the end of the day. So, like, coming back for day three, I was really, really confident. I had a good table draw start of day three as well. But what it was actually the Remembrance Day, sort of parade on the pier. Up north. So me just like looking around at the Remembrance Day parade, and I was sort of getting into it, watching what was going on, all of that stuff. But then it's interesting. It's like when you're in Vegas, you look down the strip and you think, oh, well, it's just down there, isn't it? So I'm looking down at the casino so I'm further up than Central Pier and North Pier. I'm in between the two. I'm looking down and thinking, well, yeah, that's just a 10-minute walk, isn't it? So it gets to about 10 to 12, and then I set off walking, and I'm just thinking to myself, whoa, I'm not really getting very close there. And I had a big case on me as well, so it was horrible. I ended up running about 2 miles with this huge case on me, and I wasn't very fit at the time either. And if you ever watch the footage on YouTube, when I walk in about 8 minutes late, I'm panting and I'm all red and I'm ripping all my hoodies off. Oh, it was not good. But then I had a good start to the day. I think that when we went onto the final table, I had a really good player on my left who also had chips, Matt Erdley, and that really hampered my chances of winning that tournament. I thought I navigated the final table pretty well, but him just having a position on me was very, very difficult, because he was just able to put a lot of ICM leverage on me, and that was always going to be a tough one to win. But yeah, I was happy.
Always remember you coming into the casino. You just look like you've done a week out with Bear Grylls.
Honestly, it was bad. It's but it's my own fault. I won't do that again.
But 2019, as we've just seen, it was an amazing year. A record for GUKPT main event final tables. 6 25-25 series final tables back to back.
Yeah,
three deep stack finals, 5 GUKPT PLO cashes from the 5 that you played. Rich, there's no wonder you ended up as Grosvenor 2019 Player of the Year.
No, it was from the get-go. It just snowballed. It was just an incredible heater. What more can I say? I don't know. People have been asking me a lot recently about how I did go deep in so many, and it's sort of the only answer that I can give really is my game's sort of designed to play against. So I obviously my main background is playing online tournaments, so I'm sort of well equipped to deal with like the young kids and the GTO, and I know how to counter them. But it's the 10 years experience of looking the local players in the eyes in the casino and knowing what makes them tick, and it just allows you to have 3 or 4 extra lives in some spots, because there's hands where I'll just know one of the older guys I just know he's absolutely got it, and I'll be able to sort of get away from this spot where I should never get away. Whereas these young kids will just walk into the casino, they'll play a hand, and they think, oh, it's standard to get it in here. And it just allowed me to have 3 or 4 more lives in a lot of those tournaments last year. It was sort of crazy how I was getting away from some of the spots, really.
Was it true that when you played the online leg?
Yeah.
You was chip leader in every time you went through?
Not in every one, but I was doing really, really well in the online legs. It was becoming a bit of a running joke how well I was running.
It's not bad when people recognise that Rich Kelly's got chips. Yeah, he played day one online. That's all he's done.
Yeah, and that was great for me as well, not having to go to go around and play. I think the online day ones being introduced was a brilliant idea.
Well, we carried it on straight to 2020. You went. Was you back in Australia for the winter?
I wasn't actually back in. I usually go every winter, and I live with my friend over there, and we play for a cricket club over there, and I've got lots of friends over there at the cricket club. So I usually go over there for a few months, but this time I ended up losing my passport around November time, and it was an awful process then, because I've lost so many over the years. They were interviewing me and I wasn't sure if I was going to get one, but I managed to get one, and I flew over there on Boxing Day, spent some time with my friends over New Year, and then I went to and then I was in Melbourne for the Aussie Millions.
The side events. The $96,000 first place, 403 runners. Was that including bounties, or was that excluding?
It was $141,000 including bounties.
Ooh.
So yeah, I think I got $139,000 as the main prize and 2,000 in bounties. And I was heads up against like an Aussie poker legend called the Crocodile Man.
Yeah.
And yeah, he had everybody. Like I had a few friends who I obviously living in Australia every winter. I know quite a few Aussies and stuff, and they'd come over and say like, good luck. And I had a few English friends over, but like his support was just unbelievable in the heads up, and we played heads up for 5 or 6 hours. So he'd have like Shane Warne coming over like, come on Crocky, and Joe Hasham would come over and be like, come on Crocky. But I managed to, he started the heads up with about 3-1 chip lead, and I managed to again grind it back and won my first, I'd say probably my most significant poker win and my Aussie Millions ring, yeah.
And then 2020 stopped, and we went in lockdown, and we grew a beard, and how strange has it been for you?
The first couple of months were I don't know. I think that even it's like lots of my friends and things, when they were all locked in the house, they started doing Zoom calls with their friends, and they were like, oh, we're having a poker game. So like poker became massive, and I'd say 50% of my friends who had never played poker had started playing at this point, or playing at home with their friends and online and things. For the first 2 months, I was absolutely loving it. I was playing all the time. The games were brilliant. I was like, yeah, lockdown. And like people were getting really negative about it, but I was kind of embracing it. The first ever GUKPT was played online, and I ended up going into I was chip leader on the final table of that one. Would you believe? And I ended up busting out in fourth. And got £9,000. I ran a huge bluff with 6 left that I would never try again, I don't think. But, live and learn. And then so for the first 2 months I was putting in absolutely insane volume, and I was playing probably on average 12-13 hours a day. But then I was struggling to sleep, because when you play so much online, 10, 12, 13 hours a day, your brain's so active, battling against the best players in the world. So your brain's so active. So when I was finishing my sessions, my brain's whizzing, and I couldn't sleep very well. I was struggling to switch off. So yeah, in the last 6 weeks or something, I've not played as much. I'm just playing a little bit of cash games here and there, and then in a week or two, the World Series of Poker Online starts. So I'm sort of just doing a bit of studying and getting ready for that, really.
Nice one. We're going to just about to finish, but we've got some quick fire questions. You can answer them as quickly as you want to, or you can elongate them if you need to.
Okay.
Live or online? What's your best?
Ooh, well, people would always think, for me, live, but I would say that primarily I'm an online poker player.
Best player you've played against?
Best player I've played against? I've got to say Doyle Brunson.
We've seen you've had a royal flush on our feature tables. How many rolls have you had in your career?
Right, so I would say about between 25 and 30, but I remember having, when I was playing in Australia, when I was grinding those leaderboards, I had 3 in 1 week, and it was crazy. To get 3 in 1 week's mental, because he won in 221,000 or something to get one, I think.
Money or the title?
I would always have in the past said money, but I quite liked my Australia Aussie Millions ring when it was. I don't know. Maybe it's because I won it there though. I'd say in the main money though.
And who's your nemesis at the poker table?
My nemesis at the table. Wow.
Yes.
Nemesis at the table.
There can't be one. You've been so good.
I'm trying to think of my nemesis at the table. We'll say Steve Warburton, because me and him were always like sort of rivals in the Manchester area coming up. So yeah, and he used to have my number as well. He was like Simon Dedman. He used to be able to look me up and down and just know when I was bluffing and when I had it.
Favorite place to play?
It's got to be Melbourne, Australia, at the Crown Casino.
Rich, what's next?
Well, I don't know. I've started. I'm still passionate about poker, but maybe not as passionate as I was last year. Like I was really going at it hammer and tongs last year. Yeah, I do a little bit of trading and things in the day now, so I definitely want to branch out into doing different things. But yeah, I'm still passionate about poker, and will still, in the meantime, continue to travel and play all these tournaments when we're allowed to play again. But yeah, I've started doing a little bit of coaching. It wasn't something that I agreed with really ethically in the past, because I was sort of the opinion, why would you want to make your opponents any better? Like, that's not going to be good for you. But with all the free information out there on YouTube and all these coaching sites now, and even Poker News now, the strategy articles are very advanced. I felt that maybe it wouldn't be so bad to do a bit. So yeah, I've always sort of helped my friends. Like there's a lot of my friends who have helped improve a lot in poker. So yeah, I'm going to be doing a bit more of that. It sort of helps put a bit of structure in my day as well, planning my sessions and then delivering them. So, but yeah, I mean, with all the study and traveling and everything else, it's a busy enough schedule anyway.
And finally, would you do anything differently?
I'd probably employ better bankroll management, but I mean, at the time, I always think at any decision that I've ever made, I thought it was the right thing to do at the time. It may not have been on further reflection, but
Yeah.
no, I'm pretty happy that I'm certainly happy with how I've managed to do it in the last couple of years, in the last 2 or 3 years for sure.
Mr. Champion, Rich Kellett, thank you very much for spending an hour with the Tower. Rich, thanks.
Okay. See you later.
Welcome to another hour with the Tower. We are pleased to be joined this time by one of the guys who plays a circuit, and a lot of the circuit we will be talking about. Over $1 million in lifetime earnings, 8 GUKPT main event finals, and the 2019 Grosvenor Player of the Year. It is the one and only from Castaway, Mr. Tom. No, it's Richard Kellett.
Hello, Tower. Just got my lockdown beard here that everyone might not be accustomed to, but
that is a growth, man. That looks good.
Yeah, well, the pubs opened, didn't they, on Saturday, and I was sort of tempted to go out, but what I made sure that I did is I didn't go for a haircut, so then I didn't want to go out like this, so I managed to fade it for another week.
I tell you what, if Simon Zach watches this, you could be brothers.
Yeah, I was going to say, do look a bit like Zach. Yeah.
You know what? Absolutely. Hey, we're going to run through what Rich Kellett has done for over the last decade. It's been pretty eventful. And one of the first things we can talk about is that we saw recently you posted on social media about you're in a chess club at school. Now, you're talking to a guy that used to play for Rotherham, by the way, at chess.
Oh, wow.
So now that is a long time ago at school, by the way. Was chess a good base for poker? Is that what we deep thinking?
Absolutely. So in my primary school, in my local village, our head teacher, she was called Mrs. Baxter. She was very, very she was really, really passionate about chess, and it sort of exuded through the whole of the sort of year 6 age groups down to year 3. We were playing and we had a really avid club. And yeah, it just went from there really. Me and my younger sister, we ended up being 2 of the better players, and we ended up representing Lancashire, nice. And we'd even go down to England matches at the Albert Hall, where they play the darts. Now we used to play in the Royal Albert Hall, where Ali Pali, where they have the darts finals now every January. And yeah, we.
Players in the main event, you're welcome to start retaking seats. You have
Welcome, Bone. No.
What's happened?
Chef Brad's on.
Oh,
Dear me.
all right, we're back at.
Hello, everybody. How you doing? We're back for the next session. Cook Brad's in the building. Who else have we
Good old
got?
Cook Brad.
Who else have we got? Come on, tell everybody.
In 1, Iron Lightborn. In 2,
Wow,
John
big
Hall.
name.
In 3, Zhenglong Zhao. In 4, Cook Brad. In 5 is Keith Wang. In 6 is Torre. In 7, Matt's back. Matt Bushell, another entry for him. In 8 is Leon Campbell. And in 9 is William McClure.
Billy McClure. Billy. Well, we are ready for entertainment. Watch seat 1. Because seat 1, his resume is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Aaron Lightborn, one of the biggest players in the building today as we speak. Just 70 for the main as it stands at this moment in time. Plenty of time to late reg. Tomorrow's going to be mad busy because it's Friday and it always is. Second buying day. Don't forget you can buy today too as well. Plenty going on. And if you do want to turn up and enjoy yourself, then today's offerings is the main event. There's a cash out satellite that starts at 9. Karen says she's on her way over to sort that one out. Yeah, they'll see one in the cash out satellites. The turbo is on tomorrow as well as the main event. Plenty going over the weekend. Check all the details because there's plenty going on. We'll keep flicking it up as always during the day. There's also 2022 dates. There's also the 30-30s to start barking on about for next year. There's the 25-25s, so we've got 4 in December of those. There's plenty going on, and we will have the final table from the NPL this year. Big news.
Exclusive. I don't even know it yet, so I'm looking forward to this one.
Chris Maguire, Ewan McNicholas will be here for the grand final.
They will be.
We've had a text message. We've had a private message. Don't know if I'm supposed to say that, but they're coming. They're coming for the grand final.
What about Jack? Is he
Jack's
coming?
taking a month off.
Yeah, I would be.
He's got the girlfriend in Vegas. He's taking a bit of time out to enjoy it. But yeah, big news regarding the grand final. The pot washer's on his way.
Okay, do that. Bye.
Yes. So we're now set for level number 5 of the day. Nice and steady day, but Aaron sat in scene number 1. Going to entertain us. John Hall in scene number 2. And Chef Brad. Done well. Ability stack up from 20,000 starting site to 16.
Poor Brad.
Let's do it. We love him really. He watches all the live.
He's bringing us sweet. He's bringing us food next weekend.
Well,
That'd be nice.
Until it arrives, he'll still be Cook Brad. Chef Brad's Barmy Army. We are ready for the next sesh. Queen, Jack, 6. He won a comp online last night, did he? He chopped it, didn't he? He won 760. Did he? What did he say he won earlier? You just pretend you're listening. Yeah, he did. He did well last night. Did Brad? Does a bit of streaming as well. He does a bit of streaming as well as old Bradders on the old Discord group. He got told off in Blackpool.
What?
For swearing.
I thought, what, in the background?
At the table. 2 ladies on the table. Got warned twice. The old F-bombs kept coming out.
I remember when he was on the table in the side behind us on day 2 and just non-stop.
And he blamed it on working with Gordon Ramsay.
Is that what he said?
That's what he blamed it on. He blamed it on Gordon Ramsay. Poor old Gordon. Yep, €760 from a €20 entry. Very nice indeed. I'm going to do that one day. I'm going to turn 20 into 50.
You're going to turn 225 into 20k in a month's time, or 250.
That is the plan. That is the plan. And don't forget, if you do want to check all the details regarding the festival of 18 days here, Poker Live app, check it out. All the days are there. The starting tax, the styles, the structures. If you want to check them all out, it's all on the app. Everything is there. We're set for this session. 2 hours of this table. Every 2 levels there's a break, and a new table will join us.
Yeah, Huang here should be coming in for delay continue. Surprised he didn't actually continue flop, but on this ace turn, it's a card. When we're sitting here with Jack high, we want to start firing on equity to Broadway, and did have the best of it. Matt can't do much with 9 high.
Good afternoon. If you're watching on the GUKPT website, I've got the chat box open if you want to say hello. GUKPT.com. Most people watch it on YouTube and Twitch. We've also got Facebook and Twitter as well. Facebook Live is very popular. It's great when it's got subtitles underneath, strudel on the bottom, so if you're watching it somewhere where you can't listen to it live, good have the sound on.
Action here because Zheng Long flopping the straight with the redraw to a straight flush.
Top. For John in scene number 2.
So going to be wanting to fire again here. And John not going to be going anywhere, you expect. Should be calling once more of his second pair. Yes, this king is going to hit some of Zheng's range, but I think our particular hand in this scenario too good to fold in this spot. As well, we need to be aware that this king is going to be a card that Zheng is going to be double barreling some of the time, but just makes a disciplined lay down there with second pair nut kicker, so fair play to the man. Gets out the way with the worst of it. Song Vincent, I'm not sure what number you're talking about.
There is a song called Vincent as well. Don McLean sang it, the guy that sang American Pie. What's the fastest anyone has ever entered a comp and then had to rebuy or just knocked out? One hand?
Yeah, there's been lots of one hands.
Lots of one hands. One hand in Leeds, Albert Sapiano.
And going back, Ali Malou, Manchester, one hand a couple of years back. I remember he busted first hand of the day. Yeah, it happens a few times, believe it or not.
It has.
The one comp you don't want to bust first hand though is the Goliath, because Tower will let you know about it.
and especially on the Friday when the alternate list is already 500 strong as well. There you go, even got the year 1972. Zheng Long is the best player on the table by far. The Chinese Phil Ivey. We shall be watching. We will be watching and learning. I hope he gets the chance to entertain us. Matt Bushell back in the skiing outfit.
Yeah.
3 bets, and that'll do it nicely.
Second bullet for Matt.
What time's the masseuse back on? She's doing the rounds of the tables. Very busy. Very busy. 8 cash tables running. I've also been told there's no cap as such in the side event, which is the cash out satellite. There will be 10 tables to start with, so plenty of places to get yourself in. 10 tables will be staffed up and ready for the satellite that starts at 9. Yeah, so many people. That'd be
a lot.
That'd be more than not winning an event on just one bullet. Evening, Gullymath. Good to see you in Blackpool. Jack Oliver won 3 million last week on
last night
on one bullet.
Yeah,
because it's a freeze out. Interesting to find out how many actually bought into day 2 for the first time ever. Didn't get the if anybody knows out there how many people actually bought directly into day 2 of the World Series main event, because that was allowed for the first time this year. King, Queen, 3 flops, all checks, 7 on the turn.
Evening, Winston. Alan's got a question. Hi, Jan Tower. Online, keep getting a message saying I got a ticket for London but can't find it.
AKA Scotty had the same thing. Poker@grosvenorcasino.com will be my only email to get that resolved. Keep getting a message saying that you got a ticket for London but can't find it. AKA Scotty had the same thing. Alan, all I can say is if you can email poker@grosvenorcasino.com with the message on what is wrong, we'll try. I'm sure the guys will try and rectify it. Obviously, we don't have anything to do with online. We just pass on the messages.
So Zheng Long with the 6s under the gun. Just stops to limp. And Brad gonna come in for the ISO, makes it 1.1. And Leon here with the pocket 7s. Just see Leon flatten this, early position limp and a raise. Don't think he's going to put his 3-betting shoes on too often here. And just does flat, comes in with a call. That's going to bring John in the big, but he does have Zheng Long to worry about, who's limped the 6s, early position. But guessing he's not limping to fold, so he can make a call. 3 to this flop.
Ten, 6, 4 is the flop.
They're back.
We got a back. The Mickey Blacks for the first time today. Zheng Long flops. The nice set.
Yeah, massive flop this for Zheng. Middle set here. Checked out to Leon. Leon might come in for a small bet here, Tower. I wouldn't mind it at all with the 7s, just for equity denial purposes. Don't want to check. Let some overcards realise their equity. So that's exactly what he's going to do. I like this decision to fire. I know we can see he's firing into a set, but over the long run on this particular board, I like this bet with the pocket 7s and Zheng Long here. Should just be flatting. No need to set alarm bells off on this 10 high rainbow board.
Not at all.
We've got some 10x of Leon drawing dead to runners. and Leon can plausibly have some 10x in the cut-off. And good to see. Just a call here from Zeng, and now Brad's got an easy fold. We're not going to be overcalling here with ace-jack. Take some turns. So Leon picks up gut shot with his sevens. Good card to come in for a check now. Yes, Zeng's called us on the flop, but he can have some 10x here, especially after limp calling Brad's under the gun open. Some king 10, queen 10, jack 10 suited, 10 9 suited, 10 8 suited, these type of holdings. So if we're Leon here, I think a lot of the time, although we're working with around 80% pot, we should be checking this one back with the sevens here. Very hard to ever get called by worse. It's not a draw heavy board on the flop. And there is the check behind. Well, now this is interesting because from Leon's perspective here, I expect Zane Leng to just stick it in here towel with effective stack size, but then Leon's going to be in a tough spot here with the pocket sevens, because this 10 rolling off on the river makes it a lot less likely that Zeng actually holds a 10 in this spot. So Leon going to be in a tricky situation here, but with our particular hold in the sevens regarding bluffs that Zeng is supposed to have in this spot, we've got 2 sevens, which obviously from removal standpoint is going to make the bluffs a lot less likely. Hands like 7-9 suited, 7-8 suited, 7-5 suited is a straight, but these type of hands are going to be a lot less likely now. So Leon's going to be in a tough spot here with the sevens, but we got to come up with some value that Zeng's supposed to have, and it should just be a 10, pocket sixes, pocket fours. But I think after some deliberation, Leon will find the fold in this particular spot. It's just Zeng doesn't have many bluffs here on this particular board. 10-6-4 rainbow, like what hands is he going to call that we are still ahead of here with sevens? Maybe some 6-5 suited that limp called under the gun. But then Zeng's not going to shove a 6, so I think Leon will find the fold here tower. Once I really think about this hand, there's not really too much that, other than 7-8 suited, 7-9 suited, they're the bluffs, and we half those combos because we got sevens our hand. They should be the only bluffs here for Zeng to have in this particular spot. But sometimes you can level yourself into a call in this spot, because what might go through Leon's head is like 10x here. So we should have some 10x as Leon perhaps, but maybe not once we check back turn with this SPR. But it's such a really difficult spot, and he's made the correct laydown. It's a good fold, it's a really good fold, but it's just not too many bluffs that Zeng can have in that particular scenario. And in those spots when your opponent's more weighted towards value, 4, 6x, all the 10x combos, and then he's not got too many bluffs, they're the spots that you do want to be folding. You will be wrong some of the time, but over the long run you're going to be making the correct decision more often than not.
The tickets have been sorted out already. It's not a ticket for London. If you win a 2K ticket, you pre-reg and you entered into the last longer bet. That's what it is. We're being told there's 145 bought into day 2 of the World Series. Cheers, Chelsea fan. Apparently 145. Gary McGaffney says, did you mention there was no Omaha on the Friday? If so, where? It's not on the Friday.
No, what I said, Gary, the cash game next Friday.
Yes, live streaming cash game.
Could be Omaha. We're not sure yet whether we're going to get a Hold'em or a Omaha.
Yeah, there are feelers out for a 10-25 4-card Omaha. Need a couple of phone calls, which would be mental if that happens. We want it to happen. We want it to happen. Jay'll do 6 hours and then jump on it.
Yeah. When the stream finishes. No, got all the info.
Absolutely. So yeah, it's if that happens, it'll be great. But there are 2 Omaha comps during this festival. We'll show you those very shortly, but they're on the app as well.
Interesting spot here for Zeng with the 10s. I think with this much dead money in here, should be squeezing most of the time, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Maybe if it was just versus under the gun plus one open and incorporate some flats in, but I think with all this dead money in the pot, from Zeng's perspective, want to be leaning more towards squeeze in this scenario, and that's exactly what he's done. And action back on Keith here. Got a nice little hold into Pill. We do have 3 players behind us, but how often are these 3 players ever incorporating some traps in? We're definitely deep enough with Zeng to Pill here. The only problem is we're not closing the action. We've got players behind. Can be in dominated spots. But Leon's going to go with it with the 8s. And then be back on Zeng, who will make the call. And we could be losing Leon Campbell. John just trying to figure out whether this is an under raise or not. See if he can get in cheaply with the 5-4 of diamonds, perhaps. That's not the case.
No, and the 10s are calling. So Zeng has Leon in trouble. Leon Campbell 8s, Zeng long 10s. Leon Campbell going to need to hit to survive. Oh, we're going to be losing one.
Well, some plausible runners running straight cards for the 8s.
A 5 or a 9 would be helpful, which it isn't. So we're down to the 2 outs, which are the 8s.
Oh! It's not going to be Blackpool over again, is it? 8 on the end. Sit back down, Leon. And
Zeng's just texted his mate. He's not one out, and then he just had to delete the text.
8 on the river.
So the festival starts today. A bit strange yesterday setting up, and there were no side events going on. There were no, there were nobody in the building ready to play the Omaha or anything like that. But the structure and the festival started today, and today is the start of 2022's MPL. So we'll give you more information regarding that over the next couple of weeks. We're here for 3 weekends on the trot, but this festival all on that side of the page. Telling you what's on. The Omaha is on the Wednesday, and then the one on the Monday, as Gary has already said. There's plenty going on, and then obviously the second week of that culminates with us doing 5 days on the end. Wednesday the 1st of December we will be here for the Haymaker Knockout final. We'll also be doing the grand final Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Looking forward to all these events to finish off a very successful return of the GUKPT after the 16-month hiatus. It has been a fantastic return. The numbers have been incredible all over the country.
How are we pronouncing this one, Tower? Torre? Torre?
Torre, yeah, well, Tor.
We'll go with Tor.
It could be Tor. It could be Scandinavian.
It could be I'm all in for 61 big blinds with ace queen.
Okay.
Yeah, it's I understand it from like a recreational player's perspective. You see ace queen, you see this dead money in there, and you don't want to free bet and miss the flop. But it's going to be so much better for us in that scenario just to come in with a free bet squeeze and get some value from worse, get some players to put in some chips with hands that we dominate. But just wanted to take it down there. Old John Hall put the hammer down, 60 bigs.
We're looking at 70 runners so far in the main. Late reg all the way through today. Day 2, day 1B tomorrow. That'll be busy. Come on, you Saints.
How you doing, hippie chick? Come on, you Spurs. We've got Leeds this weekend, ain't we?
Uh-oh.
Got the old Leeds. So we got Tor raising the ace jack under the gun to 700, and Leon with some chips. Now, probably just going to flat the 6s versus gun open. I'm going to be leaning always towards flat in this spot. And Iron got a nice hand to peel in the hijack, so he is going to make the call. John probably going to get out of the way here, Jack 7. Okay, he's reaching for chips. I don't mind it, I guess. We are fairly deep with the opener. It's going to bring Zeng in with the 9-7 of diamonds. And now Brad's in with the King 5 suited, and Keith is going to be defending this one tower. 7-way action, off we go.
We've not seen that for a long time. 7 to the flop. All folded.
So King 8-7 Rainbow. I think Chef's got the best hand here. Yes, he does. Top pair for Chef Brad. We've got an up and down straight draw though for Iron. Bottom pair backdoor flush draw for John. Zeng with the same as John. Bottom pair backdoor flush draw. Just 7-way. Expected to see this one check through. Even Brad's got to be a little bit worried. Like even on this turn as Brad, yes, we got top pairs check for on the flop, but yeah, I like this from Brad. We can see he's clearly got the best hand, and there's a lot of cards that are going to give him the second best hand on the river. But 7-way here, there's a whole host of 8x out there, or at least there should be. So I prefer Brad here in the small blind. I think we get a lot more information with a check in this multi-way pot than we do with a lead. So got Leon here actually firing with the 6s. Comes in for a tiny bet, 1.6 into 5.2, so opts for between quarter and third. And now Iron with an up and down straight draw here. Going to come in for a raise. Don't mind it at all. We've got the 10-9 of clubs, so with the 8 of clubs not being on the board, 10-8 suited, 10-9 suited, a lot less likely, which are hands that can be out there. As well as that as well, maybe after the original opener checks, Iron probably thinks Leon's going to have a lot of bets with his King X that he peels +2, like the King X he's peeling there, or like King 10, King Jack, King Queen, these type of holdings, which are probably going to bet this flop 7 ways. So Iron picking up on that and thinking once Leon does lead this turn, a lot of the time it's going to be difficult for him to have a king, and maybe 8x isn't going to opt for this really small size. So if he's deducted that correctly, then this is nice from Iron with the 10-9 up and down. He's got equity as well, picked a good hand to do it with in terms of the 10-9 of clubs, 8-10 of clubs, 9-8 of clubs, not a thing.
Nice one, Iron.
That's a nice pick up there from Iron, finding chips where a lot of players wouldn't have found them.
7-way action. So top 58k, nearly 200 bigs. Leon on 13,040 bigs. 70 was the last time we looked at the Poker Live app to see how many people were playing day 1-8. Eight cash tables running in the poker room. 8 and 74 playing the main so far. 7 and 4, 74. Yep, the buy-in is exactly right, got it. 11 plus 150, exactly correct.
So John limping the Jack 6 in the hijack for 300, and Brad going to come in with the ISO of the 6s, like it. So you're going to limp fold the Jack 6.
2, 3 with a 3. All folding round in turn this time. None of that 7-way action.
A blind on blind here can go either way as taught. It depends what strategy you're opting for in the small. But just chooses to complete, and Matt Bushell finds the boots. Blind on blind. Raises to 900, and going to have to call here as taught. If we're completing with the Jack 10, we're completing to call. Still a strong hand, blind on blind.
4, 5, 6 flop.
I'd like to see a check here from Matt potentially on this particular board. Just for a bit of deception against big blind range. Yeah, it's nice understanding. 3 of diamonds on the turn.
Not the best turn card.
It's not. And this is a turn as tour we can definitely credibly represent. We're going to have a lot more 7s and deuces here, some 2-pair combos in the blinds. And if we're Matt, this is the reason we check back flop, so we can call a turn bet. So not going to be going anywhere. It's 4 line to a straight yes. And some people fall into the trap of just instantly giving an opponent credit for the straight, but going to have to call here with the aces, because we also need to understand that our opponent's going to represent the straight a lot of the time as well, the times that they don't have it when they've got more straights in their range than we do. But this is a really good card for us on the river as Matt, this 5 pairing, and check from Tor. And I wouldn't even mind seeing a value bet now, Tower. We've got to make the assumption that Tor's going to be leading all his straights on the river, but we could see he wouldn't have got called anywhere with the aces there, Matt. But actually picked up a little bit more value than he would have done if he just c-bet the flop, got 1 extra bet out of our opponent.
See you soon, Karen. Safe travels. Playing the satellite at 9 o'clock. Just seen they're announcing the package winners on Twitter right now. Better go to Twitter then. Better get on Twitter. What's happening? What have we not been told? Have you won a package? Have you not told me?
Have I won a package?
Have you got one? We're on Twitter right now. Let's get on.
I think I'm in the top 179. Does that get me? Does that get me a playoff spot this weekend?
I'm not.
Something. How we doing? Good evening. So 6-5 of clubs for Iron. Early position, so thinks better of it. And John with the Queen 8 suited. We saw him limp the Jack 6 suited previously, so these are the type of hands that you expect to be in John's limp range. Just calls for 300, and once again it's going to be Brad that comes in for the ISO versus him. Wants to be raising the Ace Queen here.
You never know, come 8th. Chris Maguire.
No longer the bubble boy. Things are turning for Chris.
We can't call him the bubble boy anymore. He's now just a pot washer.
We'll jump back to the packages in a second, guys, because we're going to have a spot here occurring for Mr. Simpson, because Leon's got an easy 3-bet here out the big blind. Once Brad ISOs John's limp in the hijack, and Leon makes it 3.2 with the Ace King. And Brad with the Ace Queen of Hearts says, I'm all in. And Leon's going to snap it off. And Brad's going to see he's in bad shape. Leon with the best of it.
Good luck, said everybody.
I'm guessing something's Ben. Something on Twitch must be Ben Teague. After the chat that is going on. But to the flop, no help there for Brad Simpson. Does have backdoor hearts, some running chop outs as well. There's one of them.
There's one of them. Any 6, any 8, any Queen.
And it's a 3.
It isn't.
So Leon, who was nearly out the door but found an 8 on the river, is now back over starting stack. And that's going to leave Brad on fumes, down to 7 big blinds.
So Chris got himself the 8th place finish, as there were 8 packages from the original 5. John Bousfield, who won it last year, has now got 7th.
And the year before he won a package, didn't he?
How consistent is that guy? Bousey got a 10k diamond package for finishing in 7th. Amazing. Well done, one and all. Give you more updates regarding the National Poker League for 2021 as it's finished, and we'll start in 2022.
That needs changing, doesn't it?
We're going to have a hand here. Queens, Ace, Jack, Vitor, 3 bets to 3.5. John's coming over the top.
Well, this is actually really good to see, Tad. John's been limping a lot, and he's been limping like some suited gappers, these type of hands. He's had no strong hands that he's limped. So to see that he's actually incorporated in a limp with a premium as well is actually good. He has a bit of balance about his game, which is nice to see. A lot of players obviously would just snap open the queens out under the gun +1, but if you are incorporating in some weak limps, so you're going to need some strong ones as well. And if John is aware of that, that's very good from him. And the problem now we got though, when we come in for the back raise 4-bet, it's going to be alarm bells sent throughout the table, and it's going to be very hard for us to get any action. So interesting to see how he proceeds, whether he's going to 4-bet or whether he's going to continue with the trap. Obviously we have a player behind as well to worry about. Maybe better to 4-bet here. Don't want to be splitting equity 4 ways. If we flat, Keith's then getting a really attractive price. So does opt to 4-bet to 8.3, and it's just a snap fold from Tor. Knows exactly where he's at. Always going to be in a dominated spot versus that action from John. But nice to see that he's not only limping his marginal / weak holdings, he's also got some strong limps in there as well. And if you are opting to play a strategy that does incorporate a lot of limits in, then you will need to do this.
Afternoon, Jamie. Oh, good morning. In Vegas.
How are we doing, Mr. Nixon? How was it?
Is in the old Ash House of Go-Go, the best breakfast place in Las Vegas. The eggs Florentine in there are absolutely amazing and to die for. Hope you're well. I can only imagine what it was like on the rail for Jack and all the lads. Send our best wishes to all the guys if you get to see him, whichever party they're at, or whatever, if they're still partying from finishing 3rd. Give my best wishes, and I'm sure we'll see them at the tables very soon. Hope it's been a good trip, Jamie.
No Scottish this event. There was obviously the cash game played in Blackpool. What was it, 25, 50, 100 Scottish?
Yeah.
But plenty of cash games, Hold'em cash games, PLO cash games. There'll probably even be some mixed games in as we are here in the Vic.
Yeah, hope Vegas has been an experience. That's we've got to be the best experience. Really, one of your mates, one of your English poker friends, in the biggest event in the world. Beer pong's not easy, you know. It's not easy. Where were you playing beer pong? O'Shea's. That's the best place. The old Irish band behind. That'd be amazing.
Jamie, I saw a picture of Jack on the rail just before it started, and everyone was there. You and Chris. Your missus was even there, but you weren't in the picture. What was you up to? Did you pop to the loo? Literally the whole...
Oh, what was that?
The picture of the whole British Rail and Jack in front of them before day 3 started. And like everyone was there, and then I saw Ellie, and I was like, "Where's Jamie?"
Can we? Yeah, O'Shea's, fantastic O'Shea's, playing beer pong in there. Listening to the live band blurting out. Not too sure if it's on a Wednesday evening, but on the weekends in O'Shea's is just mental. Can't hear yourself think. The beer pong's going on. We've got about 6 beer pong tables. The live band on, as loud as you can have it. Great place. Enjoy the rest of your trip, Jamie. Love to all the Brits, and I'm sure we will see you there. And just while you're there, a little incentive for 2022.
Exclusive.
Exclusive. Drum roll, please. The winner of the National Poker League 2022 will receive a £35,000 Grosvenor sponsorship over 3 years. First year will be 20k buy-ins and sponsorship. The second year will be 10, and the third year will be 5,000. That is amazing.
35k.
35k for the winner of the NPL 2022. 20k package followed by a 10 and then a 5. An incentive for 2022. That's just been announced, and a bit of an exclusive regarding the NPL for 2022. But enjoy yourself, Jamie. Good luck and much love to everybody. Enjoy the rest of the trip and safe travels when you come back. Good luck if you're playing any more poker before you do get yourself back. Enjoy it.
So Leon with jacks opening, raise and take for him.
Pesky, you're not wrong. Didn't know anything about it. We literally got the message. Can you announce this? The drum roll came out. Amazing. How many GUKPT events are there in 2022? Well, there is the schedule. There's also the 30-30s, which we don't have dates for just yet. The 25-25s, they'll be rolled out through the year. The deep stacks, they'll be rolled out through the year. And plenty of events online as well. The Goliath will be part of the NPL. Is the Goliath part of the NPL? Yeah. So I'm not sure about the side events in the Goliath, but definitely the Goliath is part of the NPL as well. There's plenty going on, but right there, the schedule for the GUKPT that we'll be live streaming. We'll be live streaming the main events at the end of the dates. So we're so looking forward to that, and obviously the grand final down at the bottom to be confirmed when the team will be streaming. But it is a fantastic schedule again, 1st to the 18th of December next year, as we look forward to 2022. But as soon as we get the dates of the 30-30s and the rollouts of the deep stacks and the 25-25s, we will let you know.
As we get back to the action, Leon just had jacks, very next hand. Wakes up with the kings in the low jack, and John having some dark thoughts with a 9-5 off. And then in they go.
Strand 20's got a good question. The PK might, I don't know if he'll know the answer.
Well, Brad's got it in here.
Let's get it in. We'll tell him. We'll ask the question to PK very
shortly. He's
not
in the best of shape. King 7 beat kings. Gonna need
spades,
basically. So, Brad needing lots of help. And that is not it. Running sevens only or chop outs.
A jack on the turn.
Oh,
way up.
Any aces or nines?
A jack on the turn. The sweat was there. So the sweat was real.
Going to lose. Cook Brad.
Unlucky.
He might choose the re-enter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Back to the National League.
Yes, Strand 20 says, are you ruled out for 3 years then on the National League if you win 2022s, or can you still play in year 2 and 3? That's a good question, and that will be answered sometime shortly. Nice one, Strand. Obviously good to get the questions out. I would probably say not. I would say you could still win it, and it'll just roll over because you're that good. It's not unfeasible that somebody could win it 2 years running. Bouncy's got 3 packages on the trot. Was it the passport, then the package, then another package? Not bad, is it? So yes, I'd be very, very surprised if you were eliminated from 2023's kind of thing. But another fantastic promotion from Grosvenor.
Yeah, Cardsmith, they will be part of the NPL.
Yes, 100%. All 25-25s, all 30-30s and the deep stacks will be part of the NPL. Goliath for Morgan. When is Goliath? 25th of August till the 4th of September. Is Goliath. Get it in your diary, put it down, write it down, and you start looking for hotels in Coventry. If you need a bed and you can't get one, Jay's room will be 4827 on the 8th floor of the CBS Arena. And it'll be the furthest point away from the door. Yeah, the G400s, as they will be. Yes, the G400s. Nice one, Ben. The new name for the the 30-30s are now the G400s.
There's terms and conditions, though, we might add in, thinking about it. No drinking Guinness while playing, that's all we're going to say.
Well, that alienates one or two people.
Always got a Guinness in his hand, that man, always.
At least he picks a proper drink. Proper drink.
Don't sit right with me.
No, you're too young.
Yeah.
It's I'd say that you're as old as Ben.
Ben, yeah, me and Ben are the same age actually. So
yeah, we wouldn't say you were alienated from the league if you won it in 2022. We'd probably say that you can definitely play in years 2 and 3, and if you win it, you're just good. You can't penalise somebody for being good.
Barney, yeah, I did see that hand, the 9s beat the 10s, and personally, like, he's just got to fold, I think. I don't think Aldermere is ever going to take that spot versus that particular opponent as a bluff. And the thing is, as well, we're second in chips. We're absolutely flying. And for us to bust, when did he bust? 6th, 7th? One of the two. Like, it's a disaster for us because of the ladders. But the thing about him, the person in contention that we're talking about, he's not a poker player. He makes money from rapping, I think it is, in Argentina. He's a big face in Argentina. He's obviously got a few quid. He probably don't even know what ICM stands for. So just from that perspective.
Was this on the final?
Yeah, this was on the final. Massive hand, Tower. Absolute massive hand. Not just for those two involved, for the rest of the players at the table. The fact that Loco Coco busted. Can Aldermere not have like King Jack, Queen Jack suited, Ace Jack, these type of holdings here? I think he can. He can certainly have those in his range a lot of the time. Maybe even some Queen 10 as well. Queen 10 can definitely be in there, which was a straight.
So it's pretty popular off the poker circuit then, with 2.3 million subs on YouTube.
I'm not sure against that particular opponent. He's probably going to have some free bets with these hands. And the other thing, I just think the main factor in that hand, I think if Aldermere is going to run a line like that, he's going to pick someone else to do it against. I think against that particular, that's probably the one player at the table, maybe Holmes as well, the way he was playing, that just like not going to fold certain hands in certain spots. And the other thing as well, really, really good point to think about that hand is Loco has a lot of Jack X there, a lot of Jack X in his range, which Aldermere is going to be aware he's never folding a Jack in a million years there. So the fact, if you think about what our perceived range is for the opponent, then it becomes more of a fold, because hold on a minute, we've got all the Jack X here, well, we've got more Jack X than you do, and you're still setting us in. So I think just because of that, it makes it more credible towards value, which is obviously a talking point. There's been lots of posts about it, about how in terms of ICM, it's a disaster and whatnot. But at the end of the day, he's paid his money. He's made the FT. Play it how you want. If he thinks 10's with the best hand, if he makes the call and Aldermere does show up with like a random bluff, like I don't know, 9-8 suited or something like that, then he looks like a genius. But it comes down to in the short term, what was the actual result of that hand. But I just didn't really see Aldermere running it at that stage of the final table versus that particular opponent. I think there's just so many components in that hand that means that we've got to fold the pocket 10s. Yeah, I think exactly the same except from the river action, because the turn bet wasn't massive. So probably as played exactly the same. Call the free bet, check call flop, check call turn, and then just pass river. Yeah, I know hand's good. I can't believe he snapped him off as well. Didn't even tank that long. It was funny because before the camera even panned to Loco, he'd already actually made the call. When it eventually panned to him from Aldermere, the chips were already in the middle.
Oi, look at that!
Who's that?
Who's that?
That's a familiar
I
face.
tell you what, Andy Mack, 6th place, 10,000 diamond package. Let me tell you, one of the most consistent players. Yes, he goes to the bar and he talks bad beats all the time. Every time he opens his gob, oh, listen to this one. Only kidding, Andy, only kidding. Fantastic, good effort. 6th for a £10,000 diamond package. Well deserved, young man.
Yep.
Well deserved. Absolutely brilliant. Well done. Really well done.
Class act off the table as well.
Absolutely. Really enjoyed his company. Really enjoyed his company, and he's had some good successes. Very consistent in 2021. The Spand.
Saying opening the ace king after John once again comes in for a limp, and Matt going to peel the deuces in the big blind. Queen Jack 4, 2 diamond flop. So it should be a flop that Zeng's going to have a lot of continues on, especially with the king on diamonds as well in this spot, and does fire. And just a quick fold from Matt with deuces.
Evening, Josh. We're all good. Hope you are too. We are well. This is day 1A of the first week's live stream. We're here 3 weekends on the trot. 3 on the trot. Next week will be a little bit different because next week we're going to have a cash game on the Friday. We've got the NPL playoff on the Saturday, and we've got day 2 of the midi. Yeah, it's me sat in the light this time. When the light shines on it, you look like Casper the Ghost. That's me this time.
Yeah, I've not stepped out of the country, Alan, since 2019. About 2 years ago, Battle of Malta 2019 was the last time I was out of the country. Obviously, with everything happening.
Rented a room for some reason.
didn't need it, did I?
Slept on the streets 4 days.
Yeah, I like this from Tor. This is nice against good stack size to do it against. We're deep enough with Keith. He's opening cut off, going to have lots of different hands. We incorporating in a light free bet with a very good hand selection, nice playability with the 10-9 suited, and get the hand that has us in a dominated spot to fold. He's been playing well, Old Tor. This first hour, everything I've seen from him seemed pretty good. Unaware of him up until now. He seems to be doing a lot of good things at the table. So in 5 minutes time, blind's going to increase. Take a halfway point of the day.
Good job, sir. £9 PM tonight, there is that cash out satellite. 10 tables waiting for all young players that are going to be playing the satellite.
So King 10 of Hearts for Zenglong raises to 800, and Keith in the hijack opt into 3-bet, just over 3x. Can go either way with the ace queen here versus Zeng's open. We'll have some flats, some 3-bets. Keith 3-betting this one this time. Leon, what are we thinking about here with the 6-3 of Hearts in the small? And Zeng's got a nice one to pill here, Tower. King 10 of Hearts. But gonna let it go.
Decides against it.
I guess we're out of position. Can be in dominated spots.
Do you think the field will be weakened? Do you think the field this weekend will be less with the grand final next, or even bigger? Yeah, it's going to be tough to play everything. But this 1100, this 1250 that we're playing now might just be a stepping stone to play into the grand final. Don't forget, the final table all receive a £2,000 seat into the grand final, so it'll be well worth playing this one. £18,000 added value as we go across. And just looking down, there's Guy Taylor. Well done, Guy. £10,000 diamond package, very consistent yet again, Mr. Guy Taylor, always in the top 10. Well done, Guy. We will see you on tour next year with a 10,000 diamond package. Fantastic effort.
Huh?
Oh, you can use it from tomorrow. I like that. So if you are watching, or anybody who's got themselves a diamond package, Spand and the likes, Chris Maguire, obviously it's still in Vegas, you can start using your 10k package from tomorrow. Like it.
See you tomorrow, Spand. Top pair, top kicker for the ace jack of iron. And this is action here, because this is blind hijack versus big blind, and iron's actually a bit under-repped here with his hand. And Tor's actually flopped the monster overcard, gut shot, flush draw. Whole works going on here for him. So fires for 800. And I know we talk about it a lot, and there's some good situations to raise top pair and situations to just flat. Definitely can go either way in this spot as iron. Also dependent on what we perceive Tor to be playing like. We think he's more solid, might incorporate some more flats in. We think he's more aggro, maybe start raising some more. But he's opted to lead turn instead, just because a lot of the time this 9 is going to be a card that Tor is going to have high check frequency on, so doesn't want Tor taking a free turn with position. So like the lead here Goes really small though, Ox 4, just north of quarter. And how are we going to proceed here with Tor with the Queen 4 of clubs? Aaron is going to have more 9x in this particular spot. We are just sitting here with Queen high though. And it looks like he's opting to raise. It makes it 3.3. So what hands do we take this line with that we continue flop and then opt to raise this turn? And the thing is, there's not too much tower for value. You think if we got aces or kings here, we're probably just going to flat, simply because Iron is going to have a whole host of 9x defending in the big blind. So I think Iron's going to sniff this out and he's going to go check call river on almost all rivers, unless it's a really wet one. I think if Tor does unload the clip, it's just going to be a check call here from Iron, because you really think about it. Iron's got a lot of 9x here, so the fact that Tor comes in for the raise after we lead when we can credibly have a 9 in this spot, maybe it might be weighted more towards some bluffs. Jack X is just going to flat, queens, kings and aces should just be flatting. So our value range becomes very condensed as Tor. Once we raise this turn, it's just going to be hands like Queen 10, 10-7 suited, these type of holdings, and opts not to fire and makes a really good decision to wave the white flag, because Iron would not have been folding on that 2 of diamonds, and potentially some chip save for Tor and C6, but nice hand.
Butch Kane says, what's the best way to satellite in the GUKPT? There's feeders from £5 on Grosvenor Poker. Plenty of ways to get in. Feeders, guaranteed satellites on most nights, but yeah, and Gary, yeah, always get a little bit quieter. There's tournaments on now, and people are starting to get back into the swing of hosting tournaments. The feeder tables are great. The feeder tables are really good, from 25p to a fiver, from 5 to 30, 30 to 110, 110 into seats around the country. There's feeders on for 30-30s, for 25-25s. The closer you get to the 30-30s and the 25-25s or the G400s, then there'll be more condensed on the platform. We'll always check them out during the evening. Plenty of action to get into the satellites, and plenty of way to come and sit down and play a big tournament.
Leon, ace king, cut off, easy open. Raises to 800, and this is fireworks, especially between these two opponents, who I'm sure have played a lot of poker against each other. And if this doesn't go in, I will be pretty shocked here. Started the hand here, Iron, with 38 big blinds, cut off versus small blind dynamic. I just think this is always getting in with these two particular players. Leon, it's going to be action back to him, and definitely going to be seeing 4-betting chips, I think. Leon been opening a lot from late position. He'll be aware that Iron's taking note of that, so Iron can be lighter in this spot. So I think we're just going to see Leon almost always 4-bet the ace king here, working with, like I said, 48 bigs to start the hand. There's the all in. And Iron's going to make the call. He will make the call eventually. With the ladies. They'll be in less than 10 seconds. He's not folding.
Hi, fantastic. How can we do it?
Is he folding? He's not. He's not going to fold here, Tower. It's cut off versus small blind. It's against Leon, who's very aggressive. Leon might do this with jacks or tens. He might even have some ace queen suited in there. And the thing is as well, is Leon really just going to go this 4-bet size and just rip with aces or kings?
I'll tell you what.
Wow,
they're in the muck.
He's just going to fold. Wow.
They are in the muck.
And Leon shows him the ace king. And Iron. Wow, that's a really, really tight laydown. Yes, it's 48 bigs effective, but with these two particular opponents, cut-off versus small blind dynamic, I just don't see how we're ever meant to fold the old queens there. Old Iron Lightborn, he's
He's got 1.5 mil in his resume, and he's got a massive WPT to his name.
Yeah, won a WPT for 308k.
Yeah,
he's a very, very
the
good
best
player, Iron.
flipping poker we thought we were going to get, but nope, he folded the queens pre. Good morning from New York City.
How are you doing, Valerie?
Hey, Valerie, really love the analysis by the commentator. Jay is the best in the biz. And New York City, hope it is nice. Oh, it's just starting to get a little bit fresh in New York now. Did you see the Green Bay Packers game on Sunday? Foot of snow.
I don't watch basketball.
A foot of snow in Green Bay. Absolutely freezing it was. Mike Bates watching in Blackpool.
How you doing, Mike?
Well, we hope you enjoyed the live stream from Blackpool and also the GUKPT that was in town. What a festival that was. Jim, has the format been finalised for the cash stream? Not yet. It's either going to be a 5-10 no limit or a 10-25 PLO 4 card. They are the two choices. People have been sent messages regarding both games, and Dan in the card room is going to finalise it before next week. 60 degrees Fahrenheit, that's like 14 degrees, that's hot for New York in November. The Jets play the Dolphins on Sunday as well. Oh, come on the Finns. Yeah, if it is Omaha, we'll be streaming it, we'll be doing it. We're looking forward to it. This is what's on offer, by the way, for the next 3 weeks, because we're here day 1A, B, day 2, and the final day here this week. Then next weekend, Friday is the cash game, Saturday is the NPL playoff. If you not get yourself a diamond package or a platinum package and all the other packages there. And then the mini-main day 2, which will be interesting.
Yep.
Because it could be a long day, but we don't know how long we're going to be streaming for. So we will let you know. I don't think we're going to be finishing at 7:15 in the morning.
I wouldn't even mind starting at like midnight and finishing at 7:15 in the morning. Or starting at 10 and finishing at 7:15 in the morning.
Yeah, that's a shout.
I wouldn't even mind that, because I wouldn't like to stream it and then like cut it off six-handed or something and not know one, and it's like...
Yeah.
We've got to think about that. We do need to think about that for the MIDI. But the only problem we will have is for the MIDI, because I'm going to mention this as well, it's a Sunday night. People aren't going to be watching at 5 in the morning when they got to be up for work at 7.
That's true.
That's another problem we've got. So a couple of things to address regarding the streaming for the MIDI. But we'll figure it out. We've got ages. It's ages away. We've got 10 days.
Yeah, 10 days, yeah. 10. Oh, damn, man. Anything. And then the final week of streaming, the 1st of December is a Wednesday, the UK Heads Up Championship, which has been online. Interesting question.
Yep.
On Facebook, on social media, question came in: can I buy directly into day 2 of the Heads Up Championships? Genuine question. Did it really deserve an answer? A genuine question. Can I buy into day 2 of the Heads Up? Then we've got the A-Maker, which is a sit and go that's online. Then it's coming live. David Hayes is going to be playing that one. And then the grand final, the 2K buy-in, which 9 of these players that are playing this event this week are going to be playing, because 9 seats are added for the finalists to make the final of this. This 1250 will get a free seat into the 2K. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th will finish 2021 off in style. We're hoping that we're going to be incorporating day 3 of the mini next year on the Wednesday. That's in early stages talks for next year. The grand final is a 2K buy-in mill. It's always been called the grand final, but it's always the bigger buy-in. And the grand final this year is a 2K buy-in. I think an estimated price pool of about 750,000.
Yeah, I think that's bang on. I think that's what we'll get around that sort of figure. Back to the action here because Leon opened the 10-8 suited, flop top pair and a flush draw. William and Keith both called on the flop. William middle pair top kicker, Keith with his up and down. And if we're Leon here with our 10-8 of clubs, I wouldn't even mind firing again. We don't need to go too big here. Queen X shouldn't really be a problem. The only Queen X we're worried about in this particular spot is a hand like Queen X of clubs. So I guess just some 8s that outkick us. We should be behind to maybe some slow played sets of 5s and deuces as well. But opts to just check. And looks like now William going to fire with his 5 and does opt to go small. Looks like 3.5, so just south of third. And Keith with his up and down, 1 card to come, out of position, doesn't get to dictate the action on the river, should be letting this one go, especially with Leon behind us as well. We got him to worry about still. Sometimes when we hit our 9 or a 4, it has to be clean, it's not a club. I can see we are just drawing to our straight, but a couple of factors to take into account. The first one, out of position on rivers, don't get to dictate action. The second, we still got Leon behind. Might see him call on a pure rainbow board. Well, he is still going to make the call. He is getting a really good price. Around 30% pot bet from William, so gave a really attractive price here for Keith to river a 9 or 4. Do have some reverse implied odds though when flush draws are in the equation, as they are in this scenario. And Leon, interesting spot for him here now, because we're obviously never folding with our particular hand. He must be debating whether he can ever raise this spot here with an 8. You got to ask yourself though, what does that achieve? I guess we can. It's a difficult one. Don't really see what worse value we're ever going to get, so I think we're just going to call here now once we check the turn. I don't think there's too much merit to raising our 8 that can definitely show down, and we have a flush draw as well. Well, he's just going to shove with the best hand, and now William with the ace-5 not going to be able to call. Still got Keith behind, and this is one of the problems as well that we did mention, calling here with 1 card to come on the turn as Keith with the 7-6. When Leon does do this behind us, we've just burnt off 3.5k. But William now with the ace-5. Just get out of the way, and Keith will have to do the same thing with his up and down straight draw. And this pot's going the way of Leon. So shoves, gets it through. Did have the best hand. Maybe just happy to take it down there. If he's behind, he's still got heaps of equity.
Not bad for being all in, is Leon. Back up to 45,000 now. Big improvement on his stack. Well played to Leon. And now, one of the chip leaders on the table in the early stages of day 1. Chef Brad's brought back in.
Has he?
We saw him sit down on table number 3.
The day 3, there is a day 3 for the mini mains, not Barney Boatman in the chat on Twitch.
Yeah, there is a day 3 in the minute. Not the midi just yet.
I really like the addition though. It was it's just like 2. What time? It finished at 3 AM the day 2, and we had 15 players left.
Yeah.
It's just so much better to come back fresh for the day 3 and.
Yeah. I'm thinking about day 3 for next year and live stream, and I'm thinking setup. Day 3 mini starting at 2. Get to the final table round about 6, 7 o'clock. As soon as the live table streaming table's ready after setup, stick them on.
Yeah.
Conclude to a finish, live stream the final, bish bash bosh, see you for day 1A of the main event on the Thursday. That's what I'm thinking. Thinking like off the bat. I'm not saying it's going to happen. It's something that's there in the background.
That is another something too for next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of people do like the minis and the middies, and they like to watch the live streams of the finals. What time did you find? It's still going on. It's still going on. We left them to it. Was it late? Yes.
Yeah.
Was it late? It sure was. Went golfing with Vinny.
Did you?
I did. Yeah, we finished third. We were golfing at the old links last Thursday. Last Thursday or this Monday? Might have been this Monday actually. Sent you my scorecard for the front nine, didn't I, last week?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, it was.
Yes. 39 front nine.
Cut territory.
3 over. 3 over. Oh, I played. Oh, delicious it was.
21 points on the front, playing off 10. Disgraceful.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell you what, never hit the ball so clean. It was lovely. Yeah, played golf with Vinny. He was so happy about his win. I said, what did you do? He says, do you know what? He says, we didn't even stay. He says, I was that tired, mentally drained, because it was in the last 2 tables of the 30-30 that Josh's son won.
Yeah.
He was in the final 2 tables of that. He played the satellite and won a seat. Oh no, he played the satellite and bubbled the seat because he wanted to play in a late one then.
Yeah.
Then he played day 1A. And then he played day 2, and then he played all the way through to the final. Obviously, the final was a long final.
Yep.
He said, I was absolutely mentally drained. He said, all I wanted to do was celebrate. He says, but I was absolutely drained. He said, we all just went, and then went out for a meal the day after.
Yeah, so 3-bet pot here. Iron Peel in the King 10 suited. Ace higher board, and just going to snap fold the gut shot. That's the thing about the go back to the WSOP. You talk about that main event.
Yeah.
Imagine making the FT 8 days of straight playing poker for 10 hours a day. 8 days of that. You must, at the end of it.
Yeah, mentally just drained.
Like after all the adrenaline goes and everything, after that you must just crash.
Yep. Yeah, we had a 4-way chop in Blackpool. It finished at around about 3 a.m, 2:30 in the morning. It was a late one, that is for sure. I don't think there's any guarantees in the mini or the midi. I don't think there needs to be fair. A lot of people just turn up and play. A lot of people don't just turn up and ask what the guarantee is, are we going to play, because it's not going to be a guarantee. Every event's smashed it this year. Yeah, there's only, at the moment, just short of 80 runners in the main. But it is just one of those. I don't think we need guarantee. Yeah, it's nice to say, oh, there's a 100k guarantee on this 30-30, but what happens when it takes 220,000? So 82 playing the main event today so far.
Any red cards in this deck? So, John opening the 4-3 off. EP mixing it up. Zeng's in with the 8-7 suited. And Keith coming with the ace-5 of clubs. And if we are going to open the 4-3 off, and we've got flop the nut low on this dry board, should be continuing here as John. This board's just great for us in terms of range, and doesn't opt to continue with the 4-3. Like Zeng's decision to check his middle pair. And John now picking up a pair on the turn. Yep, you have got 4-3, John. You did open this one, checks again, and now Zeng feels like he's got the green lights coming for value. Once the aggressor checks twice, we're going to feel our ace the best hand against him, and assuming that we're not putting too much top pair checkbacks in Keith's range on this board, we can comfortably come in for some value here as Zeng long. Also betting for equity denial purposes. Don't want opponents with overcards realising their equity versus our hand, letting them have the free one. And John So opened the 4-3 under the gun +2. Didn't elect to continue on the King 8 Deuce Rainbow, the driest board texture you can get. But now he's going to check call once turning third pair. And this should go check check. I think Zeng's going to snap check this one behind. Wow! And now comes in for a lead for 7k into 8. So he's opted for near pot here. And this is a really, really weird line. And Zeng, non-believer. And he's going to see the 4-3. And that's note for the table as well. We want to be aware of that, seeing that John's opened that hand from early position. He's then not continued on the king high board and then check called the turn and just randomly led the river. And Zeng picks it off. He's like, what you got here, buddy? You're repping jacks. That's probably about it. Literally only jacks would make sense in that spot. It's 3 combos. And when you are bluffing on rivers, as I always say, make sure you think about the value that you can have in that spot. The bluff spots become really good when you can have a whole host of value in your range.
Has there been a basic schedule for the 2022 events or just the dates announced? Just dates at this moment in time. I'm thinking by the time we finish the grand final in a couple of weeks' time, we'll have the schedule ready for London's leg 1. That's what I reckon.
Next week, he said.
So hopefully then. And when and where is the next 25-25? There they are. Right there. Newcastle 12th, 9th till the 12th. Walsall 9th till the 12th. Leeds, Bury New Road 15th to 19th. And Luton 16th to the 19th the same week. The 4 25-25s are back. And we're bringing you more of the schedules for 25-25s for next year. Later in the festival during the 3 weeks that we are live streaming. But they're the 4. Newcastle, Walsall, Leeds and Bury New Road. Collecting the pots together and then playing it for day 2 in Leeds. So Bury New Road's money, Leeds money put together, and then playing for the big pots in Leeds and then Luton as well the same week. So they're the 25-25s.
No.
Not this year that we know of, Jerry. But next year, I'm sure there'll be one on the schedule. When we do get everything released, we let you know straight away. Always exclusives coming through on stream. So John, after limping the aces under the gun, fires on the flop on King Queen 5, gets it through. Evening Simon, evening chaps. Did you watch much of the main event final table? Very pleased for Jack Oliver, amazing result. I watched pretty much all of it. I fell asleep last night, heads up, so I didn't actually get to see the conclusion, but I watched the last hand this morning, so pretty much all of it I watched. It was great, rooting for Jack, shouting at my laptop when he was all in at certain cards to come and whatnot. But it gives you a buzz as well, and I mentioned it just seems so surreal seeing obviously someone that plays the tour, someone I've spoken with, playing for that sort of money on the biggest stage there is, and it was a great watch and couldn't take my eyes off it. And yes, Brad Reese, the Bury New Road Leeds final is played in Leeds for the 25-25. So Matt with the King 9 suited raises to 900. And John 10-6 off in the big blind, going to get out the way. Raise and take for Matt.
Next one. Who's that? Riggy. Yes, that way. He needs an updated picture. Where's that from? 1977. What's that all about? Well done, Riggy. Well done, man. 4th place, £10,000 diamond package. He's played so much, and to be fair, he won the seniors championships in 2020.
Oh,
in last year, because he only played one event. COVID hit. That was it. Gone.
Is that Dave in the background of his picture on his phone?
No, Dave's on his phone in the background. He is unbelievable. Well done, Riggy. Great effort in 4th place in the diamond packages in the National Poker League. So no need to see him next week when we play the playoffs. Well done, Riggy. Absolutely top-notch effort.
Good laugh off the table as well. Good crack. Really good crack.
He's very dry and he's got a great sense of humour. When are the playoffs for the NPL? The next Saturday here in the Vic. We're going to be streaming it live. So we'll be... I don't actually know what time it starts next Saturday. It starts at 12, does it? So we'll be in situ at the normal time then. All the way down to crowning a... How many places, how many packages? Well, I don't know how many packages there are. There's that many being added because of all the money that the collector put straight back to the players.
15 5K pack.
15! So the bubble's going to be 16. No? Oh no, here we go. Now what? 15 5K. There's got to be 50. There's 15 5K packages. There's got to be a bubble at 16. There can't be an extra prize. There's the extra prizes. Is there? They keep adding things. No, just add things. Just add things. What are we adding this time? So the 16 is going to be a bubble for the 5K packages.
Yeah, John clicking buttons here. Opted to raise flop with Ace Jack on 9-6-7. Wasn't raising Zeng. He was raising the opener, which I believe was C8. I think it was C8 that opened. Was it Leon that opened? Well, someone opened late position. Went cool, come to the flop, and then the late position continued. And John just elected to raise Ace Jack on 9-6-7 rainbow, and Zeng cold called with the bottom 2 pair and just chooses to fold. Faces John's double barrel and just gets it through with the Ace Jack, and Zeng's going to be shocked to see that hand.
Zeng. How many people out there's folding that?
2 pair.
Not many around here. Is the online playoff next Saturday?
12th.
The 12th. The online playoff is 12th. That's a big fold with 2 pair on that board.
Yeah, that is. Thing is, you don't know like what players are getting text information. They've got friends and family watching the stream.
He's texting too much. And put your phone down.
Well, if he's being fed information, I think we've got a call there, because John's been doing some very erratic things and doing some unorthodox plays. Just seems like just feels it in the moment, whether to raise, call or fold.
Yeah.
And if Zeng's aware of that, I think he should be calling the 2 pair there. But if he looks at it from the other perspective and he's not getting fed information and he thinks John's pretty solid, then maybe maybe make the exploitable lay down. But John showed down 4-3 off, opening early position a few hands ago, and just from seeing that as Zeng, I would not be folding that spot, just from that bit of information with the 4-3 off hand that we witnessed about 10-15 minutes ago. But straight back into it, because Leon raising the Queen 10 and Keith not going to be going anywhere. Got a lovely hand to defend here. 9-8 suited, not going to be folding this one.
9-10 jack flop.
So both players catching pair and up and down. Keith's up and down to dummy end of the straight. Leon can definitely incorporate some checks in on this board tower, but looks like he's going to come straight in for a bet, try and get some information about our opponent's range. But this is definitely a board, especially with the Queen of Clubs. Queen 10 is a hand that we want to be checking some of the time. It's all down to you how you're going to mix up your frequencies and spots, how often you're going to bet, how often you're going to check. But you can definitely go either way with the Queen 10 here on this board, especially versus big blind range as well. And Keith, bottom pair, up and down, backdoor flush draw, got an easy call.
Oh, bingo, Django card.
That is a lovely card for us here, as Keith in the 9-8 suited. And maybe thinking about leading this spot tower, simply because this 7's going to be a high frequency check for Leon's range. Leon's going to understand that we've got lots of 8x in our range defending out the big blind, so he's going to incorporate a lot of checks back on this turn. So may see Keith just come in for a lead here just to avoid that, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He just knows that this is a card where we're going to see Leon check back so often, so taking that move away from him, getting the betting lead ourselves, we can then dictate, well, come in for value on the river. Deuce of spades, so clean run out as well for us. So now we need to think about what size we want to choose here. As Keith, got to think about what hands we expect Leon to have here. Like a lot of the time it is just going to be like a one pair, maybe some flush draws that have bricked anyway. So I wouldn't, it's one of these spots where I'd like potentially see Keith go fairly small, just to target some one pair hands, maybe induce from some flush draws that bricked. It looks like he's like in the longest check of his life here, Keith, the way his finger was on the table. Oh, I love this. If this is 2.5 and not, oh, it's 6.5. I thought he went 2.5. So he has opted to go big here. And Leon just in a really nasty spot here with his pair of 10s. Obviously he knows exactly what Keith's representing now. He's saying I've got a straight or better here. Well, straight's the nuts in form of King Queen, but he's saying I've got at least an 8. So Leon weighing up his options. Thing is as well, this Queen of Clubs not a good card for us to have. We want Leon to have some Queen X that have bricked and some potential flush draws. But this is just a game of, in Leon's head, we're either winning with our 10 or it's a straight. It's as simple as that. It's either an air ball, maybe like a Queen X, or it's a straight, and that's why Leon's made the call here with his pair of 10s. It comes down to Keith either has a straight or he's bluffing, and we're ahead of his bluffs. Don't think he's going to ever turn like a Jack X into a bluff there, so Leon come to that conclusion.
2 bits of news.
2? What's going on with the news today? There's news every 10 minutes.
So the news 1. First bit of news.
First bit of news, please.
Albert's in the house.
Ah, that's big news.
That's huge. Anybody who's thinking the pot's not going to be big, Albert's in the house. The second news is that there's 15 packages next week, 2 £1,250 tickets, and 4 £250 mini main or 25 seats.
Okay. So the bubble will be at 21 players.
22. because there's 21 prizes. So the first bubble will be at 22.
Yeah, okay.
And then 4 prizes of the 250s, and then 2 1250s, and then 15 5k packages. Oh, can't wait for next week.
What's the clock on that tower, out of interest?
5 minutes, I think. No, I have no idea. Shall we have a look, see what's on the app?
It should be here, shouldn't it?
Should be on there. Some of the just stick it on. There it is. Day 2, weekend number 2. Where is it?
There we are.
Where is it? Saturday, the NPL playoff, invite only, 1 o'clock, 30-minute
There we
clock,
are.
20,000 starting stack.
Perfect.
We get a line. We don't start till 1.
Half one.
Oh, baby!
All about the lion.
All about the line. 1 o'clock for the NPL next week. Can't wait. Woo woo. We will be in situ next week for the 1 p.m. NPL. Is it 77 runners? 21 prizes?
Looking forward to it.
30-minute clock,
looking forward to it.
20,000 starting stack. Decent.
So, Tor squeezing it up in the big blind after all these limps in front of him, and John's in again. Can we keep this man on the table, Tower? I want to see more of John.
10-9 flop, 10-5-8.
Well, he's going to get in trouble here.
He is top pair for John.
So Jack's here for Tor. And continues for 4,000. So Ops fairly big here. Ops for 2/3 pot. Don't actually mind it on this particular board. There's lots of gut shots out there, straight draws, flush draws, sizing up a little bit. John. Oh, is that a what? I thought that was. He must have said call before. He must have said call before because I thought he was raising there.
Pairs the 5 on the turn, 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, good card here for the Jacks of Tor. Not only does it pair the 5 and we go ahead at 10-8, but if John does have a 10x hand here with a card lower than our Jacks, like his 2 pair outs aren't available, he needs to trip up. So this is a really, really nice card for us here as Tor with the Jacks, and probably going to just come in for a second street and line up potential river jam, try and get called by John's 10x. But probably around 6-7k here, Tower, I'd like to see. Just a nice, if we go 6, that's going to leave 26 in the pot, with John playing 21k, gives us a nice like 80% pot size shove on the river, but goes a bit larger, opts for 10k, which is around 3/4. And John now goes all in with his top pair. So basically, from our perspective here as Tor, we're only losing to a 5 or maybe pocket 8s, but is John not going to raise that pre? I think he will, so maybe we can take that out of his range. We can take 10s out as well for the same reason. So maybe just repping a 5 here, and he shouldn't have that much 5x from our perspective as Tor.
Fold again.
I don't think he's ever going to fold this one here, Tor. It's 4 at a big pot, but I think Jacks against this particular opponent, especially if we've been getting fed information. Look at this down here, bottom of the screen. Zing's having a little peek at what's been going on. And the thing is, yeah, he's not folding, Tal. There's 2 flush draws here as well, which is important. So a hand like Jack 9 diamonds, or he's going to call. He's just always going to call in this spot. And the Jacks are good, and John's going to see he has 2 outs. From his perspective, we can see he's only got 1 because there's a 10 in the muck. And John is an early Christmas present given to Tor in seat 6.
Oh, look at John. John Hall smiles, taps the table, and that will be John leaving the table. Always good to watch John Hall play. We saw him in Blackpool, and he is out. No, you're not allowed to watch the stream, Bob. The problem we have is obviously we're 30 minutes behind, so we're not allowed to watch the stream. If we see somebody watching the stream, we can't advise anybody to tell them to turn it off, because obviously it's 30 minutes ago. We can only hope that the dealer sees it or tells them that you can't watch the live stream. Apart from that, There's not a lot we can do. Here's the PLO event on Wednesday. 4 card or 4, 5, 6 says Giovanni. It's 4 card on the Wednesday, and the Mondays is 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, he's just doing some very unorthodox stuff, Simon. He's obviously happy with his plays if he's making them. But
Nightmare logging into Grosvenor Online tonight, says Razor Kev. See if there's any problems on this end. Not that it helps you, but I got the tick straight away, to be fair. See if we any chance of logging in, see what's happening online. We will find out. So yeah, so next week there are 21 prizes for the NPL. Cannot wait.
So we've got Ace Jack of Diamonds for Leon. I'm going to open this one under the gun.
An error has occurred. Please try again or contact support for further assistance. That's what I'm getting as I try to log into Grosvenor Sport. Anybody else? Let us know. Definitely issues online, say everybody. Okay.
So Keith coming in for not just the light, but a 6x free bet in position versus
standard
under the gun
standard
opener.
In a 1250.
And he's going to get himself into a whole host of trouble. I don't actually mind the free bet. It's just the size is way too big. We've gone nearly double of what the size we should be going in this spot. And now we've just got a bloated pot for that reason. And top pair beat top pair in a free bet scenario. Going to lose a lot of chips here, Keith. Could potentially even get stacked depending the size that he opts for on the flop. If he opts for a large size, could even check this one. Definitely a top pair we can incorporate into our check range, but just opts for what is around 40%. And Leon here with the ace jack, not going to be going anywhere. I'd still like to see Leon just call here, Tower. This is one of the situations where we should just be calling top pair. Think about Keith's range. If he's got a hand like ace king, ace queen, we've got that draw into 3 out, so they're going to have like 12% equity. And the times he's got his over pairs, obviously they're going to get the money anyway, but we want to keep those other holdings in that we just spoke about. Some dominated jack X like he's got in this situation. We don't want to he is going to shove in for 28.3k, and it might work out perfectly for him in this situation. But I think over the long run in these free bet scenarios, gun versus button, just want to flat the ace jack, keep the ace king and ace queen in of our opponent, keep some like 8s, 9s, 7s, 10s, these type of hands in as well, because the times they got the overpair they're going to snap us off. So a lot of the time with the ace jack, like very hard to get called by worse unless it's king queen, king jack, queen jack, jack 10, and even sometimes those hands might make the fold, because what's Leon supposed to shove here, Tower? There's no bluffs here on jack 3, 4 rainbow. Leon shouldn't have a bluff in this spot, and that's what's going through Keith's head here with the queen jack. There's just no bluffs in this scenario here. But if Keith does fold, Leon has definitely left a lot of value on the table. We might still make the call here with queen jack, but if you really think about it, what's Leon supposed to have here? What bluffs has Leon got? He's not doing this with jack 10, jack 9 suited that he might open under the gun. But then again, he's not doing it with 3s or 4s. They should just always be flattened. So maybe slow played over pairs, queens, kings and aces he can have. We block queens from Keith's perspective. On this dry board texture, once we get check ripped on, it's just never going to be a bluff in this spot, and he might actually make the good discipline lay down here with the queen jack, the way he's posturing. But definitely, I think from Leon's perspective, maybe a little bit of a misstep with the ace jack. He may actually get called here, and it may work out perfectly.
Surely for the jack queen.
it's just coming up with what Leon's supposed to have in this spot, because you don't expect him to shove ace-jack. Like, ace-jack should just be calling. Keep ace-king and ace-queen in with 12%. We're going to get stacked by the overpairs a lot of the time anyway, but we want to keep some of them bluffs in, some of them c-bets that are just going to be ace-highs that are now drawing to 3 outs. And the 10s, 9s and 8s can all get out of the way with 2 outs. But I think obviously the first miss.
He's painting himself into calling.
He is going to make the call.
He's painting himself into calling, man.
Like, it's worked out perfectly for Leon in this particular situation, but I think over the long run there, just want to be flat in the ace-jack. In a results-orientated world, it looks like a perfect play. We've got queen-jack to call, a worse hand with 3 outs, but just thinking it about all the particular hands our opponent can have in this spot. Especially, we were fairly still deep as well. That was a fairly big shove over the continue, but fair play. Maybe he just thought Keith wasn't as strong as he was pre, and thought maybe he just waited towards the jack and just went for it. But it's worked out perfectly for Leon, and just like that, up to 61k. Remember, he was 2 outs from being out the door. He had to find an 8 on the river. There was only 2 remaining, and he found one, and now he's back.
Lots of chips. Oi, oi. Smiler's back. Chris Johnson, well done, Mecha Pack. Well done, buddy. What a good effort. Did he not win another comp last week? Somewhere. Surely final table somewhere. I saw a picture somewhere. Or was that just the...
He final table Blackpool?
Did it? No, I know Blackpool was there. I just weren't too sure whether he'd done something in between. But,
the 30-30s run, weren't they? He could have
Chris Johnson, very consistent, was early doors during lockdown. He was right up top in the leaderboard, and we always said that he'd be one of the top 5, and there it is. Chris looks delighted.
He always does, man. He always does.
He's a top man, old Chris. He plays a lot.
I get a smile out from him time to time. I do get a smile off from him time to time. I just make a little joke, make a little remark. I get a right smile sometimes from him.
Oh, but well done, Chris. We was in the top 3 while we were in lockdown, and we were saying when we were doing the live at 5s. Remember all the live at 5s that we did? Chris was always in the top 3, and he was always there. So well done to Chris Johnson, CPJNS or Macapac to a lot of people online, because his volume online is massive. So 15 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a 15-minute break, and a new table will come with us, whoever that may be. We will let you know after the break. All these players that we're showing, they keep getting 10,000 diamond packages played. A lot of volume all year, and well worthy of the prizes.
All been confirmed, Jim. There will be a National Poker League running next year, and not the same prizes.
No! Oh no!
First place next year is going to get a 35k sponsorship package over the course of 3 years. So that's going to be first place next year. So even bigger prize than the 20k package this year.
35,000, 20,000, 10,000, and 5,000 running for 3 years. 72 for the playoff and 21 packages. Amazing. What a good effort from everybody concerned. Just thinking, just before we started playing live poker, there wasn't much in the pot, and then all of a sudden, boom!
Yep. So Zeng, nice one to open for us. Ace deuce suited, raise and take. So one's folded to us as top, massive stack. Gonna open to 1k. That's definitely not an open to 10k. Just a 1k chip in there. And Leon gonna make the call with the A6 suited, and that's a call for 1k, not 10k. And Queen, Jack, Deuce, 2 clubs. So nice flop here for Tor, flopping top pair. Could definitely incorporate some checks in this one against Leon, who's on the button. He'll have some Queen X, Jack X himself that may elect to stab at this one because of range, but just going to come straight in for a bet, fine as well. But we'll have some checks on this board with this particular holding. With a Queen 10. Just comes out firing, takes it down. The 10 minutes on the clock.
10 minutes.
And then we'll head out on a break.
Plenty of information coming over the course of the evening regarding 25-25s, how much streaming the team are doing in the next 3 weeks. Don't forget you can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch. Mainly watched on YouTube and Twitch. We've got the rest of the schedule for London in 2 parts. The dates for next year are already out and set. The Goliath dates are set.
So it's actually Matt Bushell opening here, not Tor. Matt's open to 1.1. There we are, he's back. 7-8 of hearts.
Tor still not in the hand.
And Leon with the 8s here. Now we're at the 200, 500 level. Might be thinking about potentially free bet getting us in versus Matt's 24 big blind stack, but looks like he's just going to flat. Perfectly fine. Can go either way.
Someone came to that table and Frankie didn't tell him.
All right. Ten-9 flop, 10-5-6.
Yeah, this is a nice flop for Matt. Had 7-8 of hearts, right? But I don't think Matt's in the hand anymore because we got action behind. It looked like there's a shove from Iron and there's a cold call. Oh, Matt is still in the hand. Well, we're 4-way here with Iron Lightboard all in. So don't know the holdings of Iron or Zhang Lao, but we do know that it's 7-8 of hearts for Matt Bushell and it's pocket 8s for Leon. There we go.
Set for Iron. The Kings aren't folding. Up and down straight draw for Matt.
Matt is folding.
And
It's horrible from us, Matt. We've got the 7-8 suited in this spot. We've flopped them up and down. Saying that, Matt's only got 10k back tower. Hold on a second. Let's reverse and figure out what was in the pot.
He's calling.
He must be getting the right price.
Yeah.
He's already got chips in front of him. Okay. This makes a little bit more sense. Matt Bushell with his up and down, must be getting the correct price to make the call here.
Iron Lightborn, his favourite.
Yep.
To get a treble.
Yep. Massive favourite tower. Matt's the worry here. Looking for 4s or 9s.
Yep.
Iron fading 4s, 9s and kings. And story stays the same.
Set of 5, so Iron Lightborn.
And it's a 3
Stays
of clubs.
in front all the way through.
Yeah, it's a treble up for Iron, and there's going to be a small side pot going the way of Zeng, I believe. Nope, maybe not. Iron had Matt covered, so Matt was even shorter than what come up on the graphic, I believe.
So Matt has been eliminated.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah,
small side pot for Zeng.
That's right.
But Matt is out the door.
Zeng's got the side pot with the Kings. Matt Bushell for the second time on the feature. He's not liking the feature table.
Which one?
That one?
That one.
There he is.
There he is.
There he is. The what is it? The Bilkston Baxter?
Blixton.
Blixton. Apparently it's just a random generated name.
Ah.
Somehow. Don't know how he came with that. Well done to Ben. Fantastic all year. Ran Ewan McNicholas all the way to a very close. They were chasing the points. They played all the events. Ewan, I think, didn't Ewan final table the last event in Blackpool that just about did it for him?
Yeah, and he final table with the mini,
Yeah,
and he won.
I think he
won the closer. Yeah,
I think he won it, didn't he?
And he final table Bolton last week, the 30-30 as
Did
well.
he?
Yep. So
and there he is.
one guess for who wins.
There he is, the guy that jumps about rails in Vegas for fun. Ewan McNicholas, well done, pal, because that was a great effort all the way through, from winning leg 1 this year for 167,000 and being top of the leaderboard with Ben all the way through the year. You've chased it, you've earned it, you've won it, and that is a fantastic 20,000 sponsorship package. Fantastic to Ewan, who we saw on the rail in Vegas, and he's now taking a well-earned rest, but he is here for the grand final. We have been told they're on the way back, the boys, in a couple of weeks' time for the grand final. But what a good effort from Ewan.
Yeah,
it's been great viewing him this year, and been great to watch him on the live streams. And Ben T ran him close, but Ewan just coming out on top. Well done, everybody who's took part in the NPL, because that is the best promotion for any poker player out there, and it just gets bigger and better next year.
Both good to drink with off the table as well, first and second.
Talking of drinks, it's about time you got the teasing. No, it's all right. You stay there. I'll go.
We've only got 2 minutes till break.
Oh well, wait then. You get your own. Well done, everybody. It has been. I tell you what, you're not wrong. Yeah. What a great couple of days for Ewan. He's had a fantastic November, shall we say?
Yeah.
He has had a fantastic November. If November's come up on memories, November for Ewan McNicholas will be one to talk about in 2021. It hasn't been a bad month at all. Well done, Ewan. I know he's in Vegas now. Won't be watching this, but we'll see him in the grand final. I'm sure we'll have a chat with him as well. We'll bring as many guys who have got the packages into the chat and get them for half an hour and have a run through of the year and how it's impacted and what they've done and how they chased it and was it worth it, and did they do it through wanting to play it, or did they in the end having to chase it and gain the points? But it's all turned out in the end. Well done, one and all. You've earned it.
John, I can, just not the main event. So I usually play the mini.
Usually cashes the mini, usually cashes the 30-30, and it's He's just a good top level when it comes to side events. As we know in Blackpool was very, very close. Yet again. Cast a few times on the minis and main and the minis and the 30-30s this year. Eh? Not bad at all.
No trophy though, Tower. That's what it's all about.
Not yet. That's the trophy. We're trophy
We've got
hunting
three last attempts of the year this week. That's it. 3 last attempts.
You're playing both Omaha.
Both Omaha.
And the
mini.
And the mini.
Mini on Monday. So we'll finish this on Sunday.
Yeah.
It's gonna be. How weird is it gonna be to finish on Sunday and not have to pack up?
I know. Yeah. Yes. I think we should just pack it all up and put it back up next Friday.
All done. Have a beer.
We even thought about for the grand final, leave it till the first leg.
Why
but
not?
We can't. Things need changing. New backgrounds and new stuff like that.
Okay.
We instantly stopped. We all stopped at the same time and thought, "What a good idea that is!" And then we thought, "Oh, backgrounds need changing, table needs reclothing, and all that." Oh, damn, you know. But no, it has been a fabulous year for everybody concerned in the MPL. We've enjoyed it. We've enjoyed rooting for you guys, and you've been chasing the points all the way around the country, which is what it's supposed to do. There's some good prizes at the end of it all.
Yeah, and we've got a pretty clear fold here as William. Oh.
No.
Okay. Just snapped as well. Before I even had a chance
gets involved.
Before I even had a chance to say anything. On this King 9-3-7 rainbow board, once we double barrel and iron cores twice, he's not calling with any gut shots. There's no up and downs that he can have. So he's going to fold out. His 9x is going to check river, so once he bets river, we're just always behind there after river and showdown with second pair. Like, it's just so many hands we lose to, and there's just no hands that Iron's ever going to go float, bluff in that particular scenario. We need him to specifically float an airball twice and then bluff river for us to be good with our Jack 10. But William just snapped the chips in, thought, you know what, I've improved on the river, I'm not folding. That's going to be the last hand of the session, guys, and then we will head out on a quick 15-minute break. A new feature table when we return. And we've got one of the chip leaders in the room coming to the table. 100k. Brian Peaty is going to be in seat 5. When we return, last hand, William opening ace-9 off under the gun. Now very short after that hand, and he's going to get a raise and take here though, and that will be that. So we are off on a quick 15-minute break. We're going to be back at 8 o'clock, guys. We will see you then. New feature table. See you soon.
I was number 4 board for the number 11, the under 11s in Lancashire, and my sister, I think, was the number 1 board for the under 9s in Lancashire. So we were pretty good, and then obviously we were coming home and we were playing each other and getting better and better. And then it got to a point when we were about 9, 10, 11 where we were too good to play the other children. So in the evenings, this was sort of like, we were at an age as well where we were going to bed at 9 o'clock on a usual night, but instead of that, we sort of we were only playing competitively with other children at weekends. So
yeah.
What we ended up doing was we ended up joining like local men's clubs at like 9 and 10 years old. So you can imagine these were really late nights. We're in these local games. We're going to places like I was from Chorley, so going to places like Leyland, Blackburn, and Burnley, and all over the place. Travelling around the northwest, and we were sat in there till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and we were playing against fully grown men who were drinking pints and blowing smoke across the chessboard. So it was it was sort of like the ideal preparation for poker. But 11 years old when I went to high school from primary school, it just sort of wasn't cool to play chess anymore. Everyone, you just couldn't be that kid who was in the library every day. So yeah, I had to get back out on the football field, and I stopped playing then. So I've met some people through poker all around the world who've gone on to be really, really good chess players. But I sort of completely left it alone from 11 years old.
How good could you have been, During?
I don't know. I definitely felt like I, de- I definitely felt like I had some ceiling because there's a guy in the local village, a local village to me who used to really give me a good pasting, and that always brought me back down to earth, sort of thing. So I don't know. I don't know, but it's leading into the poker thing from chess. The skill set is so similar because in chess you're thinking 3, 4, 5, 6 moves ahead, and it's exactly the same in poker with your pre-flop, your flop, your turn and river. It's the thought pattern is almost exactly the same, thinking moves ahead. So yeah, the skills are massively transferable. But I mean, I'd love to sort of play now, but it's you can't really win money, and, the games are very time consuming. So it's yeah, I would love to play, but I don't know. Maybe in later life I'll get back into it. I think when I've got a bit more time and there's not so much poker going on all over the place.
Absolutely. Where did you start first playing poker, and how did you learn, or was it just like?
So this was 2005, 2006. I was just in year 11 at high school, and my friend is my best friend who lived 2 doors down from me and was really close with my family. He'd just gone to a local sixth form college, and this was obviously a year or two after the Moneymaker thing, and you got Greg Raymer and all that. So it was basically the exact point at when professionals started winning the World Series main event every year to when amateurs started winning every year. So they were. I was in year 11 at high school. They were going to, well, as loosely say, they were going to college. They were just going sitting in the canteen and playing every day, and then they'd spill home at night, and they'd just all be playing around my friend's house. So like I sort of got introduced to it at 15 years old. Yeah, I've just got thrust straight into it with the older lads, really.
Well, we got in at 15, so you could have been the Kelster 15, but
yeah.
2008, before you started playing live, you got a massive result online. You come 5th in the full tilt 750,000 guarantee for 33,000. That was July 2008. What did it feel like winning that much money at that time?
Wow, yeah, because I've just turned 18, and like it was pretty crazy because I did have a little foray into online poker before I was 18, but this was this account was my own account and everything, and yeah, I hadn't really even I'd played tournaments and I knew that I had sort of like a winning style in them at this point, but this night was crazy. I'd hardly even played any $215 buy-in tournaments before, and I bought into this one, and it was mad. I ended up getting a big stack, and it was the first time that I'd ever actually stayed up all night, sort of playing poker. So you had a break every 5 minutes past the hour. Well, actually, it wasn't even a synchronized break. This was pre-synchronized break, so it would have been whenever the tournament started, an hour play, then a 5-minute break. So this one I just remember going to the wash basin every hour to splash some water on my face, and I wasn't tired, but I wasn't tired because I was pumped full of adrenaline. But just my little routine. I'd been probably the longest I'd ever played a tournament up until that point, or been in a tournament, was maybe 4 or 5 hours play, and this one was we're now 13 hours into this one, and I'm just going to the toilet, flicking some water on my face. Yeah, and it was really exciting. And I was thinking I was chip leader 2 tables left, and it was like $180,000 for the winner, I think, and that's just madness because I think I started the day with $400 in my poker account or something. So that was definitely what got me a massive taste for online tournaments for sure.
Did that go straight to a bankroll, or and let you play bigger tournaments?
Sort of, but then I was very Yeah, I was very, very naive in my early days. So I just used to I just thought I was the best player ever then. And then I would often go and play like high stakes cash games and things, and like experimented in that way. I managed to withdraw a chunk of it, but yeah, like I was very I sort of loved just to jump in at the deep end, and yeah, definitely had a different career path to most when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Well, after you'd had that nice score, you started to venture into the live poker. Your first Hendon mob was back in 2008. Can you remember what it was?
So when I just turned 18, I used to go in the closest to casino to where I lived in Chorley at the time, which was Bolton Casino, and that was actually back in the day. That used to have some amazing cash games. They'd have like a 2-2 game every evening at the Grosvenor. That was actually where the first ever GUKPT was, wasn't it, Bolton?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the first ever one.
Yeah, and like the games in there used to be crazy. Like I couldn't even dream for games in there that these days. But yeah, I used to have a little go into there. Me and my friend would go down, and we saw it advertised on the internet as like a £3 rebuy tournament. Anyway, so we went down. Just thinking, okay, well, we're going to go and play this tournament. It seems quite cheap. It's only £3. Anyway, we realised about 5 minutes into the tournament that £3 actually gets you one set of chips, and that lasts about 5 minutes because everybody's just going all in every hand, rebuy. So yeah, we opted for the freeze out tournaments then, and I was having a little bit of success online at the time. So like, I actually was playing a lot bigger online when I was 18 than I was in the live ones. And I did a little bit of research, and I found out there was a place, Casino 36 in Stockport, which had some games. And they were they were £50 rebuy tournaments and £100 rebound tournaments, and they had a really big cash game there. So yeah, it was weird, but I went down there, and I was trying to get in at the front door, and they were sort of saying, yeah, you've got to be 21 really for this one. Anyway, I ended up on some sort of technicality. They ended up letting me sign up at 18, so I was just forever known as the kid in there. I was like just by a mile, and I was playing every night with people like Ali Malou and everyone. So yeah, I've known those guys really, really well for over 10 years now, and that's sort of what my first exposure to the poker circuit.
You went to Gala at Leo's.
So Gala
second for 1200.
Right, yeah, I remember it. It was a Gala at the Liverpool.
That's right, yeah.
It was like a Sunday evening, the last tournament of the Gala Poker Talk. Yeah,
that's right.
I remember it
well. February 2009, you had another big score on Full Tilt. You must have liked Full Tilt at the time. The Sunday Brawl.
It was by far
third for 40,000.
Yeah, the Sunday Brawl, I think that one was.
That's right.
Yeah, it was by far the best, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would probably say the same. It's by far the best poker site ever. Just in terms, like, people just used to go on to rail the cash games. Like, you didn't need, a lot of people were just on there not even playing. You had all Phil Ivey and Tom Dwan sat, and Gus Hansen and Patrick Antonius sat with all the big money in the cash games, and it was just yeah, for me, like it was the greatest poker site ever, and I just really liked playing that on there. Yeah.
Yeah, you scored for 40,000, but the following month you played an EPT. Is that what you bankrolled yourself into the EPT with?
No, the EPT was a funny one actually. I was playing on PokerStars, so this the following month, yeah. So as soon as I got the 40,000 score, I withdrew a little bit from Full Tilt and put a bit on PokerStars, and I ended up qualifying through the step system. So I bought into the $82 step. and this was a sit and go. So the top 2 got you into the next round. And yeah, I bought into the $82 step and got them to the 215 and the 630 and the 2100. And anyway, I'm then in the 2100 playing for an EPT Dortmund package, and I get heads up with the little Italian guy. Do you remember Dario Minieri?
Oh, well, yes, I do. I know the name.
Yeah, I was heads up with Dario Minieri, and I think I ended up trapping him, and he made a big bluff, and then I called it off, and yeah, I was super excited about that one. I managed to get the €5,300 buy-in, and I got the Hilton hotel free and some money for flights. So I told my friend we're off to Dortmund in Germany.
667 runners there were, and you were chip leader with 70 left.
Yeah.
Was you nervous? Was you excited?
It was a crazy experience. Day one, I just sort of was playing pretty tight and didn't wait. I couldn't really get many spots day one. I was finding it quite tough. And then in the last level, I got a big double up with 9s against 4s and bagged a moderate stack for day 2. And then day 2 was just an absolute whirlwind. I sort of, I think I had an interview with Poker Stars actually at the start of day 2. And then I've got on this table and I'm just running absolutely berserk, but I'm sort of painting a picture that I'm this really tight kid who's just like satellite in for this really big tournament. Like every time I sort of make a crazy move.
We're back. Well, I'm back. Tower's getting the coffees in and the teas. It'll be with me in about a minute's time. New featured table. No Ben, no Matt Bushell this time. I know he's been on every featured table, every session, but no Matt Bushell. Matt Davenport instead. Running through, we got in 1 is Phil Clark. In 3, Matt Davenport. In 5, one of the chip leaders in the room, Brian Petey. He's up to 100k. Matt Erdley is going to be in seat 6. Richard Schneiderman's back in 7. Joseph Maxa in 8. And in 9 is Michael Shepherd. So that's who we're working with for the next 2 hours. This is level 7. Blinds now 200, 500. Just about to get underway. The main man will be joining me very shortly. I've sent him on the tee run. Here he is. Here he is.
I'm late. T-boy's here.
Thank you very much. Just what I needed.
Oh my days. Hang on a minute, pick up my own.
So we're off.
I'm here.
Here he is. Stick him on. Here he comes.
Coming in. Coming through. To make your, you've got to get him in.
Do it for me.
Everybody, coffees are out.
So you're known in this. See, I can't just walk back there and make myself a coffee like you.
You walk in there, like tell her, help yourself, get yourself sorted out. Make sure you get yourself a coffee. Look after JPK. Yeah. That's all they say. Cheers, everybody. Welcome to the next session.
Enjoy the next session, guys. Oh, is that?
Yeah. Is that Matt Erdley?
Yep, Matt Erdley, Matt Davenport.
Matt Erdley, the champion in Blackpool from last year before. Matt Davenport. Did he fall asleep on the train going home? It's a long way down, isn't it? It's a long way down for old Matt.
He's back, Tal. Since Coventry, he's been back on the tour. We haven't seen him in a few years, and looks like he's going to be playing a lot more. Turns the best of it here with bottom pair. If we're Joe here, I don't mind him double barreling this spot. We're sitting here with 9 high. It's not going to be good at showdown. We've still got equity to the nuts in terms of an 8. And the thing is as well, range is just so much better for us on this board than it is for Matt. Us being the opener, we're going to have all the strong ace-X in there. So fires for 2.4. Now Matt going to have a hard time calling here with his 4 deuce. We do have gut shot to go with our pair, but it's just too hard to withstand this double barrel here, and it's very nice there from Joe. Max up in C8.
So we've run through all the diamond package winners and all the platinum package winners, and well done to everybody for getting all the points and having a fantastic 2021. Well done one and all. Click on to the main to see 88 playing the main event. We said it'd get towards 100 by the end, and that'll be pretty close by the time we're finished. 88 in the main at this moment in time. 9 o'clock is the satellite, the cash out satellite. Starts at 9 p.m. There are 5 seats guaranteed in that. We're running a cash game.
Kings obviously would have liked to get some action, but very difficult. I always think in them spots, gun versus small blind, when you 3-bet out the small. Like a lot of the time, it's just never a bluff. It's always weighted towards that value range, and opponents are aware of that. Those 2 positions battling out.